The Fool is one of the most complex and fascinating symbols in the tarot, and indeed in Western esoterica in general. In fact, much of the actual major arcana can be read as the story of the Fool. It's an important card, and in very basic terms it can mean everything from new beginnings to, which obviously could also mean an ending of something in one's life. And we are all the Fool at some point in our lives, either when we see the Fool in readings or when others see us as the Fool. However, this video really is about the Fool card symbolism in Aleister Crowley's incredible Thoth deck. And there's so much symbology in these cards, which is missed if we simply read them like regular tarot cards. And so what we're going to do is look through some of the actual symbols that you can find in Crowley's version here of the Fool. And of course the first thing which really leaps out at you is the colour of the Fool here, and indeed how different the Fool looks to, for example, the more commonly seen Rider-Waite version. Crowley's Fool here is a green man. It's a symbol of Beltane, a symbol of new life in the spring. And of course new life representing being reborn onto one's spiritual journey, onto the journey that the Fool here is actually making. It's a very fertile, very new and very powerful symbol to actually begin with. The Fool himself, I'm using a male pronoun if you like for this. The Fool is still androgynous. Always has been in most decks, although I think this particular Fool looks, if anything, slightly more masculine, but the Fool is always an androgynous card, which is actually just worth noting. But we can see here that he's actually leaping. It almost looks as if he's jumping from the card outwards into the actual world, which is, really powerful, energetic pose. He's leaping out into the world and he's doing it with real enthusiasm. He's saying carpe diem, seize the day, yes to life, let's set out on the beginning of this fantastic journey. It's also could be seen in that regard as a beginning of connecting to a spiritual path, even though he may only feel it in a brief whisper, a brief intuition. He's saying, yes, let's follow that path, let's go on this journey, and it's a really powerful image. And if we look at the head of the Fool, we can see that he's wearing, on the Thoth deck, a crown of diamonds, which is a really esoteric symbol, which represents Kether, which is the first Sephiroth, or the first circle, if you like, on the Tree of Life. And therefore it represents pure, crystalline, pure, undiluted spirit flowing through the top of his head, flowing through the crown chakra. It's filling the Fool with the pure spirit energy through this. And it represents, in that respect, of course, a channeling of consciousness, a channeling of pure spirit energy, which is the world of inspiration. It's the inspiration that he's getting for the journey. The energy. We've all woke up in the morning and thought, yeah, right, I'm ready to go. I'm jumped up and ready to get on with life, and that's the energy flowing into him through this diamond crown, into the crown chakra. And we can see the rainbow colours all over the image. It's very bright in all sorts of almost primary colours, you could say, like I say, rainbow colours. It's a spectrum. It represents the coloured universe of form, of matter. The world that we see is in colour, and I mean that metaphysically as well as just in terms of visibility. So we see the world in many different colours, and the world of form, in terms of this symbology, is coming out of the purity of the formlessness of Kether, the pure spirit. So it's in that respect, it's a duality. The diamond crown and this pure energy is colourless, it's clear, and yet it manifests into this wonderful rainbow world of the manifest. And so you've got what I call the femifestation and the manifestation. The original thought, the femifestation being the pure spirit, and the manifestation being that of the colourful world. And staying with that, if you look at the actual background of this picture, which is yellow with what almost looks like white diamond-like pictures appearing in the background, very hard for some people to see. And you've got the colour in occultism and in spirituality of air, which is yellow, and going back yet again to the white, Kether, the pure spirit, that's represented by the white diamonds. And so you have a oneness there of air, pure air, infused with the essence of that spirit. The full skin is also yellow, again representing air. And coming back to that image of him jumping out of the actual card there, it's like the air, the pure air. When we breathe like sea air or mountain air and it's pure, and he's leaping forth into that pure air and setting off on the journey. And of course the green man colouring of the earth, and the fertile nature of the earth and of the spring is a contrast to that, and also a union with that, the air and the earth. His shoes in the picture are a deeper yellow. In fact, you could say that they're actually gold, and therefore could represent the colour of the sun, and the sun being the creative, what would you say, like the inspiration of life, that which gives us life. And so his shoes, of course, are on his feet, so he's moving along. That's what's making him move, with the creative inspiration. So he's not just leaping forth from the card, he's doing so with real inspiration, representing the light of the sun, the life giver. And going back to the Kabbalah, the sun would be Tiphareth in the Tree of Life. And the Fool is associated with air, as we've just seen, and the Vav of the Tetragrammaton. So Tiphareth means beauty. Some people would say that this represents all these great leaders, such as Christ and Buddha and so on, that it basically a spirit form put into man. So when Christians say that Jesus is God in man's body, he's come to earth to walk as a man and all this, it's the descent of a spiritual force into the form of a man. And so that is the Fool, and in that case we are the Fool on this journey ourselves, the Fool being a direct link, again going back to the crown on his head, a direct link to pure consciousness, what we may call the enlightenment, the Godhead, the oneness of reality. And yet it's very important here that the Fool, although he represents all of these very wonderful things, he doesn't know it. He's not aware of it yet, because he's only just setting off. He's just leaping out of the card and setting forth on his journey, and so he doesn't know these things. A deeply esoteric part of this card is this sun image, which appears over the phallus or over the genitals, remembering that there is an androgyny to the Fool cards in general. So we have here a creative potential, don't we? Let's be honest. We have the potential in this genital area to create life, to create new life, and he has the sun, which is the inspiration of creating life in this area. It could represent the inner sun of the Kundalini, the raising of energy, or the creation of life. And so you could say that there is a consciousness sort of bubbling forth, ready to burst forth, coming from this image of the sun. So you would raise the energy, and it's a very pure energy that I'm talking about here. It's like a purity of spirit yet again, and this would be raised up, all the way up out of the diamond crown, the Kether, the pure spirit, representing the enlightenment, like I've said, the Kundalini enlightenment. And yet with the tarot, it also represents the journey ahead. This represents the Fool's actual journey, starting off here in Malkuth, if you like, the Malkuth in the Kabbalah, the material or the lower level, and he's rising up. He's going at this. The energy is the journey, culminating in enlightenment, pure spirit. So it represents both the physical enlightenment and it represents the metaphysical fool's journey itself. Now you can see, if you look at the actual card, that there are 3 spirals actually going all around the actual fool himself. Well, these are deeply esoteric as well, and you could say that they represent, let's say, the 3 forms of negative existence. I'm talking still with the tree of life here at this stage, so if we look at them, they're coming out from around his heart chakra, and they're linking him up around with spirit. Now, the spiritual path that the tarot speaks about, and that all of these types of things speak about, is ultimately one of the heart representing love. David Icke's book, Infinite Love is the Only Truth, Everything Else is Illusion. And staying with Crowley, do as thou wilt should be the whole of the law. Love is the law, love under will. The true will, the universal love. The spiritual path is essentially the desire of one's heart to express a universal frequency that we would say as love. I don't mean that in a romantic sense, essentially, but of the love of anything. And so the soul, symbolically here, is within the heart chakra area, which is where these spirals are coming out of. And this can link us both back to the lower and up to the higher. And so we have this spiral. Once again, it represents the fool being directly linked to spirit, to the Godhead, and the raising of his energy from lower to higher. So, and of course, these, going back to the so-called negative existence, which in the above Kether would be Ein Sof, and Ein Sof Or, which you can look into in a different video if you want. So it's that representation of the spiraling and the lifting of consciousness. Yet again, the spirals could represent you could represent the nature of the universe itself. And many of these pictures, which it's worth noting aren't real, that these are just images, but they always represent this type of spiral on them. And so we have the ideas, and these are artists' impressions of the birth of universes, the births of galaxies and things. But of course, what they really represent is the same thing that we're seeing here on the card. The nature of reality, the nature of manifestation, and the journey. The actual spiral, if you look carefully, contains within it various symbols as well. We've got a dove inside the symbol. Of course, we know that as a symbol of peace, and yet it can also mean the descent of spirit into matter, and it's flowing, as you can see, towards the fool's heart. So it's bringing down from the spirit and manifesting into the physical, like what we had before. And really interestingly, if you look at the images, very difficult to see on the pictures, you might need to get your own Thoth deck to actually have a look at this. There's 20 rays of light coming out of the dove, and in Hebrew gematria, the 20 could be represented as Yod, the letter Yod, and Yod, according to Jewish sages anyway, could represent the world, the coming of the world into completeness. So again, like the fool's journey itself in that respect. You've also got a vulture appearing within the spirals, and this almost certainly represents Mut, the Egyptian mother goddess Mut, meaning mother. The name Mother Mut. Again, it can also still be androgynous in some respect, if you want to connect it back to the beginning of the video, because you would have the power of both masculine and feminine reproduction. These goddesses are often like that because they're a creator of all things and not just one aspect, if you like. But this has its basis in what you could say is a very not very well known Egyptian old belief that there was no male vultures, believe it or not. And so the female vultures in this old belief were impregnated by the winds. The winds, of course, being the aspect, yet again, of air, which is what the card represents. So it's fascinating stuff. Moving forward, we also have a butterfly symbol, very, very metaphysical symbol, as I'm sure you know, but here it probably represents air yet again. The soul is entering the body of the fool as he goes on his journey. It really represents the very moment that the soul comes down into him and it inspires him to set off on this journey. And the job of the butterfly here is transformation, of course. It's a transformation from dull man into shining man, the transformation from the old into the new, which is the new beginnings symbol that we have with the fool in its basic sense. And it also represents that in this quest that he is to go on, the fool is to transform himself. He is to evolve to a higher state of consciousness as he moves along on his journey, which takes us yet again back to the sun image here at the base, and it's moving up into enlightenment. You'll also notice that within the spirals themselves is what we would know as a caduceus-like symbol. And it also has what looks like a sword blade or a knife blade coming into it. And both the swords in tarot and the caduceus, the symbols of air, yet again. The caduceus is also associated with Mercury. Mercury meaning, of course, alchemy, the later card of the Magus, the world of thought, the world of science, of communication, of allowing our thoughts to be known. And the sword which runs through it, all of the sword cards in tarot represent air, and so having that huge connection imprinted into the very first card here, which I think is absolutely fantastic that they've gone to that detail to actually do that. And here's an interesting one as well. Staying with the caduceus, you'll notice if you look very closely that there is actually a pine cone actually on the caduceus. So the pine cone is occasionally, if you look at pine cones, they're on this type of symbol, they are intertwined with vines, or like a rose and briar type symbol, which comes around and then is crowned with a pine cone. And well, you know, it's going to be the same symbols, because we're always going to see the same symbols repeated in the same things. The pine cone itself could represent the pineal gland, that very special and misunderstood little part of the brain there. And the type of staff which you often see on these symbols is the spine. Well, I'm sure you can guess where this is going now. The ivy, the rose and briar, the twirling and twisting caduceus symbol around it represents the twirling of energy, the raising of energy up the spine, out the top, into the pineal gland, resulting in samadhi, enlightenment, the transformation from dull into shining. Which is also the transformation of so-called base rock into gold. It doesn't really mean turning it into gold, it means that spiritual transformation. And there's the symbol that we have all throughout this Thoth Fool symbol. Incredible. And we can see grapes as well. There's a vine of grapes actually wrapping around him, which makes a circle around his heart. You have to look carefully to see some of these things, because people don't often see them. So there are the grapes actually going around the heart there. This is a fantastic symbol. It represents the intoxication of the spirit, the wine of life. So you often see people bringing up a chalice of wine in ceremonial magic and intoxicating their spirit in this, in this substance. It represents a universe of joy, of is setting forth on this journey of joy, and it represents all the laughter and the fun and the wonders and the pleasures of life. It represents love, perfection, party, that type of thing. It basically represents the opposite to sorrow, death and separation. It represents life. The grapes are associated with sweetness, bliss, ecstasy, that type of thing. They're a powerful symbol of pleasure and wonder and joy. And you can see suspended from the grapevine, he has a sack of coins, a bag of coins, and these coins have little symbols on them. And these symbols are actually representing all they're astrological symbols for planets, and yet they also represent all of the 12 signs of the zodiac, which is another good one. In his left hand we have another pine cone. This one a flaming pine cone, of course, really representing the awakening experience. And in his right hand we have a cup. And so the cup in his right hand, the contents, as you can see, are coming forth from below. And at the bottom of the cup is a pyramid. Okay, now the pyramid, in terms of this symbol, is the masculine counterpart. And the bowl which is receiving what is flowing forth is the feminine counterpart. So we have a phallus and a womb, if you want to go into it in crass symbols like that. That's essentially what you've got. It's a creative fire, a creative union, which represents the spark that creates life. That's why we're here right now. That spark that creates life. And so the Fool here is representing spring, as we've seen right at the very beginning, and creation and new life. It's the creation of new life. And this is basically the theme that we're seeing all around the actual Fool in that respect, this kind of being born into this world, spiritually and physically as well. You got the tiger. Often a dog in some of the other Fools, but with Crowley's fourth deck we have a tiger. The tiger here is a fearful symbol. It represents the fear, the thing which holds us back, but the Fool's ignoring it. As you can see, he's still leaping forward. He doesn't care that the tiger's grabbing on. He's saying, forget that, I'm leaping forth, I'm jumping in, I'm going for it. It's a brilliant symbol, because it's like when we set off on journeys and adventures, there is often a fear which holds us back, and one has to shake off that fear, and leap forth, as the Fool is doing here, into the journey. Now, between the legs and underneath the symbol is another massively esoteric bit of symbol, which is a flower arrangement. And if we just have a quick look at this one as well, so we have a rose, the topmost rose here. Again, this is going to represent air within the Rosy Cross and so on, within the Golden Dawn, which is a lot of Crowley's inspiration, which also links it back again to the top of the card, and the Kether, the pure spirit. We have a lily down on the right. This one represents Malkuth as well. You could also link it to Saturn if you wanted to, and other things, but I'm sticking with Malkuth, which symbols Earth, the physical realm of Earth, and a purity, a pure Earth in that respect, the lily. And we also have three smaller lilies on the right, so they're the same flower but three smaller versions. And below the flowers you can see the twins, and these exact same twins occur later on in the fourth deck, so I might do a video on them later. They appear in the Lovers and the Sun card, and these are connected with the Tetragrammaton, the vow and the hay, which would be vibrated in various rituals using the magical voice of the Tetragrammaton, and which finally becomes enlightenment again. And they also represent, or they mirror, the twin, the Caduceus yet again. We'll also see the crocodile and the moon, and this is right at the bottom of the card, and a wonderful symbol. The moon is the archetypal feminine energy, of course, and the sun is the archetypal masculine energy. And so between these two energies, we've got the twins here. So the twins represent, of course, fertility, the creation of new life, yet again. And they're associated with the Fool because that is the Fool, that the Fool is new life. And so what we have here is a perfection of the creation of the universe. The crocodile is associated with Kronos and Saturn. And if we look at those images, of course, we can see the devouring of one's own children. Often because he would be afraid that they would overthrow him as king of the gods. So the importance of that is we're going to bring this to ancient Egypt. The ancient Egyptian idea of parthenogenesis. This represents the type of virgin birth that we've seen before. Similar to Mut, the mother, and the vulture that we had before. It's a type of, well, what would you call it? Offspring developing on their own from eggs without a mother or father, and asexual reproduction. It's common, there is such a thing, It can be found in certain fish and amphibians and reptiles and things, but it's not found in mammals, and which is getting massively esoteric. It basically means to be devoured by the Godhead, by the Enlightenment. To be devoured means to be metaphysically the same as to be initiated into this thing. So to the initiate of this, to the beginner of the journey, the crocodile would determine the spiritual meaning of the card as a return to zero. You've been devoured, it's come out, it's run full circle and gone back to zero. Zero, of course, being, as you may well know, the actual number of the fool. The number 1, the number of new beginnings, of new opportunities, is the number of the magician, or the magus, as it's going to be in this video discussing symbolism in Aleister Crowley's Thoth deck. In basic terms, this card is one of inspired power, or manifestation, a connection between the spiritual and the physical realm, and the manifestation of our will. In the Thoth deck, the Magus is very different from the Rider-Waite deck, as we discussed previously on our video on the Fool card, and there was just so much symbolism to actually get through on these cards. It's thought that the Magus here that Crowley was wanting to describe was based on Hermes Trismegistus, and there were actually 3 different versions of this card which were painted by the artist Frieda Harris, and yet only the one card, the one of which you see in the Thoth deck, was actually chosen and approved by Aleister Crowley for the actual deck. Now, the Rider-Waite Magician is the one which you will have seen more commonly in various tarot decks, and so we're just going to start by having a look at that one first, and then move back to the actual Magus card in the Thoth. So with the Rider-Waite Magician, you can see that he has his right arm stretched upwards. This is towards the spiritual world, towards the universe, and his left arm, associated with the material, is pointing downwards towards the earth. Therefore he is a middle pillar, he is a liminal point between the spiritual and the earthly world. He is, if you like, a bridge or a medium which connects the two worlds together, and therefore draws down and manifests the spiritual into the physical, manifests his will. This is the symbol of which we will see in the Magus card throughout various different decks, and absolutely in the Thoth deck as well. The Thoth Magus occupies Path 12 on the Kabbalistic Tree of Life. This is called the Path of Intelligence and Transparency, and is ruled by the planet Mercury, which just so happens to be the planet which is associated with the Magician card. You can find this path here, and as you can see, it is between Kether, which represents a formlessness, a consciousness filled with subtle objects, the world of spirit, and Binar, Binar being the womb from which form is created. So the Magus here is in between formlessness and form, just as we saw on the Rider-Waite deck, where he is the medium between spiritual and physical. You could also see this in more mundane terms as the creative spark, the creative impulse, the thing that makes a writer able to write, that makes an artist able to create art. He's drawing inspiration from the divine and giving it form, giving it reality. Crowley himself describes this as, when he's describing the Magus card, he is duality. He represents both truth and falsehood, wisdom and folly. So this is why the earlier versions of the Magician card were known as the Juggler, and he was represented more as a type of trickster figure, sort of a stage magic, sleight of hand character whom couldn't quite be trusted, because he's either giving you true form, true reality, or he's giving you just an illusion, perhaps beckoning us to ask the question of what is real in this world of so-called form to begin with. So if we have a look at the bottom of the Magus card in the Thoth, where the actual Magus name is written, we can see astrological symbols at either side of his name in true duality fashion. We have the Mercury here at the left, and on the right, of particular interest, we have the Hebrew word Beth, which means house. And so house obviously means many different things. In its basic terms, it is a construction, a building. It begins its life as an image in someone's mind, and then they draw up various plans and they create a house. So the word Beth can imply the creation or the making of things in the physical world. A house can also be a temple, and our own bodies are supposedly a temple in various people's minds, and so the house can represent us, as in our body, and it's actually referred to like that in the actual Bible. So with regards to the Thoth Magus card, he has to have his own body as a clear conduit for spirit, and the world around him built in as much spiritual light as possible, so the house, both his own body and the house of his own creation, as well as just the basic manifestation idea of the house, the building. Back over to the left hand side we have the Mercury symbol, and the Magus has the attribution of Mercury associated with it. Now, in certain Greco-Egyptian traditions, Mercury became later on associated with the god Thoth, which is interesting, of course, not only because of the Thoth deck, but because the god Thoth is associated with words, language, speech. And of course, what are these things? They are ways of creating influence and creating the world of our will. So let's have a look at the actual magician himself in the Thoth deck. Like various other cards in Crowley's deck, it is androgynous. You can see that the card is actually naked, and just like the Fool card that we had on the previous video, it has both masculine and feminine attributes to it, moulded into one. This could again represent the duality and the conduit aspect of the Magus, and yet it can also represent his association with Kether, which is the world of formlessness, and so obviously in a world of formlessness there would be no notions of gender and things of that nature. If we have a look around the actual Magus on Thoth, it's quite interesting. He's actually juggling 8 items in total. This harkens back to the early versions of the Magician card, which we mentioned earlier, being things like the Juggler and the Trickster. And of course, if we actually have a look at the items that he's juggling, they all have their own meaning to them as well. The first 4 that we're going to look at are elemental symbols, and so you can see here the symbol of the censer, or basically an object with incense coming out of it, and so that means that it has within it a flame. It's representing the element of fire. The next object is the cup that he's juggling. The cup has actually water coming out of it, liquid spilling out of it as it's being juggled, so this represents the element of water. And also of particular interest, it's a 2-handled cup, which means that it's in a Greek style, harkening back yet again to that Greco-Egyptian moulding and culture that the Crowley's cards often use. Next we have the sword, of which he is juggling. The sword in the tarot has always been associated with air, and so clearly this represents the element of air. And finally he is juggling the disc, and again these are associated with the tarot houses as well, the discs and the swords and so on. And in this case the disc is a coin. It's a golden coin, which means that this one is symbolising the element of earth. Also of interest, if we actually look at this image, we can see that it has within it an 8-folded star, and this 8-folded star symbolises yet again Mercury, which is the planet associated with the magician. And we can actually roll with this even more by saying it's an 8-pointed star. So let's look at the 8th Sephiroth on the Tree of Life, and we will come to Hod, which as you can see here is ruled yet again by Mercury. So the next thing that he's juggling is this bizarre looking symbol, which is actually an egg with wings. Now, this is a deeply esoteric symbol, and this actually is again an elemental symbol, and this is the fifth element, the element of spirit. And also what's interesting about this symbol is it's what's called an Orphic egg, and you will see this later on in the Thoth deck, actually on the Lover's card as well. Here this symbolises the formlessness out of which the universe is born. It's a cosmic egg, if you like. And so if we look at it, we have opposites. We have the Magus, of whom is the manifestation, and the egg, the formlessness, the potential, the femifestation. So the femifestation, the formlessness world, and the manifestation, the Magus, the manifested world. It's a wonderful symbol which speaks so much about Hermeticism just in one little tiny image. He's also juggling here the stylus, and next to it the scroll. These are, of course, if you look at the Egyptian influence to this, the tools of the scribe. And if we go mystical from here, it's the tools of Thoth, the god, of course. Thoth, who created hieroglyphics, who created writings and speech. He was a scribe. He was the custodian of writings, of archives, and of giving life to thought, because that is what a book is, for example. It is a thought put into words, put into physical form. And even if you draw this right back to Mercury, yet again, the planet of Mercury can sometimes represent communication. And so we have the creation of a work of literature, a work of writing, which communicates the spiritual dimension, bringing thought into physical form. Moving along, we have the actual wand, of which is being thrown up into the air. The wand is a massively esoteric symbol which is going to come up time and time again in these explorations. Here, the wand with Crowley's deck would represent the power of Horus in the Egyptian symbology. Horus being the lord of the new Aeon, of which you may have read of in the Book of the Law and in other Thelemic works. It can be a symbol of harmonising energies. It's a conduit between spiritual and physical. It could be the middle pillar of the Tree of Life, and it could be the liminal point which we speak of so many times, of which the magician actually is in his famous images. The wand could also be resurrection. If we look at the tarot as the journey of the fool, which is why the fool is like the most important card because of this, the path of the fool is followed all the way through to completion, to perfection of the universe. The wand connects. It's the spine of the book which binds and holds everything together. So moving on with the symbols on here, the magician is also associated sometimes with the sun, and you can see this here on this curious little symbol which is easy to actually miss, but nevertheless it is still there. No detail is spared in these cards. This suggests the close relationship between Mercury and the sun. So we also have on this card the caduceus, and this is in a very prominent position, as you can see actually on the card here, on the crown part of the Magus. This could be about so many different things, and yet with the symbolism of this particular card, it's about the birth, the creation of new things, which is why the card in its very simple terms could be said to represent new beginnings. If we look at Crowley's Book of Thoth, we actually get this diagram which is all about the caduceus, and Crowley himself said that this represents the balanced energy that has created the illusion of existence. Fabulous sentence which sums the whole thing up in one go. And so if we look at it on the actual card itself, the caduceus has a circle at the top, the circle representing the very powerful image of the Eye of Horus. And within this circle is a dove, and you can see that the dove is coming downwards, so it is spirit coming down from spirit into the physical. What's quite interesting here as well is you will also see this dove image later on in the Empress card. The Empress being ruled by Venus and the Magus being ruled by Mercury. This could be a suggestion here that this caduceus is sexually charged, it's fertile, and of course to be fertile is to be able to create. So that's just one way of looking at it, of course. You can also see, of course, with the caduceus here represented by the two serpents, the lemniscate, the figure 8, the symbol of infinity, the shape of infinity. And this is mirrored back on the Rider-Waite cards and other magician cards, where you can see clearly the infinity symbol on the crown above the magician, above his head. This is a symbol of the infinite nature of his consciousness, his source, his spirit, of which is in Kether, the formless world, that femifestation world that we spoke about, the unmanifest, which is completely infinite. And this stretches all the way down through his body in this symbol, down through his feet, representing Malkuth, or representing the physical world, and he channels this all the way down and hence creates, he thinks and becomes. The serpent on the left, you can see, has a throne on top of his head, or it looks like a little chair actually, but it's meant to be a throne. And these are actually headdresses that the serpents are supposed to be wearing, and this one is the headdress of Isis. Now the goddess Isis is associated with, on the Tree of Life, Binah yet again. And this is also interesting when we look at the serpent on the right hand side, of which their headdress is that of a crown, the crown representing on the Tree of Life Kether. And so yet again we have this path between Binah and Kether, the form and the formless, the masculine and the feminine, the duality and the power which comes from these elements of creation itself. You could even go as far as to say that this white V-shaped pattern behind the Magus represents the white light of Kether, the pure spirit, the pure creation, being drawn down from above to below. Let's also have a look at some of the Magus himself and the symbols of which are surrounding him. So he's wearing a pair of winged sandals. Now the winged sandals are associated almost always with the god Hermes, and so the Magus, being like Hermes, is at the channel for the spirit arising again into Kether. The strap of the sandal is a serpent, just like those of the caduceus. And it's actually a serpent shedding its skin, which is a suggestion of new beginnings, of a life being reborn into something new. On a similar note to this, if we actually look at the background of the card, we can see various crossing lines all intertwining and coming across each other. This is the actual form itself in creation. This is the making of the universe. And it's quite interesting if you have a look at these close up. They don't intercross with the white light of Kether, the angular white light of which we saw earlier. And if you also look right down to the bottom, you can see a semicircle at the bottom of the card. This is thought to be Binah, and so yet again we have the same symbol of Kether and Binah, the drawing down of spiritual energy into physical, and with it the creation of the universe. Now if we have a look at the right foot of the Magus, we will actually see an interesting symbol, which is the ape of Thoth. So this represents the distortion of truth. So in other words, truth is never perfect because it is altered with the perception. It is distorted by the perception of the observer, of whom tries to represent it. The true perfection is only the spirit, the formlessness. Aleister Crowley himself described this as manifestation implies illusion. And so when something is manifest into what we think is the physical world, that is by its very nature a world of illusion, because its perfection, its pure form, is that of formlessness, that of spirit only. Now, what's quite interesting is we have to look at the tarot story, which is the journey of the fool, the path of the fool. And so if you haven't already, you can go back to my previous video about the Fool card, on the Thoth deck. But the Fool is path 11 in the Tree of Life, and this is directed out of the unity of Kether to Shokmar. The Magus is path 12, as we said at the beginning of this video, and therefore he is the channel of the spirit which was initiated back on path 11. And so basically we're having the Fool transition into the Magus. So it's quite a difficult thing. The Fool started his journey, he was carefree, he was silly, you know, he was a fool. Rather than just living his own protected little bubble of the world, he swapped it out and said, I'm going to create my world, I'm going to bring my own will into manifestation. And so that might be an interesting way of actually interpreting the Magus when he appears on your readings. It could represent and mean to you that the happy-go-lucky fool world of the material world of which we live in is cast aside, and you take a decisive step, you take action. You're looking at the spiritual side of things and understanding for the first time possibly the nature of reality, and deciding that you can accommodate your goals, you can manifest your goals, and that the world of which you are seeing is the product of this duality, this union between the spiritual and the physical, and that not all things are outside of your control at all. And so you are passing from a fool of whom just accepts things as happening to a Magus of whom creates his reality. We spoke about the tarot being a story of a journey, and we've also mentioned many times that these cards with the Thoth deck and in other decks are all rich in duality symbolism, and we can see that yet again here with the transition of the Magus into the Priestess, the next card, the card number 2. And so if we've seen the Magus video, you will know that he is connected with the organisation of the manifestation, so he's putting everything in order for things to be manifest. And now we're transitioning into the Priestess, which goes from that physical world into the spiritual. She's connecting us with our spiritual energy, our soul, our higher consciousness, and because of that she occupies path 13 in the Tree of Life, which is actually the path which is sometimes known as unifying intelligence, just as we've said, and it links together Kether and Tippereth. But as always, these videos are about looking at the actual symbolisms in the cards themselves, and so let's have a look at the Thoth Priestess, which as you can see is yet again quite different from the Rider-Waite version and other versions, but we will come to these later because they have some interesting elements as well. But let's start actually right down at the bottom of the actual card, and as we've seen before with the Magus, there are symbols here right at the bottom as well. And so you can see here at the bottom left an association with the Hebrew letter Gimel, which means camel, and you can also see a camel in the actual diagram as well. The camel is one of those symbols which has many different meanings, and yet here we should perhaps look at the association with the camel and baptism in the Bible, and the idea of the water here, which connects them all together. And so, because a camel carries water through the desert, or at least it's said to, this water represents our consciousness, and the desert represents our journey of meditation or our journey into enlightenment. And so we carry within us our consciousness through the desert. Unless we have that water with us, we would perish in the desert. And so unless we have that consciousness within us through our meditation, we will not make it into the end of the meditation. The second symbol on the bottom of the card is the moon, and the Priestess card, being a divine female card, is very much associated with the moon. The moon is the highest aspect of what we would call the divine feminine, and so this is a wonderful symbol of for the first time in the Thoth cards we actually have a purely feminine symbol, where we had much more androgynous cards beforehand with the Fool and the Magus. The moon is, of course, highly changeable. It has all kinds of different phases and shapes and faces to it. And so we'll actually come back to the moon later, but the moon here at the bottom is the many different aspects of the divine feminine, the goddess. And we can see this straight away yet again if we now move on to the image of the priestess herself with the Thoth deck. We can see here the crown of Isis right upon the top of her head. This crown of Isis is various moon phases. It's the waxing moon, the waning moon, and the full moon. And so taken as a whole, this represents life as a whole, such as these triple goddess pictures which are seen in Wicca and neo-pagan beliefs. This is the flow of life. It's the many different phases and chapters in our own lives, as well as the lives of the universe. There are actually 7 moon crescents which can be seen radiating wonderfully out of the bottom of this crown of Isis, just behind the priestess here. 7, as we know, is associated with the chakras, and if we make it more of a purely feminine symbol for this particular card, it could be therefore associated with Venus, and would link her with another tarot card, which we will come to in due time, of the Empress, of whom is ruled by Venus. You can also see in the same general area around the eyes of the priestess, you can see yet again the sign of infinity. This goes back to that path on the tree of life that she is part of, the connection with Kether, the pure, formless, white, wonderful spirit, the infinite consciousness of which is being radiated here. And so all these symbols in this part of the card are about that flow of consciousness and flow of spirit, and how it would manifest within the world, being those moon phases, being the passages of the years and of birth and death and the various elements in our life. And yet if we zoom out a little, we can see that the priestess is sitting upon a throne being such a symbol of power and of stability. And so we have what appears to be something which is contradictory, and yet it's actually telling us that in order to engage up in the wonderful flows of the universe, all the flow of life, we would sit back on our throne, we would accept these changes, as you can see there, flowing behind her. And so she's not trying to control these events like we have in certain cards. However, she is at one with them, she's allowing them to flow, and so allowing this constant change in the universe to happen and being at peace with it is an important symbol here in the card. You can see, if you just look above the throne as well, that she has with her a bow. The bow is willpower. It's the power of the will, and so she's not just sort of sitting back and saying, oh well, never mind, let this stuff happen. It's saying that she has a very strong will here as well. This will is the balance. This is allowing Crowley in Thelema has the idea of the true will, of course, and so you would follow your will but also have your true will. And so you're not fighting against your true will, you are allowing that to flow. And yet you also have a great willpower, so you're not just blasé and allowing things to happen. The bow, of course, has many other symbols as well. The actual sound of the bow is Om, which is the universal frequency. The universal frequency which we would use in meditation to really change our whole mindset straight away. And often harps and bows and string type instruments within this type of symbology do represent the divine sound of Om. Purely physically speaking, if you look at the actual bow itself, it could be described as a type of lyre. The lyre being in mythology an instrument which is used by Apollo. Apollo being the brother of Artemis, of course, in your classical studies will have told you. So, the brother of Artemis, Apollo. If you look at Crowley's book, Liber 777, he will therefore, in that book, attribute Tippereth to Apollo. And so this brings us right back to the beginning, with the priestess using that lyre, which is used by Apollo, meaning that she is linked with her path on the Tree of Life, where she goes from Tippereth to Kether. Absolutely no stone is left unturned with the symbols in these cards, and that's what makes them so fascinating. If you even look very closely at the very bottom of the throne, you will see an upside down crescent moon shape. Very easy to miss, as some of these symbols are. This upside down or inverted crescent could perhaps symbolise the unconscious mind. So this is the part of the consciousness that we don't see. It's the receptive mind, if you like, in modern terms, the subconscious. That kind of hidden mind which accepts suggestions which are given to it, and it's not a part of the mind that we see or are aware of, and so it's pointing downwards. And the inverted crescent moon can also be found later on in the tarot with a very strange card, which is the card of the moon, which we will come to later. And yet the priestess has a positive relationship with the subconscious. It's on her throne because she wouldn't have it on her throne if she didn't have a good relationship with it. And of course, as a divine feminine archetype, she has a very strong intuition, and her intuition, and therefore the types of suggestions which are in her subconscious, are very highly powered and very highly developed. And so the subconscious is like a huge resource that we can tap into, yet most people don't. And she's got it right there on her throne. She's sitting upon it. She's mastered it. She has this huge position upon the Tree of Life with the Tippereth and the Kether, and this links her to the middle pillar, that strong liminal point between all things. And so, staying with that idea for a moment, let's just swap to the popular High Priestess card of the Rider-Waite, just because it's slightly easy to explain it with this card. So you can see on the Rider-Waite card that she sits in front of two pillars. One is black and one is white. These are Jachin and Boaz, which are pillars which are said to be on the outer walls of Solomon's temple. They are used very frequently in Freemasonry, and many Masonic lodges have Jachin and Boaz on the outer walls of their doors. Of course, Jachin and Boaz here represent a passage between worlds, the entering of a veil, and of course the priestess is sat in between a veil. She's sat in the midst of the veil of illusion, the world which is neither form nor formlessness. She therefore is that middle pillar. She is the truth which lies behind all form, which is of course ultimately illusion, and all separateness, which is ultimately illusion. All comes together beyond the veil, all the different realms of consciousness, and so she is sitting in between that veil. Jachin and Boaz in Masonry can also simply represent, in very basic terms, how when we enter into certain places, we behave in a certain way, or the place feels different. So like when we would enter into school, we're in sort of school mode, and then when we go back out, we're back to our normal selves. So it represents, in that respect, the crossing of a boundary, the entering and exiting from somewhere where things are different, rules are different, or it simply feels different. So bringing that back to the Thoth priestess, of course, with Thelema and Aleister Crowley's symbology here, this idea of her sitting in between the veil and being that conduit for moving beyond the worlds of illusion would mean that here she is the holy guardian angel archetype which we see in Thelema. She takes us from that world of illusion up to our highest state of consciousness, so transcending the veil into Kether, the formless, white, wonderful light of spirit. So if we actually look now, like actually in front of the card, which is supposedly in front of the veil. So we've got the camel, which we had before, and around the camel you can see all manner of different fruits and flowers and natural symbols. On the Tree of Life, Tepereth is said to suggest the idea of beauty and wonder. And so these, all the different fantastic colours and shapes represent that beauty and wonder. And yet the idea here is that the truth is actually concealed within their form. Because of course, remember that form is ultimately illusion. What we think is solid and stiff and has never moved is actually moving all the time. It's just a jumble of vibrations and frequencies, and so it's all illusion. And if we are going to follow this path that the card is telling us, which is to go through that veil, then we have to see them as illusion, and also therefore see that truth is somehow contained within them. So for instance, the flower on the right hand side has 10 petals. The 10 petals on the Tree of Life are Malkuth, the physical world, the world of manifestation. And you can see that even in the actual shape of it being more 3D, more kind of solid looking, whereas the flower over on the left hand side, the petals in it are concave, suggesting a type of receptiveness for gathering of the spirit. The camel, which is actually in between the two flowers, interestingly enough, like the priestess, is sitting between the pillars on the Tree of Life. You'll also see in this general area a pine cone and some grapes. These associated themselves with Bacchus and of Dionysus. And so as well as many other symbols, they're speaking about wine and wine making and fertility and ritual and agriculture and all that type of thing. And so that represents a wonderful potential that we have, the creative mind, the creative spark. And yet it can also mean the intoxication of the world of illusion. And so you can see that they are positioned in the way that they are in front of the veil. They are the world of illusion that we can become lost in if we are not careful with them. What's quite interesting is that the geometric, solid-looking forms that we mentioned before, and you can see that they are, of course, very simply, they represent the manifested world. They are the universe come into form. They look to me like cymatic patterns almost. They are the building blocks of the earth. They are the Lego bricks of which we have built the shape that was in our minds before we sat down to build it. And so this very wonderful card, a very positive card, especially they say if it appears upright in your readings, can mean that we have in our lives a desire to go beyond that world of illusion, to peer behind that veil, if you like. It can mean that there may be times of darkness, that desert that the camel is crossing, where we're lost and we have no idea where to go, and yet deep within us, that carrying of water in us is that consciousness which can carry us and sustain us throughout our journey. As a divine feminine card, it can also simply represent the feminine side of our consciousness and our intuition. And many people, especially male people, can sometimes be frightened of engaging in that side of themselves, and yet everybody, of course, has masculine and feminine counterparts within them, and all sides of our consciousness should be embraced and loved for what they are. And so it's said sometimes that in a reading, if the card is upside down, that it could mean that the person isn't accepting that side of themselves, for example. And that can be for females having the reading, of course, as well as for males. Having the card upside down as well puts all that stuff at the bottom to the top. That could also mean, of course, that we are simply looking at things on their surface, looking at them just for what they appear to be, without actually truly understanding what they really are and understanding them with depth. Having the card upside down really does change its meaning, therefore it can mean that we're too caught up with that material side and that we don't see the veil, and so we end up standing simply in front of the veil, maybe not even seeing that it's there, or struggling to get behind it because all this stuff is in the way and we can't see that this is actually an illusion. And of course, as it is an illusion, we can walk freely throughout that spectrum and cross the veil and continue upon our journey. The Empress is a wonderful card. It carries on that feminine aspect that we had in the previous card with the Priestess. It tells us about our relationship with nature, a connection with the fertile aspects of life, the beauty of the natural world. It's a very caring, feminine, motherly card. And in fact, when we begin to look at the 4th Priestess here, we can understand that she is not just nurturing of a child, but is nurturing of the entire universe, and her milk is that of Kether, of spiritual light. She is yet again a card filled with duality and of the fluid nature of spirit and microcosm and of macrocosm as one. Now we'll notice straight away that the Empress is facing to the right hand side, and at least some of this won't become apparent until the next card, that of the Emperor, in that we can see if we put them together that the two cards are actually facing each other. And so the Empress is connected very much with Venus, and the Emperor will be Mars, and so we have the relationship there between the goddess of love having an affair with the god of war in our Greek classical mythology. However, to stick with just the Empress card for now, she's connected so much with nature and the nurturing aspects of nature and of life. And if we just flip over to the Rider-Waite, a more popular tarot deck, just for a moment, we can actually see that natural aspect in the background of the card, where you can see an abundance of green trees and a yellow sun, all sorts of nature symbols surrounding her on the card. On the Tree of Life, she has this path here between Binar and Shokmar, which is the path of luminous intelligence, so we have that light coming in straight away. So everything within the universe contains within it an essence of spiritual light, that all life springs from the same source, this divine light which is in everything, and even the darkest things have within them that element of light. And so this path that the Empress is on expresses that spiritual light which is within every form in the universe, and most certainly on the physical plane. Binar, on the left hand side of the path there, is a universal female archetype, and it receives its male counterpart energy from across the Tree of Life in Shokmar. The Empress is ruled by Venus, and there is so much Venus symbology in the 4th Priestess card. But sticking with the Tree of Life just for one more moment, the Venus association is quite important, because if one is to trace all of the Sephiroth, they can find that Venus is linking all of the Sephiroth together, and it's suggested that this linkage, this connection between all of them via Venus, is through the force of pure universal love. So not love in a physical sense on the physical plane, but an unconditional universal love. So looking down at the bottom of the card where the Empress's name is written, we can see here on the right hand side straight away the symbol of Venus. And over on the left hand side we have yet another Hebrew character. This time it is the Hebrew letter Dorleth, which is quite important for this card because it could be translated to mean door. And this word door is not a physical door such as one in your house, but is a door of which is a passageway, the door of which life comes out of and life returns to. And so it is the door between states. Many times on this channel we have spoken about this type of thing, which is the line between wake and sleep, when one is neither fully awake nor fully asleep. It's referred to as a point between, or a liminal point, and various other things like that. And so this door is that representation in the card, that this is a doorway where if you were to stand in the middle of the doorway, you would be between souls entering and souls leaving at the same time, and therefore would encompass that cycle of the duality of the universe. If we move now back to the top of the card, we can see, very similar to what we had over on the last video with the Priestess, that she is wearing the crown of Isis, and the crown of Isis encompasses within it all the phases of the moon, waxing, waning and full moon, and is similar in more modern symbols to the triple goddess imagery of which one will see in neo-pagan beliefs. And yet the moon symbology carries on even more here on the Empress card, where if we have a look we can see that there are actually two moons surrounding the Empress on the card, and these are actually the waxing moon and the waning moon. Of particular interest, she is facing the right and she's actually facing the waxing moon, and here the waxing moon could be taken to mean fertility and love and beauty and all the things that she represents, and so she's facing it, and her back is turned to the waning moon, and the waning moon here is associated with the letting go of things, the leaving behind of energy, the leaving behind of burdens and baggage, and moving onwards. If you look at the way of which the moons are actually positioned, it could also be taken to mean that these moons, they look as if they're revolving and circling around her. So yet again we have that flow of souls, the flow of life, of the universe, and the balance of opposites in nature, which is the aim of Hermeticism, the as above and the so below. She's sitting, as the priestess was, upon a throne. And yet if we just have a look at the entire card, the whole card is fluid looking. It looks as if it's moving around almost with water. It looks like you could put your hand through it and it would have ripples and water and fluid moving throughout it. This is the fluidity of the Empress herself. She is a very much a feminine card, and so this fluidness represents her femininity, like water, where life is said to have actually came from in the first place, that our mother on earth is the ocean, and this fluidity is the many faces of her femininity as well in that regard. You can see all sorts of symbology connected to this, and especially connected to Venus, of course, because this is the planet of which rules her, such as the dove and the sparrow, of which you can see almost hidden away really on the card there. They're connected with Venus, and you can see it in Venus mythology if you wish to read into your classical civilizations. As well as a crown of Isis, the top of her crown here can also symbolise a Maltese cross, which is saying that at the very peak, at the very top of the consciousness of the Empress, are all four elements in absolute perfect balance, and so she is coming from that state of universal perfection, and again, if everything is within balance, then it is in between that door where all things come from and go to. Let's have a look at her actual dress, which is quite wonderful on this card, but it's very fluid looking, as we've been saying. The colour of the dress is green and pink, or rose, and these are colours which yet again symbolise Venus. There are actually bees on the dress, which is a fabulous symbol, and these bees are the hubbub of life itself, the energy of life. We also have things like such as the queen bee, of course, and all of the bees working to create their nectar, their honey, and also there's simply the idea that there are certain medicinal uses and healing compounds to be found in certain secretions and propolis which comes from the bee. So it's a wonderful symbol. You'll notice that she is holding within her right hand, and also held over the area of her heart, a bunch of lotuses. These are the lotuses of Isis. They symbolise that universal love that we've been speaking of, and they are found here against her heart, because of course this is where the universal love springs from, in our physical bodies at least, when people say, "I felt it in my heart rather than in my head," to put it in very simple terms. The spiritual path that she is symbolising here is the path of the heart. It's the path of the creation, of the love, of the caring and nurturing aspects of life, rather than the material, the mechanical and the logical. The colour of the lotus here is blue, representing yet again that water and that fluidity of which we spoke of earlier. And you will also notice that the lotus has upon it 4 petals. On the tree of life, this Sephiroth of the 4 is Chesed, which is a manifestation of love, and again it is that pure and divine love. The actual arms of the Empress are quite fascinating to look at. You can see that her arms are in such a position to suggest that she's cradling a child, even though we can actually not see the child on this particular card. This, of course, to trace it back to the roots of this deck and of the wonderful imagery, she is Isis. And of course, if she is Isis, then she is nurturing Horus, as is often seen upon these statues, these drawings, these hieroglyphs of the nurturing of Horus through Isis. This imagery has a wonderful life to it and has been reborn in a great many ways, of which I'm sure you are aware. Below her feet, and therefore at the base of her throne, is a white rose. This is yet another symbol of Venus, and therefore represents the fertility of the actual Empress. The whole card is tinged with this fertile, nurturing imagery. You can also see, again, very hidden, there's so much stuff that you can miss on these cards, two very small fish, and they are swimming in the waters. The fish swimming in the waters are, again, the feminine principle. They are swimming within the divine mother, the divine nurturing, which gives them life. There is also, nearby the fish here, a fleur-de-lis symbol. This is a heraldic image which was said to represent a type of purity, as well as a right to rule, specifically through honour and beauty and majesty. Going down now to the lower left of the card, we can see the symbol of the pelican. Now, it was thought, certainly back in the past, that the pelican would feed its young by using the blood out of its own heart. And so, of course, this is a very strange way of suggesting a nurturing. And yet, Aleister Crowley himself said that he thought of this symbol as the hay, and again the final hay, of the Tetragrammaton. And therefore it represented the continuation of life, the cyclings of life, and therefore it's something that we all have in common, in that we come from our mothers and they come from their mothers beforehand and off into infinity. On the Tetragrammaton, the final hay is transformed into the letter of Yod, and that therefore represents an earlier time, an earlier epoch in history. You will also see next to the pelican there is a shield, another heraldic symbol, and yet this shield has upon it a double-headed eagle. This is a very interesting symbol, because as well as just going back to the fleur-de-lis and the right to rule and the divine majesty of the whole thing, we can also see that the eagle has within it a waxing moon, and therefore we have straight away the symbol yet again for fertility, growth, beauty, and the coming of a new age, a new epoch, which is what we were saying before. The figure is also an alchemy symbol, the double-headed eagle, and if one is to connect this with the very feminine and female nature of the Empress card, one could trace this to a symbol of female sexuality, and very physically there is the idea of the white tincture in alchemy connected with this, which would be the sexual fluid of the female. Now it's quite interesting because once we move on to the Emperor card, which will be the next video after this, we will come across the eagles yet again, yet they're in a different colour and have, as you can imagine, a different meaning. And so really the key element here with the Empress card is that door symbol that we had right at the beginning. The Empress is telling us that that doorway and the access into that doorway, which is the doorway into spirit, into Kether, the spiritual light, the way through that doorway is love, and this universal love is the way to enlightenment. It is the goal of the great work, which is what these cards are symbolizing. This spiritual path is not one of separation, it's not one of materialism, as we've said, where everything is logical and put into little pigeonholes, and this is that and this is the other. Instead, she's telling us to seek the emotion of our hearts, the pure, maternal, caring and wondrous emotion of the spirit of our hearts. The Emperor is a companion card in many respects to the Empress, so I would recommend having a look at the Empress video first, because a lot of what we're going to see here is in many ways a mirror image or a companion of what we've had. For example, you can see that the Emperor and Empress cards actually face each other on the 4th deck if you are to put them together beside each other. And the Empress, she stood for the universal love, of course. She stood for the light of Kether that binds all creation into one. The Emperor, on the other hand of that, is the lord of this earth. So he's the lord of his own personal world. He rules over the material world. To be an emperor, of course, you would have to understand what you are in control of, how you would manifest things into your world, basically what you can change and what you can't change. And to be an emperor, you would have to be making choices and accepting the responsibility of what those choices would end up actually having created. And so when we look, just for simplicity's sake, at the Rider-Waite more commonly seen Emperor card, we can see that in his left hand is an orb which represents the world. This is the world of which he is the ruler over. We are the lords of the earth, so to speak. And then his other hand is the Ankh, the Egyptian symbol of the Ankh, which of course represents life. The word Ankh means life, and this symbol very much means life. And so he's absolutely ruling over the life of the world. On the Tree of Life, the Emperor is Path 18, which is known as the Path of Natural Intelligence. Natural here meaning that life force, and the life force which exists in the Tree of Life, in Yesod and Netzach. Now, quite interestingly, Netzach is said to be ruled by Venus, and if you've seen the previous video, the Empress is very much connected with the Venus, so we have a connection to her there. And Yesod, which is linked to Malkuth, which is all about the physical realm, and it is also connected and can be drawn to an association with the root chakra. If we are to place the Tree of Life in connection with the chakras, the root chakra is associated with a drive to succeed in the physical world, and is also associated with our sexuality, the sexual energies and feelings often being centered around that area of the root chakra. And that's actually quite interesting from a perspective of manifestation, in that he could be seen to be practicing sexual energy transmutation, which is something that's seen in books such as Think and Grow Rich and various law of attraction-y type things. So he's basically redirecting his sexual energy and using his sexual energy to manifest his desires into the world. Now let's go down, as we usually do, to the bottom of the card and have a look at the symbols here. And so we can see that it has yet again another Hebrew alphabet character, and this one actually has the word Tsadi, Sade, which is defined as the word fish hook. And it's quite an interesting little symbol, because the word fishing, of course, can mean many different things with regards to a spiritual meaning. It can mean fishing around for knowledge, for example, or information, fishing into the unknown and not knowing what type of information you are going to bring back up. It can also simply be a metaphor for diving into that ocean of the divine, of spirituality, and bringing up and bringing therefore into oneself, if one was to consume the fish, a type of divine communion. And so this mastery over the material world can be seen all over the symbolism in the card. If we're to trace the shape of the Emperor's body, we can see it forms a triangle above a cross. This is the alchemical symbol of sulphur, which is a fiery element of the universe, and it's a very volatile and very material element. It's a very active element rather than a passive element, and therefore a very masculine element. And so the position of the Emperor on the card is expressing a masculinity in direct opposite to the Empress, of course, which is a femininity. Looking at his crown, you can see it has 4 separate points on there representing on the Tree of Life Chesed, and it also has on it jewels, and the jewels also have 4 faces to them. His crown is, of course, a popular symbol for the sun, and in fact you can actually see, if you look very closely, the actual sun light appears to be coming from behind him. And this is interesting because down at the bottom again we see the symbol for Aries on the other side of the name at the bottom, and of course the Emperor is astrologically connected with Aries, and Aries is connected with the sun. Everything joins up on these things, it's really quite incredible. Going back to tracing how the actual Emperor looks, if we just look at his leg area and up to his hands, you can trace the number 4 on there, which yet again brings us to Chesed, which is the 4th Sephiroth on the Kabbalistic Tree of Life. And so it really does seem to be showing us Chesed on this card. Chesed could be almost seen to be the Emperor himself, you could almost say, especially when you look at the archetypal image of Chesed, which is pretty much what we're looking at on the card. Now you can also see in his hand that he's holding, just as the Rider-Waite card was, an orb, and this orb has above it, as was on the Empress card, a Maltese cross. It's in his left hand and it's held over his navel chakra. This represents creative energy, so it says that he is putting and forcing out creative energy into what represents the world. Just like before, again on the Empress, he has bees upon his actual clothes. The bees, as well as a companion to the Empress card, represent that busyness, the busyness of the world, industry. You know, the queen bee leading all the bees around with a great buzz of energy, and also a type of organisation. And of course the queen bee and things is also about an ordering, and so he's an emperor, so he's giving orders. He's a leader, and so the bees, all busying away and working away, are part of a grand order. Moving onwards, you can see quite clearly here a disc or a circular item, which has upon it a star, and the star has 16 points, and so this represents, going back just as we had before, to the element of sulphur, because this is the atomic number of sulphur, which is fascinating that they would go to that level. And the 16 is also in gematria the hook, like a fishing hook, which takes us back to the Sade Hebrew character which we had on the bottom of the actual card. Just like with the Empress card, we have the Fleur de Lis as well, which is a heraldic crest having its origins back in the French monarchy, and hereby obviously a symbol of heraldry. It represents the rulership and the dominions and things like that yet again. Now you can see horned rams on the card. These are obviously represent Aries, and you can also see a scepter with a ram's head on it, and it's fairly interesting here because if you look at the way that this is angled, it's almost as if it's receiving a light from higher up, so it's receiving light right from the right hand side of the card, and it's channeled down towards the actual shield. So yet again it's a drawing down of energy, and the sun being a masculine energy in this case. And the shield itself, as well as having within it the golden eagle with 2 heads, just like we had on the previous card, which here could be a symbol of almost like a phoenix. It has a red disc behind them, perhaps representing being sort of reborn in fire, a regeneration, a rebirth, or a birthing of one's manifestation. The shield also has the gold disc and the red disc, which to me is again the opposite to what we had with the Empress. The Empress had a white tincture, an alchemical and spiritual element of female sexuality, where this of course has the red tincture, which would be the male sexuality, or you could simply call it the sun for the red and the silver over on the Empress for the moon, if you wanted to just look at it like that. Over on the other side of the card we have a lamb, and the lamb is actually holding a flag. This is very interesting because of these are, of course, Thoth cards by Aleister Crowley. So the lamb, in its most basic terms, is the Lamb of God. It's the lamb was used as a sacrifice in the Old Testaments of the Bible, and Christians use the lamb as a symbol of the sacrifice of Christ for our sins. With regards to Aleister Crowley and Thelema, it represents the old age, what he would call the old Aeon of Osiris. And so basically you can say that it's an alchemical card, because we've seen that so many times. And Crowley's vision of alchemy was that the foundation of this new age, the new Aeon of Horus, is summed up by the symbols that you can see on this card, this drawing down of the energy into the shield, bringing a rebirth, and the rebirth into the new Aeon of Horus, the new world, the new age. The Emperor, therefore, is all about leadership, but leadership comes with responsibility and self-control. You can't just be a leader and go wild and do anything, because you're bringing down of energy, and therefore your manifesting of your energy has, obviously, things happen and you have to take responsibility for those things that happen. So he has to understand the importance of sacrifice for the greater good, and the sacrifice, if we're going back to the sexual energy, of course, would be a release of energy. And what happens when you release a sexual energy? It creates a new life, and you have to be responsible for that new life that actually comes out of that. And so if you bring up this Thoth Emperor in your tarot readings, it could mean that you have to show responsibility for other people. That maybe your family need you to be an emperor. You need to be the emperor in your home. It could simply mean that if you've got problems in your life, this card is saying, be an emperor over those problems. Take responsibility over them, break them down, work through them, and manifest what you want to come out of them. In the end, it's a card that can be it's very masculine, it's very strong, and it's basically saying that the mastery of these elements and these alchemical symbols and the mastery over the world manifests things, so be responsible for what you have manifested. A Hierophant is somebody like a priest who interprets and attempts to understand the mysteries of the universe. And so this card, number 5 now, the Hierophant, is moving into a very, very esoteric and mystical world of symbology. Again, like we had before, we'll just have a quick look at the Rider-Waite deck. These are just because you see these more commonly in tarot card decks. And so the Rider-Waite Hierophant shows somebody who looks very much like a traditional priest, and he's sitting between pillars which could be Jachin and Boaz, yet again like what we had before on a previous video, and he's actually doling out spiritual advice to the people at the bottom of the card. On the Thoth deck, the Hierophant is path 16 on the Tree of Life, and quite topically, this is the path of what they call eternal intelligence. So this path is between Shokmar and Chesed. This is summarised by sort of cosmic law, the ordering of the universe, and of course the mysteries of the universe as well. Going down to the bottom of the card to have a look at our Hebrew character, we can see here the Hebrew word vow. And the vow, as well as being associated with the Tetragrammaton, could also be translated into nail. A nail, of course, being something which joins things together and is used to build things up. You couldn't build a structure out of wood or build something and join the pieces of wood together without using nails. And so it's a simple esoteric principle. The Hierophant joins the macrocosm with the microcosm, and this could also almost be like the magician's staff. The staff which connects the worlds together is a conduit between the physical and the spiritual. You can also see here at the bottom of the card that he is associated with Taurus. Taurus being a very material and earthly astrological sign. So this could be saying that all these spiritual and esoteric things that we learn, we have to put to use in our physical world. And the way of which we would learn about them, of course, us as humans living in this physical world, would be through the study of them, through spiritual study, books, manuscripts, visiting sacred sites, and physical study of spiritual phenomena, which of course in itself is going back to that joining together. If we have a look at the background of the Hierophant card, it's quite a dark background. It's actually the darkest looking background that we've seen on the cards since the beginning, really. And the dark black background could represent, because of course these are Aleister Crowley Thoth cards, could represent the goddess Nuit. I have a full video on the goddess Nuit if you're interested in her. The lady with stars in her hair, a goddess figure from which all life is born. And Nuit actually comes back into the Thoth deck later, which is how I'm making this association. Nuit comes back in much later in the actual deck. Now you can see here what appears to be a snake and also a bird, which appear to be curling around what looks like a stained glass window. The snake is of course the Kundalini, the serpentine energy which rises up through the chakras and results in enlightenment. The dove is a symbol of peace and of spiritual love and that type of thing, but esoterically the dove can often represent spirit coming down from the spiritual into the material, whereas the aforementioned Kundalini, of course, is energy coming up from the material into the spiritual. And so the reason these are put together behind the Hierophant here is that they yet again have that linking, the linking of spirit and matter, of form and formlessness. Astrologically, they are also the planet Mars, which we come to later again in the tarot deck as well. There is a card all about Mars, the Tower card. And out of interest, the dove and the snake show up on the Tower card as well, which we will come to later in the series. As well, on this top part of the card, with the dark background representing Nuit or the universe, you can see a series of nails, and there are actually 9 nails in total. Let's take this back to the Tree of Life. Number 9 in the Tree of Life is the 9th Sephiroth, of course, which is Yesod. Yesod being ruled by the moon being associated with Taurus, Taurus ruling the Hierophant. It's all a circle and all connected. In fact, we will see that coming up time and time again in the card. If you look carefully, you can see that there are lines throughout the card, and if we join up the lines, we will see 3 quite common themes here in the symbols. So you can see a large hexagram which covers the entire card, and you can also see a small pentagram and a larger inverted pentagram. Put together, of course, what do these mean? They mean exactly the same thing that we've had from the beginning of this, the whole joining of macrocosm and microcosm situation once more. The Hierophant is wearing a crown on his head, and this crown could be seen here as the crown of Osiris within ancient Egypt. So the actual shape of it is very similar to that crown which was said to be worn by Osiris. He's holding a very interesting staff in his hands, and the staff has 3 unique circles coming around it, all joining together. These are said to represent 3 aeons. So there are 3 aeons interlocking and therefore joining together, so they're working independently but also as separate entities, and they are this is connecting it right back to the Aleister Crowley religion of Thelema. They are, of course, if you've read any of that, Isis, Osiris and Horus. The upper ring, which I've marked here, could be Horus, and the other rings, the left being Isis and the right one being Osiris. The reason that I know that this is the positions that they were in is because Crowley actually mentioned this in the Book of Thoth, and also because in Thelema, Horus is the most recent of the Aeons, it would be sensible to say that the Aeon of Horus would be on top of the staff. You'll also notice that the Hierophant is making a sign, or a mudra, with his hands, in his left hand rather. So he has 2 fingers pointing up and 2 fingers pointing down. This is seen on all esoteric images, some of the most common being the images such as the Magician, which we had right back at the very beginning of this series, and other paintings as well. It's the same thing. It's the drawing down of energy from spirit into material, and the drawing up from material into spirit. In other words, it's creating a bridge between worlds, and so this blessing that he is making is a blessing that passes through all realms of reality. It's a blessing of a bridge between the actual veils of the mysteries of existence, its very self. Now you'll see that around the Hierophant are various animal symbols, the largest and most obvious of these being the bull. The bull quite clearly is a symbol of Taurus, which we've mentioned before, and so it's because this is like the biggest and most obviously seeing of the animals on here, it is a grounding. It's bringing him, he's physically in the earth vibration. He's not sort of all airy-fairy and not interacting with the physical world. He's very much grounded within the physical world that we actually live on. You can also see elephants around the outside of the card. These have been associated with Taurus over the ages as well. It can also be a symbol of the things in the material world that we often hold quite dear to us, such as strength and vitality of life, and of course longevity. Now we can also see down at the bottom of the Hierophant a rather wonderful image of a goddess, and this is the goddess Isis. And she is holding a sword, and the sword is drawn down the middle of her body, which is actually going between her legs, and a ray of light is coming down and crossing over in the area of which would be her womb. And so this represents fertility, and the sword could represent the male aspect, which would be the Hierophant. So it could be a phallic symbol in that respect. And in her hand she's holding a bow, and this bow is a crescent moon. And this is the bow of Artemis, which we've seen previously in the 4th deck with the Priestess card number 2. She is the coming of the new age, the birth of a new realm. In Thelemic terms, she is the new Aeon, of which was foretold to have come the new Aeon of Horus. You will now see in the centre of the card, in the upright pentagram, if you look very carefully, there is actually a baby or a child actually within the pentagram. If we take it that this child is Horus, then we can go back to the staff yet again and link up those 3 Aeons, because of course we have Isis on the card, who is the wife of Osiris, and therefore the mother of Horus, and so there are the 3 Aeons linked together. The child looks quite happy. It looks like it's almost dancing along, or sort of playing. And if you look at the feet of the child, he is actually wearing a sandal with straps on it, and some have suggested that the sandal strap image could be connected to the Ankh being that very potent and very powerful symbol, of course, of life, and so the child is dancing in the light of life. Some have also suggested that the sandal strap could be symbolic of the Sphinx and the various powers of the Sphinx which were given to it, such as to know, to dare, to will, to keep silent, and to go. The to go suggesting that the child is going happily amongst his way, if you like. And of course the child is encased here within the upright pentagram. And so Horus within the pentagram implies the image that we've seen many times if we've studied Hermeticism, of what is known as the golden ratio, the perfect proportions of life and beauty and wonder, and hence a harmony of the universe. And so this new child, of which has been birthed through this linking of microcosm and macrocosm, is dancing and free and happy because he's not restrained by a slavery of the mind of any type, and this could be through culture, through society, or through religious boundaries, because this Hierophant understands things on a much higher level than that. He has brought this spirit down into the world through knowledge which is greatly different from that of which we are taught in the mainstream, and so the child is free and is surrounded, as you can see, completely in light rather than in darkness. He is also a child very much in the centre of the card, and so in the centre of the world, and if we look in each four corner of the card we can see symbols in faces representing different astrological signs of the universe. In the bottom right we have Leo, moving to the bottom left Taurus again, up to the top left we have Scorpio, and finishing in the top right with Aquarius. And so we have a great continuation there and a great astrological meaning to the card. And so if you draw the Thoth Hierophant in your tarot reading, it could mean a great deal of things, from physical fatherhood or marriage down to listening to the traditional teachings of religions and of spiritual traditions and learning all about them, both within their dogma and culture and without it, in order to get a full understanding of it, which encompasses not just a small section of knowledge, but a knowledge which encompasses the entire universe. The Lovers is often seen to be a very positive and very uplifting card to draw in your tarot readings. The popular Rider-Waite Lovers card shows a vista of Eden. You can see the tree with the snake representing a temptation, and you can see Adam and Eve, and behind Adam is a flaming tree suggesting burning passion and therefore a very physical energy. And yet between them is an angel, of which spreads out its hands between them and comes in through the clouds, reminding them that they are of spirit and that they are unified with spirit. The Thoth Lovers card, however, goes much more into depth with the actual details of this and what it may mean, in a continuation of what we have seen previously with the cards representing the hermeticism of the universe, the as above and so below. The Lovers card on the Tree of Life would be path number 17, which is known as the path of disposing intelligence. This is a rather hard to understand path, and it speaks about people being clothed within the Holy Spirit, and so Spirit is protecting them and clothing them, almost shielding them, which reminds me of an old translation in Genesis of God creating coats of skin for Adam and Eve, suggesting that they were pure souls and pure spirits before our bodies, these coats of skin, were created for them. At the bottom of the card we have a look yet again at our Hebrew character, and this time it is the character of Zagin, which can be translated to mean the word sword. A sword can imply in alchemy a division between things. It can be a point where something is split into two forms of itself, so in other words, a splitting from a whole into an aspect of duality. And so, unlike the previous card, the Hierophant, which was all about bringing energy together into a unity, here we have the energy split into its duality, and so it really is that the bodies have been granted this aforementioned coat of skin in order to incarnate into the physical world. The other side of the bottom of the card shows the astrological sign, and here we have Gemini. Gemini, of course, being, as we have just been suggesting, the twins, implying a duality yet again. And also in terms of divination with the Lovers card, it can imply a choice which may need to be made, and so the twins can be two sets of paths and only one of them should be chosen by you to continue upon your journey through life. The character in the middle of the Lovers card, in between the two characters, is said to be the character in the story of the Tarot of the Hermit. Now the Hermit has his own card, of course, much later on in the deck, which we will come to, and he is a very mysterious card, connected with the creative power of the entire universe and all manner of fertility and mystery and of magic. And here in the Lover's card you can see that the Hermit has wrapped around his arms a scroll, and this scroll appears to be moving in a continuum, so you can't tell where it begins and where it ends. This scroll suggests that he is holding within him the knowledge, the wisdom and intelligence of many different realms of existence. And so he is basically holding within his hands the knowledge of creation. This relates him back to the Magus card at the beginning of the tarot story, and also simply suggests the multiple layered reality of which we live in. His hands are forming a symbol which is known as the sign of the Enterer. Now, the sign of the Enterer is used in ceremonial magic, and it is a form of which mimics one reaching out for something, in this case reaching out to the intelligence of the universe so that we may bring it in and learn from it. This is, of course, in rituals of Thelema, which is Aleister Crowley's belief system, of which these cards are taken from. And Crowley also speaks of the sign of the Enterer being used as a blessing at the end of a religious service, and also simply to dedicate whatever it is that one is blessing to a higher power, to the universe or to God. And so you can see that the Hermit is a very mysterious looking figure here on the Lover's card. He's wearing a shroud, which signifies that mysteries are hidden behind a veil, so saying that nature will never reveal to us her secrets, although she may allow us at certain points to have a mere glimpse behind that veil. The secrets will always be hidden from us. This type of shroud has been seen on other cards in the Thoth Tarot, and as well as the Rider-Waite Tarot as well. For example, the High Priestess card keeps her scroll hidden partly away in her shawl, suggesting again that we may only glimpse at the secrets of which were held within it. Now, behind the Hermit's head is this very popular image of the light, the Kether, the spiritual crown. This, of course, has been seen before in the deck as well, and suggests that divine light coming down into the consciousness of the actual character. On the card we can also see a Cupid image, and the Cupid could be Eros, the Roman god, of course, and the son of Hermes. The word Thelema is actually written upon his quiver. Now, this is very difficult for one to actually see, but it is written there. Thelema, of course, means will, and is also the name of the very belief system that these cards are inspired by with Aleister Crowley, and so the word will is written on there. You can see that the Cupid is actually blindfolded, and so you can choose to interpret this in two different ways. The first meaning that it is a blind and subconscious seeking for a partner or a relationship, and also on a more metaphysical level that it is the unconscious desire of a unity with God, that the soul in its state that it is divided and has an unconscious desire to be reunited with the unity of God. And the arrow that the Cupid has is that force of will being shot forward, and it must be said that because, of course, the Cupid is a character associated with love, that the will that is being shot forward via the arrow is being delivered through love, because, of course, the Thelemic law is do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law, love under will. And so that image really encapsulates that the arrow, as well as just the material will, can be a spiritual will, or a type of knowledge that we have inside of us, of that unity of creation, which is behind the illusion of the physical world. The rest of the card is one very much composed of duality. For example, in the very top right hand corner of the card we can see Eve, of which would represent life, of course, and in the top left hand corner we can see what is thought to be Lilith, which would represent death. And so they're representing the form and formlessness, of course, if we were to look at them in metaphysical ways. There is an archway which appears to be made out of swords. This is the gateway into spirit, the gateway into that spiritual light which is coming down to within the hermit. We can also see a king and queen very prominent on the actual card. What's quite wonderful is that they are actually wearing the crowns which were seen previously, the crowns of the emperor and the empress, and so they are of course the sun and the moon and Chesed and Geberar and so on and so forth within that wonderful world of duality that we actually have there. And so the king is the emperor in the tarot story, that red tincture, the sulphur, the sun, what we had before, and the queen is the empress, the white tincture, the salt, the moon. This is a wonderful union of those opposites and represents that hermetic power of the entire universe there. You'll notice that the emperor is holding within his hand a sword. This is the phallic symbol, and the empress is holding within her hand the holy grail, the chalice, which represents the womb, and there is also a dove on the chalice, suggesting that what is born from this chalice is comprised at its highest state of love. You can see the lemniscate images upon the orange shawl, the circle of life and death, and you can see the bees yet again upon the Empress's shawl, that fertility and that busyness and bringing of life. Furthermore to this, we have the lion on the card. Of course, this is Leo, the element of fire. He has 5 little points on his tail, which brings us back once again to Geberar on the Tree of Life. And therefore, of course, the eagle figure, which is also seen on the card, is Scorpio, water, the opposite to fire, of course, and he has 4 feathers upon his tail, which brings us to the opposite, of course, Chesed on the Tree of Life once again. So it's wonderful. It represents that relationship between Chesed and Geberar, which of course is the crowns on the king and queen, the empress and the emperor upon the card as well. So much wonderful symbology going on there. And of course we can see the 2 twins, the children, upon the card as well. They are of course Gemini, and they are assistants by holding things up on the actual card to the emperor and empress. And so they have evolved from the babies which were seen on the Fool card. They've grown up, and so the story really does evolve as it goes along, and so those babies are now these children that we can see here. The reason that the children are black and white is of course just a very simple idea of opposites and doesn't mean anything more than that. The white child is holding 4 roses, which is Chesed yet again. The roses of course can also be seen as a type of feminine archetype as well, so if we want to go down those routes, this is a girl. And the black child is holding a club, and the club simply means Geberar. It's Chesed and Geberar yet again. And a club, of course, something which can be used as a weapon, traditionally would be a masculine archetype, and so it can also be seen therefore as phallic, and in that case male, and so we have a male and a female. Now these twins are standing upon a very mysterious symbol, which is known as the Orphic egg. In very basic terms, the egg of course is a symbol of fertility, and a new life is concealed within the egg. And so the egg of course is the product of that union between the emperor and the empress, that they would produce a new life. And it's also on a more mystical way. There is a soul inside the egg, and when the egg hatches, the soul is born into physical terms, and so it has sacrificed its unity with the universe to experience the life of division in the physical world. There is a snake with wings, a winged serpent, of which is coiled around the egg. In Thelemic terms, this is Hajit, the Thelemic god of wisdom. And a god of wisdom, wisdom being that highest light, on the Tree of Life would be Kether yet again, that spiritual light. And so to draw the Lovers in your tarot reading is indeed a very positive card, and in its most basic sense it is talking about a desire for love, a desire for a partner, and yet it's suggesting and asking the person of whom has drawn the card to make sure that you have made the right choice with this relationship, because the card is very much one of choice and of duality. And in non-physical relationship terms, it can mean that your soul, your spirit, longs for that unity of where it came from, to go back to its spiritual source. And in this period of time where we are alive in these physical bodies, in this world of duality, in this world of illusion, that one should work on their consciousness, work upon who they are, be the best person you can be, and therefore you will attract other people of whom gel well and link up with you on this journey throughout the cosmos. On the previous card, the Lovers, we saw suggestions of life being born from the spiritual world down into the physical. The Chariot card carries on this journey, and although at first glance it appears to have much less symbolism in it than some of the previous cards, it still carries on this idea of which has been growing throughout the tarot story. In many ways, the Fourth Chariot bears more resemblance to the popular Rider-Waite card than what we had previously seen before. The Rider-Waite showing a regal-looking warrior adorned with symbols of the stars and moon, charging forward towards the reader by duality-dressed Sphinx characters. In the centre of the chariot is what may or may not be another Orphic egg, suggesting that this journey is one of being born into a physical body, the sun behind him representing, of course, that essence of life. The Fourth Chariot card occupies path number 18 on the Kabbalistic Tree of Life. Now this is the first time on the Tree of Life that a card has come down, so this is coming from Binar down to Geberar, which of course implies the descent of the spirit into the physical, which is what we saw previously and suggested with the Orphic egg. This is especially true when we consider that Binar on the Tree of Life is associated with the birth of form, and so this journey that the chariot is going on is the journey through physical life, and it's suggesting that no matter what our personal beliefs may be, we are all on our own journeys through life in our own unique ways. And down at the bottom of the card, yet again we have our Hebrew character, and this Hebrew character is the word cheth, which can mean either a field or a fence. It's quite interesting that the actual character itself resembles what may be a fence. And of course, if we're to take this idea of a field and a fence, that of course creates an enclosure of which one would cultivate crops in order to live their lives, or an enclosure of which to build upon it their house or their property. In more metaphysical terms, this enclosure would be the container for a spiritual essence, and so if we are to catch lightning in a jar, we need a jar to catch it in the first place. So the bodies of which we inhabit in this physical world are containers or enclosures for the spirit or the soul to reside within. Much in the same way that if you wanted to drive down a road, you would need a car in order to do so. If you wanted to exist in this physical vibration, you would need to inhabit a physical body to do so. The other side of the bottom of the card shows the astrological sign, and this time the chariot is associated with the astrological sign of Cancer. Cancer is the ruling sign of this card, and it is characterised as a crab. And a crab, going by what we've just seen before, has over the top of itself a hard shell, and it can also retreat into its shell if it is in trouble, suggesting that this shell is hiding within it the softer and more delicate nature inside it. Now you'll notice that the actual person of whom is within the chariot himself is holding no reins, and so the chariot may be moving, and yet he is not actually driving or controlling it in any way. His main function is to carry the item within his hands, which we will come to later. He is not actually controlling the destiny of this chariot in any way. And so on the previous card, which was associated with Gemini, implying a choice, the choice has now been made and the road must be travelled down. The charioteer has upon his head a crab on his helmet, which is of course yet another symbol of the ruling planetary force of this card, which is Cancer. Now, his armour is, as the crab would be, a protective shell or a protective armour, and yet again is suggestive that he is inside the armour. The armour wouldn't move if he wasn't inside making it move, and so we are the drivers of our bodies. We aren't a brain or a body, but we have a brain and have a body. Upon his actual armour are 10 stars. The 10 stars are most likely symbols of the Tree of Life itself, and so all 10 Sephiroth on the Tree of Life, which when joined together represent the entirety of the universe, and they are also associated with the world of Isaiah, which could be translated into English as the world of action, of movement. There are also sapphires or gem-style crystals upon the armour. These are linked to the Sephiroth of Binah yet again, the birth of form. And when form is fully birthed, it would be down in the Sephiroth of Malkuth. And so this is suggesting that this journey of which the charioteer is on is the journey of manifestation. He's setting out into the world to manifest his will, to manifest the life of which he has chosen on that path of which he has decided to go down. The helmet on the armour of which he is wearing is closed, so we cannot actually see his face. Now, in the Book of Thoth, Aleister Crowley gives a rather sinister sounding explanation of this, of where he states, "No man may look upon his face and live." This isn't quite as sinister as what it first appears. In spiritual terms, this merely means that if we were to glimpse at his true identity, the observer of which is driving this body, the consciousness, if we were to understand the true nature of that consciousness, then our perspective of the world would change completely. And so, in other words, if we were to look upon his face, his true face, then our perspective of the old world would die. Our understanding of reality would be changed. Now, he is sitting in what is quite obvious to most people as a posture of meditation. And so this is saying that he is concentrating very much on his will, and he's concentrating on the manifestation of his will internally, inside himself. He's not focusing on what's going on around him. The whole world could be falling around him, but he's concentrating on that fire of spirit inside, which will allow him to manifest his own will and set the chariot upon going down that road to see it manifested. He is meditating in this position by sitting on top of the moon. Now, the moon in this case is not the same feminine archetype that we saw with the Empress. Here it is thought to represent the subconscious mind, and so by sitting on top of the moon, he's saying that he is taking control over his subconscious mind. He is taking mastery over it with his meditation. Now, the chariot itself has red-coloured wheels. A red circle on the Tree of Life is, of course, Geberah. Geberah is ruled by the planet Mars, and Mars is an astrological planet which is very much concerned with that world of action, the world of movement, of will, which is, of course, exactly what the movement of the wheels would symbolise on the actual card. This is similar to the fact that he is wearing a red cloak as well, suggesting that he has within him a passionate intention. There is a difference between merely wanting something to happen and actually setting an intention for it to happen, and here he is setting forth with his will and putting action into it, so he is actually making definite steps to manifest his will. There is also a white cloak to go along with the red cloak, and the white cloak represents that this will, at its highest form, is a pure will. It's comprised out of white light of Kether, and so it's going back to do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, and the bit that everybody misses off, which is love is the law, love under will. And so he is seen here, you could say in Thelemic terms, to be performing his true will, because his true will always be comprised out of that light and that love. Around the chariot you can see he's passing through what appears to be 4 pillars. These 4 pillars, unlike Jachin and Boaz before, which were merely 2, here represent the Tetragrammaton, and so they're representing all 4 parts of the name of the Tetragrammaton, which represents the universe itself, the macrocosm and microcosm once again. And so he's passing through a liminal state, the linking of the spiritual with the physical. This is the line between waking and sleeping that we've seen so many times upon the channel and within this actual tarot deck. So the fact that he's actually passing through them on the picture on the card represents that he is crossing a veil from that spiritual into that physical. So he is himself manifestation. He is that force of manifestation that you are seeing crossing from Geberard down into Binar and onwards into the physical world. The Sphinxes take up the vast majority of the bottom half of the card, and unlike the Rider-Waite deck, this has 4 distinct Sphinxes. And yet if we are to look at these Sphinxes, they are not merely Sphinxes, but are a bull, a lion, a man, and an eagle. And so the lion is the element of fire and Leo, the eagle is water and Scorpio, the man is air and Aquarius, and the bull is earth and Taurus. And so these Sphinxes are the physical world. They are the fixed elements of this physical vibration of which we are actually in. You could call them cardinal signs. So they are elements of manifestation. These are the things of which make up this physical world, of which is where he is coming to. He is facing the direction of the physical world. In his hands he holds the most esoteric symbol on this card. What he is actually holding is the Holy Grail, and so within his hands is one of the most potent symbols of life and of mystery. Within inside the Holy Grail is an amethyst, the stone which can be associated with the planet of Jupiter, or in other words, all of these great things of the physical world, such as healing and prosperity, good fortune, miracles, and whatever else wonderful things you can think of. The Holy Grail, of course, in popular culture, was used by Jesus at the Last Supper, and is a symbol of which represents the taking in to one's body of the mysteries of the universe, as seen symbolically in the taking of a Eucharist. Now it's worth noting that Aleister Crowley identified the Holy Grail with a type of sexual alchemy. So in other words, he is suggesting that the Holy Grail symbolises the mysteries of life itself and the mysteries of where we actually come from. Now this grail that the charioteer is holding contains 4 handles, or 4 spiral looking designs around the side of it, and these are symbolic of the 4th Sephiroth on the Tree of Life, which is yet again Chesed. On a similar note, the 6 rays of light which appear to be radiating from the centre of the Grail represent the 6th Sephiroth, which is Tifereth. The actual red centre of the Grail itself, as well as representing that holy blood of which was said to be within the Grail, also represents the sun. Now what's quite fascinating here is that in astrology the sun enters the sign of Cancer, which is associated with the chariot, on what is around the time of the summer solstice, which is the time where the sun is at its most powerful and at its highest in the sky. So if we then take that metaphor and go to the highest point upon the tarot card of the chariot, we can see written on the top of this banner the word Abracadabra. Now in Thelema, the true word of abracadabra would be abra-ha-dabra. Now this is interesting because the Hebrew word cheth, which was associated with the card, in gematria has a value of 418. This is the same numerical value to the word abra-ha-dabra. If we also break down the word itself, we can find that it's comprised out of 5 vowels and 6 consonants. If we are to then take this to create stars, we would have a 5-pointed star, otherwise known as a pentagram, which represents man, of course, the microcosm. And the 6 can be drawn into the 6-pointed star or the hexagram, which would represent God, or the universe, the macrocosm. Put them all together and come out with the magic word of abra-ha-dabra, and we have yet again the aim of Hermeticism itself forming itself on the very top of the card. And so to finish, let's look yet again at Aleister Crowley saying that if we are to look upon the face of the charioteer, that we would not live. Is to suggest that if we are to draw this card, that we may need a hard shell throughout our journey in life. There may be struggles and uphill battles to face, and yet once we have glimpsed at the true nature of these things and glimpsed at the mysteries of existence, we're going to set a road, an intention to go upon. We're going to work through those troubles and those battles, and we're going to charge forth along that road with set intention. And of course, once these things have begun, things will begin to link up to create the manifestation. And so once we have glimpsed at our intention and set ourselves upon it, the old world will die, and we will charge through that veil towards the new one. On the chariot card, we could see that his cape was comprised out of both red and white colours, suggesting the movement of manifesting his will, underpinned by his true will in Thelemic terms. The next card, that of adjustment, carries on this theme and expands upon the suggestions of free will and of true will. This is the first time that we have seen quite stark differences between the Rider-Waite card and the Thoth card, with the Rider-Waite deck actually being called Justice and showing a much more authoritarian and royal looking design than what Aleister Crowley's images suggest. The Rider-Waite Justice card says that a justice is about to happen. His sword is in the air, he is making his decision, and he holds within his hands the scales of justice. This card implies that one's destiny hangs in the balance of a legal implication and of the courts of law in very material and human terms. The Thoth adjustment card, on the other hand, although still speaking of a justice, implies it much more in a karmic way, and therefore in a much more subtle and metaphysical way. The card has, as many Thoth cards do, a duality and a balance to it, suggesting that the judgment has already been made, and the manifestation, the world after the judgment, is beginning to manifest. Over on the Kabbalistic Tree of Life, the adjustment card occupies the path of between Geberah and Tifereth, which is fitting for the actual card because Geberah could be taken in this regard to be the destructive aspect of man, and Tifereth could be the heart of man, and so we have that balance there yet again, instead of being suggested in the scales, being suggested in the Sephiroth of the Tree of Life. And so what the symbols here are suggesting is that if we follow our true will, we would bring order into the chaos of the universe. Following one's true will in Thelema is akin to following one's life's calling. It's like when people say they always felt drawn towards a particular career, or they felt fascinated by specific topics even from an extremely young age when they would have no so-called logical reason to do so. It is the essence of the soul's purpose, and although circumstances and times change along with us, you can often trace this calling, this glimpsing of a purpose right back to your extremely early childhood. And so what this is suggesting is that in order to discover and therefore follow our true will, we have to place our consciousness at the position of the heart, Tifereth, on the Tree of Life, And so we have to come down from the destructive nature of Geberah, the destructive, chaotic way of the physical world, and adjust ourselves into that position of the heart. Down at the bottom of the card, we can see yet again our Hebrew character, and this time it's associated with the Hebrew letter Lamed, which oddly enough means ox goad. Now, the goad in Hebrew cultures was a farming tool which was used to guide livestock, specifically oxen, hence the term ox goad. It could be used to help round up the cattle and put them into their pastures, or to guide them when they are pulling a plough or a cart across the land. It's basically a long pointed stick, which in modern terms could be approximated to be a cattle prod. Metaphysically, this can represent, of course, a type of restriction. The ox pulling the plough is restricted in which way it can go, and if it tries to veer off the path, then the shepherd would use the ox goad to adjust its path. We can also see down at the bottom of the card the astrological attribution, which here, of course, is going to be Libra. Libra, the scales, which is, of course, an energy of balance and equilibrium. It can be all about karmic cause and effect. It can be about bringing things in our life into a type of balance, or in very basic terms, weighing up the pros and cons of something before you decide which way to go. And so this is quite obviously the entire essence of justice, which is the Rider-Waite card, and adjustment here on the 4th tarot. Now, there is an association between this card and the first card of the Fool, which we will come to in symbolism later, but just sticking with the Hebrew character for a moment, the Fool's Hebrew character was Aleph, and of course we have here Lamed. This can be another name for Aleister Crowley's famous book, The Book of the Law, which was Liber Al, A-L. Of course, the main theme of the Book of the Law is love is the law, love under will. And with respect to the card that we're looking at here, it's saying that the love, the universal love, the spiritual light of Kether, is in everything. It's the reconciliation of opposites, the microcosm and macrocosm. It's the balancing of the world of that karma. We can see more of the connection of the Fool with adjustment by having a look at the actual costume of the character on the card, which is wearing a carnival-style mask and a checkered diamond pattern on their costume, which brings us back to the world of the Harlequin, the world of the trickster and the fool, which is where the tarot story begins, this light-hearted little servant of whom is foolishly, which of course simply means walking in ignorance, into the universe, and in physical terms is often the butt of jokes. He is a clown and he pursues things and learns along his way, often with quite dramatic consequences. The character is holding a sword. The sword is a phallic symbol. It is here between the legs of the rather feminine-looking image on the actual card. This, of course, is a very fertile symbol, and it suggests that this coming together of masculine and female duality is often brought on by that force of love, and therefore represents a manifestation through that force. The overarching symbology of the card, however, could be seen as more feminine than the previous card, as could be suggested by the green colours which are seen on it, which could symbolise that the card is ruled by the planet Venus. Now you can see on the actual scales within the card the letters for Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. These are balanced perfectly within the scales and are actually connected at the top of her crown, suggesting that they are related to the world of consciousness. And so here they symbolise all the possibilities that are open to us to manifest within the world. There is a beginning and an ending of our existence in these physical bodies, and there is a beginning and ending of possibilities therefore to manifest within this world. And so it's saying choose your manifestations wisely and follow that calling of which you've had. Carpe diem, seize the day. The chains which are connected to this, and these black chains that you can see around the card, suggest the element of Saturn in astrological terms, and Saturn being a rather heavy and dark and restrictive planetary force means that following one's true will in order to bring about this adjustment and harmony will be rather difficult at times, and so you will need to focus and you'll need to work on it. It's not going to be always without its troubles. On the card are these rather large blue and green spheres. These are thought to be a rather simple symbology here on the card, simply suggesting a balance of masculine and feminine energies, which is something that we've seen on previous cards already. Of more interest and much more esoteric is the curtain of which she is standing in front of, which is comprised out of diamonds, and in fact there are diamond patterns all over the card. The first and most simplest way of interpreting these is that they are the diamond of Kether, the pure spiritual light, the purity of being, that love. And this is also seen back on the Fool card yet again, which brings home once more the connection between these two cards. In more metaphysical terms, these are suggestive of the Vesica Piscis, a type of sacred geometry and mathematical shape which is formed by two spheres or circles of the same radius, which intersect in a way where their centre lies on the perimeter of the other. And of course you could create this Vesica Piscis from the discs of masculine and feminine energy that we've seen on the card. This is connected with fertility, of birth, and of a circle of life, and therefore brings us back to the idea of karma within the card. And so they represent another liminal state, this time in physical terms, represented by the hymen, and the Vesica Piscis image, of course, shows up in this type of shape all over the world, of which is broken when the daughter becomes the mother, and so this is a circle of life. The mother gives birth to the daughter becomes the mother, of whom gives birth to the daughter, and so on, and the soul is manifested into this world with its sole purpose, its true will, which is to be followed and is to go through this journey from the Fool. It starts off as the Fool and steps forth into the world in order to learn of these great mysteries. In more simple terms, if you are to draw this card in your tarot reading, it can mean see what's good for us and what's not good for us, weigh up the pros and cons and let go of the stuff that's no good. It can mean to confront yourself with the fact that there are various possibilities and choices that you can make, and that there may also be limitations to those choices and possibilities. And of course, it can make us think about the consequences of our actions, that suggestion of karma, which runs deeply throughout the card. All our actions and decisions in life have consequences, and we have to live with the manifestation of those consequences. And so it's asking us to have a look at this happening both within our personal lives and also, as always with all tarot cards, within the macrocosm, within the entire universe as well. The Hermit is one of the most popular tarot cards, not least because it's been used on posters and on t-shirts for various bands and images throughout the years. It's a very esoteric card, and over on the Rider-Waite deck we can see a solitary hermit standing on top of a mountain, holding a lantern within his hand adorned with a six-pointed star, the seal of Solomon, a symbol of wisdom. As he walks his path, his lamp guides his way, and yet it only illuminates the first few steps of his journey. He cannot see the entire road ahead of him, but instead it's lit little by little as he uses his light to guide him. Moving over to the fourth deck, and we have a card with much more symbolism than what we had over on the Rider-Waite tarot cards. Over on the Kabbalistic Tree of Life, the Hermit connects Chesed to Tifereth, which is the 20th path on the actual Tree of Life. These two Sephiroth are both masculine within their attributes, and Chesed is a more constructive element, a constructive energy, therefore suggesting the idea of a journey, and a journey towards a particular intention, a path of growth, and something with a goal in mind, of which is to be reached at the end of the journey. At the bottom of the card, let's have a look at our Hebrew character. This time it's the character of Yod. Now, this has many different meanings to it, and in its most basic pictorial sense could be translated to mean hand, and As we will see later on, there is a hand featured in a prominent place upon the card. The Yod is also the first word of the Tetragrammaton, the first letter of it, and it's also the foundation of all the other letters within the Hebrew alphabet. So all the letters within the Hebrew alphabet are merely combinations and continuations of different ways of forming and shaping the letter of Yod. Yod symbolises a point of divine light. It symbolises, if you like, God, the spiritual entity, as the Father, wisdom, the highest form of light, the creator of worlds themselves. And indeed there is more symbolism which connects to this later on in the actual card. And so we can see the astrological attribution on the bottom of the card as well, and this time it is the Virgo sign, which although is a masculine sign, also has a kind of duality to it, so it has a feminine side to it. Virgo is associated very much with the physical body, the health of the body, and the personal development in our life, ruled by Mercury, which is exalted within Virgo in astrology. Mercury is of course represented by will of God, the creation of worlds like what we've had before, and we will see later on in the card as well, and the symbolism of the actual hermit himself. Mercury as a god is also seen as a guider of souls, a ferryman, so this god would guide souls throughout the world to come after death, the underworld, the afterworld. He therefore is a mediator, a middleman between worlds, the world of the living, the world of the dead. He would be the one that would meet you and guide you across the world to come. And of course this is what we see in popular images of the hermit as well. Now a hermit himself, of course, is symbolic of solitude, and solitude has to come with a type of independence. In order to live completely on one's own, you would be off-grid, you would be away from the world of man, and you would have to have independence to live like that. And so it's suggesting that type of wisdom which is gained by a connection to one's higher consciousness happens silently within this solitude, within this character of whom is withdrawn from the world, and this is happening within him, not outside in the world that he can see. And so it's the silence of coming into wisdom, of coming into understanding, of withdrawing into reading, for example, to gain wisdom, to study. Now the hermit himself is actually shaped on the fourth deck in the shape of the letter Yod, which is quite a wonderful symbol. And so Yod, of course, is the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, and all the letters are formed of it, and it's the first word of the Tetragrammaton. Therefore, it is the seed of wisdom. If that letter is used to create all the other letters, then it is the seed of the letters. It's the origin of the letters. And so to have the hermit in the shape of Yod suggests that the hermit himself is the origin of wisdom. He is that seed of all knowledge within us. In the background of the card you can actually see wheat. This is an agricultural symbol. Usually this connects to rural and pastoral life, and also within astrology it's Virgo, and this goes back to as well the Persephone story with the pomegranate in your classical civilization. And the growth of wheat is also connected with the changing of seasons, harvest, and so metaphysically this would mean that of course you would be growing wisdom within you. You would, as a plant of a seed, you would have to plant a seed, allow it to grow within you. You wouldn't just come across wisdom fully grown, you would have to nurture it from that seed and allow it to grow and germinate within you. You would do that physically by watering the plant, tending to the plant, and metaphysically you would do it by being guided by your higher consciousness and by contemplation, meditation and study. The actual head of the hermit is a very different looking thing to the Rider-Waite deck, where it looks very human. Here we have instead the head of an ibis. The ibis bird is associated with Thoth in ancient Egypt, and so this is a very powerful spiritual bird which was very much venerated within Egyptian culture. Thoth, of course, is a god of the written word, he's a scribe, he's a god of wisdom and knowledge, which is just what the whole card is all about. Thoth, of course, is also the name of the entire deck, suggesting that there is something of that knowledge and wisdom running through every card in the deck. Now, the lantern of which the Hermit is holding here on the Thoth deck is shaped in a diamond pattern. Now, the diamond's something that we've seen twice already within the Thoth deck, and it can mean many different things, but here the symbol is once again that of Kether, the formless, pure, spiritual white light. In the centre of the lantern is an image of the sun. So this suggests that he is not just being led by his own wisdom, but there's a spiritual light guiding him as well, and this is guiding him along the path, just as we've seen in other tarot cards as well on the deck. It's saying that there's a light of spirit which is inspiring him, inspiring that wisdom and creation that is drawing him and making him want to go around that path. This is illuminating him essentially. You can see this yet again on the fact that there are these yellow golden lights emanating from the centre of the lantern. They are actually touching all of the other symbols on the card, or they're reaching out to them at least. So everything is touched by this spiritual, pure light of the sun. Now, one of the most interesting symbols upon the card is seen here. This symbol is, as well, it looks a little bit like the magician's staff, but it's actually a sperm. It's the origin of life, and so also the potential of the new life which is yet to be born. Now, going back to the beginning, where we looked at the character Yod, down at the bottom of the card, Aleister Crowley himself, in the Book of Thoth, that the sperm here on the card represents physical life and connects us to the idea of Yod as the creator of worlds. And so the Hermit here is the creator of worlds. His sperm, of course, has the potential to create new life, to create a life which goes forth into that new world. This is the force of human creation. This is the very potent sexual force, without of which, of course, none of us would have been born. And so this sperm is hidden. Of course, you can't see it in ejaculate, and you can't see it as it goes and germinates the egg inside. And so the sperm is a type of hermit in itself, and so in that regard, that's what the card is. Now, looking inside the sperm, we can see that there is a fetus inside it, and this goes back to very old ideas that the sperm contained within it a little mini human, if you like, which of course it can do in some ways if you want to go to DNA and so on. And of course, if you look at the head of this, you can see yet again there is another diamond symbol here, and so the life that's in there has within it God, it has within it spiritual light, Kether. It's pure, it's filled with that light, and it's buzzing with the potential of what it could become when it's born. Now, there's also a large three-headed dog on the card, a Cerberus. This dog is actually looking in all different directions. It can see what's going on all around it. These represent the lower consciousness, the lower world of our world. It's not stopping the journey, however, and so the Cerberus is being tamed by the Hermit. The Hermit's risen above the Cerberus, and he still manages to carry on his journey. He's not frightened of this creature, the lower consciousness. He's overcome it, and this is something that we've seen before as well. It's suggesting that the head, which is looking forward with the open mouth, represents our method of speech, our talking. And so the central head, therefore, is thought. This is higher than the other heads, so everything begins with thought. Thought comes before action and speech, and nothing can happen if it doesn't have a thought first. The head that's looking back over, therefore, is the world of action, of taking action to manifest your will and so on. There is also yet another Orphic egg, which we've previously seen on the Lover's card, and this is on the Hermit card too. As we've seen before, the Orphic egg symbolises the manifestation of the world, the universe come into being. And yet here it can also be the subjective world of the individual, the suggestion that we see the world all slightly differently, we create our own reality in our own terms, and so we're manifesting what it is that we are putting out in our thoughts. The Hermit is actually looking directly at this Orphic egg, So he's looking at the manifested universe. He's saying, I want to learn all about this, I want to study it. And in order to study the universe, of course, I'm studying myself, because I am the microcosm and that is the macrocosm. So to study one is to study the other. There is a pyramid on the card, which is formed by a ray of light which is not coming from the lantern, and yet the light is intersecting with that from the lantern. The pyramid can be symbolic of all manner of different things, and yet if we connect this to what we've previously seen, the sperm, it could be suggested here that the pyramid is a symbol of an energy rising upwards, and so in other words, it's a type of phallic symbol, and this would indicate that that light of the sun, of which he's holding in his hand, that is the fire of passion, the fire of love, of energy, and this energizes him, and this phallic energy rises up and therefore gives birth to the hidden hermit, the sperm, that we've seen below. So this suggests there is another ray of light at the bottom, which crosses across the pyramid and vanishes into a pinpoint. This is the horizon. It's the road that he is walking along, and the road that the sperm would have to take in order to be born and therefore manifest itself into the physical world. And so here we have a wonderful, deeply esoteric symbol of the meaning of the card itself, and in many ways the meaning of life. If you draw the Hermit card in your tarot reading, it can mean, in simple terms, if you're in a bad situation, get away from that bad situation and then look at it with a new perspective from outside of it. It can mean that you must shine a light upon your situation, illuminate it, see it in a new light, if you like. It can mean simply that you should spend time alone. You should withdraw from the world around you, have, if you like, me time. And I mean that in a very deep way, where you would withdraw from all your troubles and your strife, and you would withdraw into your very core, your very own consciousness, and give yourself time to soul search and so on. The card is one drenched in wisdom and of knowledge. It always feels, when I look at this Hermit card, that it's harbouring secrets that, even if I was to study this card all day, there would be things that I've still missed. This card is all about searching for wisdom, and enjoying doing so, because to search for wisdom, to look at the world with wonder, and to walk along your path, seeing the path illuminated with light, and therefore illuminated with the wonder of the world, is in many ways the very gift of life itself. The card of Fortune is all about the alchemy of the manifested universe. On the Rider-Waite deck, it is indeed called the Wheel of Fortune, because these cards often show a type of celestial wheel, much like Ezekiel's wheel within a wheel, representing the world outside and the world inside. And even the Rider-Waite deck is filled with various esoteric and occult symbols, and has a lot more going on in it than what most Rider-Waite cards do. Over on the 4th deck, the Fortune card, card number 10, is connected on the Tree of Life from Chesed to Netzach. And so this connects ideas of, in the very simplest terms, a well-meaning heart with whatever it is that makes you happy. What is it that you want to manifest? What gets you out of bed in the morning? Go for that, put the wheel in motion to manifest that. The Chesed is number 4 on the Tree of Life, which is about structure and building, so the material world. And we have 10 spokes upon the actual wheel on the card, which could represent another Tree of Life, Sephiroth, that of Malkuth, which is yet again the physical world, the world of what's already come into manifestation. Down at the bottom of the card we can see our Hebrew character, and on this card it is called Kaf, and the word Kaf in Hebrew is the palm of one's hand. And if you were to turn a wheel, and a wheel of fortune, you would of course spin it with your hand, and therefore it's a symbol of the fact that we create our own reality, we create our own destiny. It is us that turns that wheel ourselves. The 4th card is also, as you can see, associated with Jupiter, which is a very lucky and positive element in alchemy and in astrology and all sorts of things. It's associated with good luck, with personal growth, with longevity, with expansion of the mind and body, and so on and so forth. So having a look at the actual card, we can see a firmament of stars at the actual top of the card. This firmament represents, within Thelema, of course, the goddess Nuit, the lady with stars in her hair, of whom gives birth to everybody in the world. This is the physical world that we exist within, the firmament, covering, of course, the top of the actual physical world. And there are 5 pointed stars as well, the pentagram. The pentagram can be associated in alchemy with man, of course, due to its shape and due to the whole microcosm and macrocosm thing that we've had before. And yet, putting it into strictly Thelemic terms, we have the famous quote from the Book of the Law, every man and every woman is a star. And so the stars, of course, come from the goddess Nuit. She is the one of whom gives birth to stars, and we are all unique stars. We all have unique true wills and purposes, and this is why the stars are slightly wrong. If you look, they're slightly distorted, out of shape, and this shows that we are all unique, and none of us are perfect stars, and yet the fact that we're not perfect stars actually makes us quite wonderful. That's what makes us what we are. So some stars are darker than others, and some are brighter than others, and it all balances itself in the expansion and the growth of the universe, becoming conscious, and basically in physical terms says be who you are, go with what's in your heart. And as we've seen here, the 10-pointed star in the centre of the actual wheel itself there, perhaps showing that these stars are manifested into the world. And so we got the whole aim of Hermeticism yet again. And 10, of course, is the number of the card, and the number 10 is often associated with a completion of something. You can often get 10 points, for example, on a quiz, and there's often 10 stages or levels in games and 10 chapters in books. And so esoterically, it's all about completion. It's about a finished work, an artist looking at his work and saying, yep, it's finished. And the most esoteric symbols are actually around this wheel upon the Thoth card and on the Rider-Waite card as well, come to think of that. And so we have 3 distinct symbols actually upon the wheel, and they are alchemical substances, and they also have correlations within Hindu philosophy as well as Thelemic philosophy. The top figure that we can see is the Sphinx, and we've seen Sphinxes on these tarot cards before, and this Sphinx carries within its hands a sword. The sword here is the symbol of the mind and the willpower, that you would be thrusting that sword into the unmanifest world with the power of your will. It's the sharp edge of your will, of your mind. And yet the Sphinx itself represents sulphur, which is associated with the mind in terms of alchemy. And so sulphur is heat, explosiveness, and fire and things like that. And in tarot, it's the emperor, that king-like figure of whom is sitting upon his throne and looking at the manifested world. And so this top figure is basically talking about the power of our will. Do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, essentially saying this is a natural law. You have no choice but to do what you will. Whether you manifest good or bad things towards you, well, that's a product of the intention that you have set out, that you have cut the path with that sword. And as some cards previously have seen, you may have to walk down that path, or you may be able to turn round and carve yourself out a different path with your will. The next symbol is the symbol of Typhon, and this is shown on the right-hand side of the wheel. A Typhon has an association with the element of salt, and so this is a very strange one. This is the opposite to life. It's so death. It's things becoming stagnant, things becoming boring, dark, not very good. Just the whole sort of world of negativity associated with it. You can see that he is associated with death because you can see in his hand an ankh, and yet he is inverting the ankh, he's switching it upside down. The ankh is a very powerful symbol of life itself, and it's also a symbol of the entire manifested universe, and so the very fact that he is holding the ankh inverted like that suggests that he is the contradiction of everything that the ankh represents, that life, that vitality and motion and wonderful things. And so this is a negative element. It's serpentine, it's strange. He could be a symbol of hell, the lower realms of consciousness and the lower vibrations within the many layers of reality. The next figure is a quite interesting looking one, and this is a monkey, and most people would see it as a monkey when they first look at it, and yet it also has elements of the Egyptian god Anubis with it. In fact, it's actually a Greek version of Anubis, which is known as Hermanubis, which is of course a combination of Anubis and Hermes, Hermes being the element of Mercury. Both gods could be seen as a type of medium, a type of ferryman, a mediator between the living and the dead, and so these gods are guidance entities for souls. They guide the souls through the underworld, often on its journey, and make sure that no harm comes to the soul, or guide it onto its destination of where it is going to, following its physical life. In that regard, you will have seen very similar symbology to this in the previous video on the Hermit tarot card. Of particular thelemic interest is that the god Anubis is often seen mummifying and weighing the heart of the dead, and upon the images and hieroglyphics that show this scene, the god Thoth is very often present at the scene, writing things down, the god of wisdom and of knowledge, and of course the name of the entire deck. In fact, all of the characters that we can see on the wheel have Greek origins in them, not just Hermanubis, and so although a lot of the Thoth tarot cards are Egyptian, this one mixes things up a little bit, and we have an interesting mix of Greek and Egyptian. There's also a Greek connection with the lightning bolts in the background of the card, which are symbolic of Zeus, and Zeus is actually striking the wheel and all the characters within it. It's quite interesting because in Greek philosophy and symbology, Zeus interferes with the lives of humans and within human affairs, and so it's suggesting that the Wheel of Fortune, which could represent karma, is therefore interfering within the lives of men. We may have karma, which is to be worked through, wheels to turn and things like that we have to be able to turn them and get through them and work through them before we can manifest our will. And so the wheel spins and spins and may stop in, where it stops nobody knows, that type of thing. The images in the background of the card are the demiurge, or in other words, they are a god within the material universe of whom believes that he is the highest form of consciousness that there is. And so this demiurge is too sort of blind to his own created nature. He doesn't realise that he's been created by something greater than himself. And so you can see that this is rather dark. It doesn't have the type of Kether and pure spiritual light symbols that we've seen, and it just swirls and swirls and swirls and is completely controlled by the whims of the Wheel of Fortune. The triangle, of which you can see in the background of the wheel, is thought to simply link up the three entities of which are circling the wheel. And then this ray of light, of which one can see in the bottom part of the wheel, is of course a very Masonic looking symbol. It's seen on the symbol of which most people know as the all-seeing eye, and the truth of this symbol is that it represents enlightenment. It represents the grand architect of the universe, which is what God is known as impersonally within Freemasonry, the creator. The mason, of course, a stonemason, creates things out of stone. So the grand architect of the entire universe would be God, and it's an enlightenment symbol. The very centre of the actual wheel itself, if you can just imagine like a pinpoint centre to the thing, would of course be pure spirit, because everything always comes down to that pure spirit. And yet you can see here that the demiurge doesn't reach it, it simply stops at the outer rim of the actual wheel, so it never gets down there to the actual pure spirit, and therefore doesn't know that it exists. You can see a fist at the bottom of the wheel. This is a very small symbol that some people may miss, and the fist appears to be what actually has enlightenment coming out of it or emanating from it. Now, because going back to the beginning, the Hebrew letter represents the hand, here we have the fist, and yet the fist is the closed hand, it is not the open hand, and so the hand is closed around the wheel and is turning it. the wheel is being turned by the hand of God in that respect. We're not turning the wheel, even though we believe that we are, and we can turn it to some extent, but we can't control where it stops. It can only be stopped by something greater than ourselves, of which we could interpret as random chance, or we could interpret as the hand of God stopping the wheel from turning. However, this is not to say that the card is fatalistic. You can see that we do have control over the thing, and that's what the symbols are actually saying. So really, in summary of this particular card, Typhon, the negative things that we come into our lives, the uphill battles and struggles when the wheel is down here in this particular form of its turning, they can drag us down and they can batter us, and we can feel all sorts of bad things, and yet we must reach up. We must reach up to the top of that wheel, and where the Sphinx is there, and thrust that sword into the unmanifest world. Take control of our will. We must take charge and take control of things and spin the wheel to where we need it to be. We must take on the properties of that Sphinx and say, right, we're going to turn this into something different. We're going to adjust the harmony of the universe back to what our will actually was. And so this represents the karmic wheel, and it also says it's not just you're not just going to lay back and let things happen to you and say, oh, it's up to God what happens to me. No, you are going to turn the wheel yourself and manifest your will and work through the lower parts and realize that the higher parts will come up again, and as it turns. The Lust card is very different from anything which we will see on the Rider-Waite Tarot deck, and in many ways this card is a challenge in itself. It's saying that where we would go for spiritual guidance and to follow a spiritual path need not be the mainstream, what people think, and what a spiritual leader should look like and what a spiritual path should teach may not be exactly, or in fact anyway, like what the mainstream spiritual practices would have us believe. This card is also much more highly connected to Thelema itself, and Crowley wanted to show this card as being part of the birth of the Aeon of Horus within the Thelemic belief system. As you can see, the Rider-Waite card, which would be in place of this, is very different. It's the card of strength, and it shows the lower instincts, the passions of the physical world, our animal self here as the lion, and it's been tamed and guided by the higher self, a much more light and flowery and pure being. And even the higher self has something above it. It's being guided by infinite intelligence, by consciousness, with pure spirit, as illustrated by the Lemniscate image. Over on the Tree of Life, this card connects Chesed to Geburah, so it's connecting mercy with power. These are very potent duality symbols, and yet also very high spiritual paths. It's talking about a real vibration of lust and of power, and the passion of the spirit, both in the physical world and in the material world, of course, with sexual pleasure and things as well. They may appear like opposite processes, mercy and strength, and yet of course it is going back to that whole duality that we've seen in the entire cards all throughout it. On the bottom of the card we can see our Hebrew character, and this time it's a character which represents the word Teth. Teth in the Hebrew alphabet is the serpent, and indeed it actually looks like the serpent, its actual character. There's two ways that we can interpret the serpent. We can interpret it as sexuality and the lower mind, the animal side, like we had on the Rider-Waite. The serpent is associated with what you may call the reptilian mind. It's associated with the physical world, and the lower earth, the serpent of course, is low to the ground, it crawls on the ground, and so a snake is a symbol of the solid world in that respect. And yet of course the serpent can also be the Kundalini, which we've had in the cards before, this divine energy, the serpentine energy, which is said to rise from the base of the spine through the chakra system, resulting in samadhi or enlightenment. You can also see serpents at the actual top part of this card on the 4th deck, which can symbolise growth, it can symbolise enlightenment, and it can represent, of course, a new type of passage in our lives, because a serpent sheds its skin, and so we're leaving the old behind and being birthed into the new, And the Kundalini as well has a sexual aspect to it. It's considered to be the fire within, this rising from the low self to the high self. It's symbolic of the entire practice of enlightenment. We can also see at the bottom of the card the astrological association, and here we have Leo, the lion. Brings us back to what we saw on the Rider-Waite as well, that the lion is the king of the jungle. He's the king of beasts. The lion is a strong, powerful symbol. A lion shows strength, it shows leadership, and it shows courage. And of course, if we are to follow this path, this journey, the fool's journey of the tarot, we need to have those qualities within us in order to be able to get through all of the obstacles, and as well to appreciate all of the wonderful things on the path. And we need to have that strength to overcome the temptations of the lower world, if we're to leave that ego and so on, in order to venture up to the spiritual path. The female character in the centre of this card is the goddess Babylon, a Thelemic figure known as many other things, such as the Mother of Abominations, the Great Mother, and perhaps quite interestingly for this card, the Scarlet Woman. So Aleister Crowley actually referred to his own set of many lovers as Scarlet Women, and so this card actually shows an archetype of the Scarlet Woman, or the goddess Babylon. And she is holding within her hand the Holy Grail. This is in her right hand. The right hand associated with the spiritual side, or the right brain, which is symbolic of the creative side of life and so on. And the Holy Grail, it has flowing into it a substance which almost looks like blood, and yet it's mixed with a yellow substance as well, and it appears to be coming down from what's said to be the moon. This is an intermingling of energies. You've got the sun's energy, you've got the moon's energy, you have in there everything. It's life itself. The Holy Grail, of course, as we saw earlier within Crowley's Thelemic belief system, is about the blood of life itself, the actual mysteries of life itself. And so you've got this intermingling of all these vibrations: sun, moon, female sexual fluid, male sexual fluid, birth, death, rebirth. Everything is meant to be shown in this Holy Grail that she is rising above her. And of course the rising above brings us back to the Kundalini once again, and some have even suggested that you can see, if you look carefully, the shape of the Kundalini serpent rising out of this Grail. Over in her left hand she's holding the reins, the red reins, the left and the left brain being the physical and the material. And so the Holy Grail is that great spiritual entity, so that's held in the right hand, and the reins are held in the left side, so she's controlling here her physical side. And so the reins are also red, and this is the passion of that lower world. This represents her sexual connection, or what they would say is the lower nature. And that's not meant to sound derogatory, there's nothing low about it as such, but low in terms of alchemy and in terms of spiritual rising, the base carnal instincts. You can see a lion serpent here in a prominent position, quite a fantastic looking creature. This type of figure on these cards is almost always a phallic symbol, and of course this being a Scarlet Woman, the Scarlet Woman's actually looking at this being. She's like looking up towards it, and there are 13 rays of light emanating from what looks like a sun head image behind the actual serpent. And so it's a phallic symbol, and it's a symbol of arousal and, again, physical sexual contact. The 13 rays could stand for the Hebrew word for love, which is achad, and we've heard before within Thelema that love is the law, love under will. Crowley believes that there is the power of love can unite everything. It's the most powerful bond, and all else is illusion, essentially, which is something that we've heard, I'm sure, in other types of literature as well. There are 7 heads upon this large beast of which she is riding on. These are symbols, apparently, of Aleister Crowley himself, and yet perhaps you can see some of yourself, or aspects, or like to look in a mirror, if you like, within it as well. But they are meant to be Crowley, and so the angel represents his goal in life. The angel is his spiritual soul, his holy guardian angel. the saint being his connection to the Gnostic Catholic Church, the Gnostic Mass, and all that powerful esoterica that comes along with it. The poet represents his interests, his writings, his poetry, his love of that literature. And there's also the man just representing Crowley himself. And there is a satire, the satire being that case of lust. This is connected to Herne the Hunter, the green man, that wonderful phallic, sexual Greek mythology type god, which you've seen in these type of images such as this. And in that case as well, the actual Scarlet Woman herself could be connected to Crowley and representing his sexual interests. Of course, she is looking upwards towards the serpent, and also towards the top of the card itself. And at the top of the card you can see a horizon. A horizon in terms of symbology almost always meaning a new path to follow, a new dawn. A new day has started. Let's go out and seize that day. It's a very positive and a very fulfilling type of symbol. You can see 10 circles emanating from around this horizon, and these are the 10 Sephiroth of the Tree of Life. So when we see that 10, it's almost always something about the Tree of Life, the 10 separate Sephiroth. So this is saying that everything is complete. It's the entirety of the universe. Our life is spiritually complete within that macrocosm. And when we follow that road into the horizon, there's those 10 Sephiroth, and so we're completing a soul's purpose. We're completing our moulding of microcosm and macrocosm. There are also 10 horns around the top of the card. It's quite an interesting symbol. Some have suggested that they're serpents, and yet they do appear rather to be horns, and they are said to be horns. And so in that case, they're representing the horns of the actual beast itself, and these horns are destroying the old world and opening up into that new horizon. So they've cut through the veil, they've spliced through the veil, and there's that new horizon that we can go through. The bottom of the card shows something similar with the actual feet of the beast, or its claws if you like, treading upon these beings behind, and these beings are the old saints. And so the beast is ignoring the so-called sanctity and purity of the saints and walking all over them. And so it's saying that these saints aren't following that path. They aren't enlightened. They're not following that new path that's just opened up. So they're in denial of their true nature. They're trying to say that they don't have these sexual thoughts, or they don't have these base desires, and so the beast is just trampling all over them. It's a rather intense symbol, but what it's basically saying is, look, we do have a carnal side to us, we do have a physical side to us, and so much so-called New Age spirituality just throws the scales far too far to one side and says, you should get away with the ego, and you shouldn't have any physical possessions at all, and no thoughts at all, and all this. This card is saying no, we're trampling all over that. We do have that side to us, and we have that spiritual side to us, which is everywhere in the entire card, but we also have it in our other hand, the reins of our physical life. And so it's also said, believe it or not, that the figures underneath form another Hebrew character, and this is the Hebrew letter of Shin. Shin being a Hebrew letter which is associated with the Aeon card, which is coming to be much, much later on in the actual deck. But it's talking about the old religions, the old ways, which this card is walking over. It's going towards the new Aeon of Horus, of course, because in Thelema, there's so much talk about this new age, this new Aeon of Horus to come. And so the card as well can be simply suggesting the alchemy of sexual transmutation, what they call sex magic, which is the use of this very powerful energy, which of course has to be powerful because it can create a new life and transmute it and put it into the pathway of becoming spiritually enlightened and spiritually aware until that new Aeon actually awakens within our life, which is that horizon, that new horizon on the card. And so by transforming ourselves through the power of love at the highest form and sexual energy at the lower form, so again the Holy Grail and the reins, then that old world is destroyed by those horns. The passion is not just sexual passion, it's the passion of life itself, and of cutting away the old. And if you are walking on your path and the path is overgrown and you can't get through the path, cut yourself a new path. Move on through life and have that passion to create that alchemy of life itself, which is within that holy grail. And so if you're to draw this card in your tarot reading, it can mean that. It can mean, have your desire, stoke the flames of your desire, if you like, for whatever will you are trying to manifest. Engage with life in the fullest. Carpe diem. Seize the day. Have that lust, that love for whatever it is that you want to do. Don't just let life pass you by. Of course, it can also mean a sexual union, a sexual relationship with perhaps a partner that you have come across in your life when you draw this card, and all that type of thing. And it can even just mean, to come to terms with your own sexual world, and that so-called lower world that so much spiritual practice tries to stop us from enjoying. And look, it's trampling all over it, and it's saying this is part of who we are. The whole universe is of all experience. So let's engage. Let's walk down that new horizon, smash the old, understand and love who we are. The Hanged Man is a mysterious and multifaceted card. In the Book of Thoth, Crowley describes it as the descent of light into darkness in order to redeem it. And yet Crowley also implies that being redeemed is in itself a bad thing, because it implies debt. And so we have straight away a confusion and giving way to a misunderstanding of the actual card. We've seen the Hanged Man over on the Rider-Waite and various other tarot decks which show a similar image, and they all have on them a gallows. And yet Crowley has removed the gallows, replacing them with other symbols which we will come to later. The gallows, of course, suggesting a punishment and a sacrifice and an execution, which is something that the Thoth Hanged Man does not want to actually symbolise in its art. On the Tree of Life, the Hanged Man connects Geberah with Hod, Geberah being connected with Mars, and therefore in terms of this symbology being the fire of man's intellect, the fire of our life, which of course does not burn forever, because we are mortal beings and we need to constantly stoke our fire with food and shelter and drink and so on in order to keep it burning. And Hod, which is our actual intellect, our reasoning mind, and with regards to the Hanged Man, he's reasoning that he's a victim. Oh, I'm being sacrificed, I'm being punished, and I didn't deserve this type of thing. And this is why you can see that his bent leg is actually facing the compass direction of west, suggesting that he has stumbled unconsciously into circumstances outside of what he wished to actually manifest, and thinks, I'm a victim of these circumstances which are happening around me, and therefore abandons the spiritual path and is in need therefore to be redeemed from it. At the bottom of the card, the Hebrew character is the character of Mem. Mem meaning the sea, the ocean, and this is quite often actually quite misunderstood and is rather mysterious, because you wouldn't naturally associate this card, especially in some of its other forms, to be connected with water. And yet it is, and if we go back to the Tree of Life, water being Binar, which is the third Sephiroth on the Tree of Life, representing what is a potential experience, what could happen in this void of femifestation before manifestation, what is our potential, what could we be? And it's also similar therefore to Greek elementals, where for example the earth would represent our physical brain and physical consciousness, where water, Mem, the ocean, would be a type of meditation, a type of going inside oneself to concentrate and direct the consciousness upon the actual will. And so you can see clearly that the Hanged Man is about a type of punishment, a type of restriction. Of course, if you are hung in this way, you wouldn't be dead, certainly not straight away, but you wouldn't be able to move. It's showing that he's nailed, he has nails in his hands and his feet, and of course this has religious connotations to it as well, which we'll come to later. But this is not about him being punished for a crime that he's necessarily committed, rather it's about a type of self-sacrifice, But where the fourth card becomes confusing is that Aleister Crowley did not preach a self-sacrifice and things such as that. If you read Crowley's work, the badness and evil and things in the world and morality in general is illusion. All is illusion and all is subjective. And so what is wrong in one situation may not be wrong in another situation, depending on the actual state and place and time that we're involved in. And so rather this is about man being trapped and hung here, being trapped by a fear of his limitations, a fear that's holding him back, saying, I don't think I can do this, I don't know how I can move on. And so, for example, you can see at the top, instead of the gallows, we have the Ankh, the very powerful Egyptian symbol of life, and yet it's upside down on here, so it's inverting that symbol of life. But the Ankh is also connected with the Tau, the word Tau itself meaning cross, and therefore you can trace that straight to the cross, and Christ, of course, the T shape of the Tau is also similar to the gallows shown in the other decks, and so it really comes full circle if you want to interpret it like that. And this particular Ankh on the fourth Hanged Man has a serpent linked around it, and it's actually the serpent that is connecting the man to the Ankh. The serpent is coiled twice around the Ankh, which brings us back to the Tree of Life and the second Sephiroth of Shokmar, which represents the intellect and wisdom of God rather than of man. And so it's saying that God is binding man to life itself. So we are always bound by the wisdom and will of God to our own source of life. And yet it's also coiled twice, meaning duality yet again, and so that we have that choice and that will. So it could be life and death associated within the same symbol. Emanating from the top of the Ankh and right at the very top of the card is the light of Kether. So that white light being, of course, the spiritual light, implying that this will of God is not a judgmental God, but is comprised out of that infinite love that we've spoken about before. And so it is an unconditional love for all creation and all forms of manifestation, which implies that within Thelema, of course, every experience and every act of will has underscoring it an act of love, and so an act of true will by its very nature has to be an act of love. It has to be a loving act which connects to the very top of the card. And below Kether, below the white light, is a green substance which is meant to be like a green air, and this is Venus. Green in these things is often Venus, which yet again suggests love, but it's love coming down from Kether, moving towards the physical plane. The actual shape of the Hanged Man is something which is quite striking on this card. It can be shown in many different ways, and one way of looking at it is that it's essentially an upside down triangle with a cross on the top, such as the symbol that one can see here, which is a known symbol of light entering darkness. The cross represents the physical world, the world of mass and matter, and the triangle is representing the Trinity, if you like, the Holy Trinity, the spiritual dimensions. And so what we have here is light coming down into the darkness, and so something that was hopeless and dark and terrible is lit. And you've heard these type of suggestions of just a tiny candle lit in the dark room fills the corners with light, and it's basically that type of thing, but in an esoteric way. The man himself connects the Kether at the top of the card all the way down to the bottom of the card, where it connects to the lower Sephiroth of Malkuth. So his head is, if we look at it in terms of this shape, would be in the centre of this triangle that we would see here. The triangle formed by his arms coming down, and in fact the way that they've actually done the muscles really draws home the fact that this is a pyramid or triangle style shape. It's similar to what we've seen before, of course, with the all-seeing eye and the Masonic symbols, which you can see on various things all around the world, and this symbolises enlightenment. It symbolises that enlightenment and awakening experience that we've spoken about so many times. And so man, by following all of the experiences of the physical world, brings that spiritual Kether, that infinite love of God, down to Malkuth, to the physical world. Is it a conduit for bringing that infinite love down into the world of experience? The nails which are actually restricting him here are shaped like another Hebrew character, and this is the very powerful symbol of vow. This, as we've seen before, joins heaven and earth. It implies a connection between spirituality and earthly matters, and is also used in the Tetragrammaton, of course. The disc behind the hands, which is drawn through, of course, with the letter Vau being the nail, is Venus again, and is love, and so love is really underpinning everything. And so Crowley's gone away from the punishment and the dark side of this, and showing love is the law, love under will, and that's really what that is showing, which is part of the very law of Thelema. And of course that manifesting of will brings it into the physical world. And so if we look at what is meant to represent Malkuth, or the lower vibrations, the physical world at the bottom, we can see this black area, which is the black waters, representing the womb. And so this womb is what gives birth to form in the physical world, and within this womb is a serpent, a coiled serpent, and inside the serpent it has threads of gold running through it. And so the serpent is the crawling thing, the creeping thing, so one of the lower forms of creation. And indeed the serpent is actually coiled 4 times here, 4 being associated very much with that manifestation, that world of structure and of form. And you can trace this back to the shape of the actual Hanged Man himself, and if you want to go even further you can bring it back to the Emperor card with the number 4, yet again the Emperor being that Lord of Will of the physical world and so on. And you can watch the full video on that if you want to find out more. And so what this is really suggesting is that because the serpent is a so-called low form of life, it's a new manifestation, a new form of life which has been manifested. And so this has been born when we let go of what was holding us back. It has to flow freely through Kether and all the way down to Malkuth, and if anything holds it back, that has to be worked through first before this is born. And so it's suggesting that the entire universe of creation and all the manifested realities are able to redeem themselves and bring themselves back to what connects them to that infinite connection. And so you can see, for example, 18 rays of light which appear to be emanating from the top of the man's head into the womb of creation. 18 being the number of Chai, Chai meaning life, the Ankh at the top again meaning life. And so this is connecting what we saw with the triangle and the cross earlier in the card about bringing light into darkness. And so what was hopeless and dark and terrifying is now filled with light, and looks very, very different, of course, once there is, if you like, a light shined upon it. And this is an important symbol which runs through this particular card. In the actual background of the card, one can see a grid made out of various squares, which almost looks like mathematical paper, that type of thing. And the legs are actually crossed inside a darker square of grids, and within the centre of the rest of the grid. And this brings us to the Enochian system of magic, which is something which you will come across in Aleister Crowley's other works. And the cross, which would be in the centre of these grids and in his man's legs on the card, is the combining of 4 elements that make up the physical world, which is Malkuth again if we're doing it on the Tree of Life. And so what we have here is that he is attached to the physical world. Our bodies by their very nature are going to exist in this vibration of the physical world, and so although above us we've got that light and we can draw that light through us and manifest into that womb of creation, our physical bodies are going to be trapped into this vibration, although underpinning them, as you can see with the green discs, is of course the love which connects us back to the infinite. And so really this card, although it has many other meanings, it's a very multifaceted card, and in the 4th deck especially, this is saying that this sacrifice that people feel they owe to God, or this guilt that people feel, this need to confess to God and deal with sins and so on, is part of the illusion of the physical world. The fact is, we are made by that spiritual light that you can see at the top of the card. We have our own divinity, our own Kether, spiritual love light within us, and we have our true will in Thelema, which is comprised out of that very love, and it's our duty, if you like, to make experiences and therefore to manifest and fulfill that will. And so it's saying, like, every man and every woman is a star. We can only be ourselves, We're not responsible to other people if we make bad decisions and end up hung in this way. We have to get ourselves down. We have to redeem ourselves and move on. We're not waiting for somebody else to come and cut us down, and we're certainly not prostrating ourselves on the ground in front of an idol and saying, please forgive me. And so if you get this card in your reading, especially in its upright position, it's offering you that opportunity. Redeem your situation. If you're in a bad situation, now is your opportunity. Start putting things right. And how do you put things right? You begin to bring light into the darkness, which is the symbol that we've seen all the way through it. When you begin to bring just even a very small amount of light into the darkness, then you've set back upon the path. And when you bring that light down into the womb of creation, then manifestation will start showing itself, sometimes in a small way, in a low way, but it will start, and you've begun your path again to redeem yourself and move on. Death is one of the most feared tarot cards, and yet only very seldom does it represent anything to do with the physical death of the body. It's a spiritual card, of course, as they all are, and in meditation, as we've seen many times in this series, we die to our perception of the outside world. Death's twin brother, sleep, which we all go through every night, both entering and exiting a veil, involves a dying of the day before and a dying of our perception of waking consciousness to be reborn the next morning. And so having a look here at the Death tarot card in the 4th deck, we can see this is very different, as they all are, from the Rider-Waite skeleton image. In the Rider-Waite card, we have a much more of a heraldic looking symbol, death as a pale rider, a horseman, carrying a mystic rose, or perhaps a rose associated with the Wars of the Roses, representing life, and him representing the duality, therefore, of death. Over on Thoth, we have a card which is steeped in the Egyptian symbology of the entire Thoth deck and Aleister Crowley's work in general. This shows Osiris, of course, who was drowned in the waters, and his body parts cast all over Egypt. And so Crowley here is showing Osiris transforming and entering into the resurrection process of death, and so therefore it comes full cycle. And of course, if you look at the actual Egyptian story, Isis, of whom is the wife of Osiris, goes out to actually collect the body parts of which have been scattered in order to give them a respectful burial. She collects all the parts, apart from, believe it or not, his penis, which is swallowed by a fish. And we will see that later on referenced in the card, but it's worth knowing some of the backdrop. So on the Tree of Life, this is Path 24, which connects Tifereth to Netzach. This is quite an interesting one because, especially with the sphere of Tifereth, it can be associated with the birth of enlightenment, that's joining of microcosm and macrocosm, what some would call Christ consciousness, or the consciousness of oneness. And that type of enlightened consciousness, of course, involves getting rid of the ego, getting rid of our connections and our dependencies upon this earth, which is in itself a type of death to the world. The Hebrew character found at the bottom of the card is the character of Nun, and Nun is thought to have its origins in a hieroglyphic of a fish in water, and so here the symbol is representing a fish. A fish, of course, has long been a symbol of fertility, and within Egyptian mythology, it's the symbol of Osiris dying as a god in the water, and the story of which we encountered here at the beginning. Dying gods in general are often associated with the dying of the sun which gives us life, and this would be located and bringing us right back to the sphere of Tifereth, yet again, which we had with the Tree of Life. Even Jesus Christ could be associated with the sun, and tracing that back to ancient Egypt with the sun god Amun-Ra. In fact, Christ actually calls himself the Amun in the book of Revelations, and so Osiris being in many ways the origin of a lot of these Christ myths and other resurrected figures such as Attis and Dionysus and Adonis and so on. And so if we have a look at some of these characters, they were born of virgins. They had stars in the east representing their birth. They performed miracles. They were resurrected, and so on. This is going back to a type of monomyth, a type of very ancient and ancient historical concept which is often forgotten and has been changed via different cultures throughout the world. We can see the fish associated with Jesus within these type of hats which you will have seen cardinals, priests and things wearing. The astrological sign on the death card is that of Scorpio, and Scorpio here can be associated, believe it or not, with both sex and death, or sexuality and death. And you can read more about this if you look at the house of Scorpio being the 8th house in the natal charts. We can see Scorpio represented here with the actual scorpion, of course, on the card, this symbol, which takes place under the sea, of course, most of these images on the death card here on the 4th deck. And this scorpion here is associated with the illusory nature of death, or the lower forms of the understanding of death, and so it's the materialistic side of death. So those of us who deny that we are actually infinite consciousness, deny the wonder of life itself, the wonder of the world, and in order to follow that will and that true will and things of which we've seen in Thelema. This comes from the idea that if a scorpion is in a situation that it feels that it can't win, that it would sting itself to death. It represents that hopelessness and that idea and suggestion of death as the end of everything, where, of course, if you were to look at it spiritually, there would be a continuation and a reunion with those who have gone before, which is seen in the near-death experience and so on and so forth. You can see the scorpion is in between a lily on the left and a lotus on the right. These flowers have an association with Saturn and the energy of Saturn, and so they are also said to represent Alpha and Omega, so the scorpion is in between the beginning and the end, putting it in a liminal state yet again. And so this can show that the scorpion is physical life trapped in between time. It's trapped in the passage of time and the resurrection of time. It's the beginning and the end, and then back to the beginning and back to the end, and so on and so forth. It's consciousness trapped within that cycle. We also have this symbol of the fish and the serpent entwined on the card. This, of course, takes us firstly back to the Osiris story within the Egyptian mythology, and the idea of the phallus of Osiris. The fish, of course, can also represent semen and male sexual fluids in some of these type of esoteric images, although here it can really be representing the phallus of Osiris story, and the masculine energy can be the serpent, which you can interpret again as the Kundalini if you wish so, but it's less evident here, and the fish would be the feminine energy, and so you've got them both together representing the act of creation that we've seen so many times in these cards, and the birth of a new life and a new incarnation into life. So life in general takes place in between consciousness and unconsciousness. Death and life are seen as two aspects of the same coin. They're all infinite. There is really no death. There is merely different, if you put it into modern context, different vibrations and frequencies and so on. And so here you can see life and death as the curves and the coiling of the serpent, the ups and downs of the curves on the serpent being the passages between life and death. And really it's saying that it's all about perspective. And you can also see on the card at the top, near the actual top of the skeleton, an eagle. And the eagle here is a different type of death. It's not that physical death that we saw down with the scorpion. This is the death of the ego, the death of our connections with this world, as we said, and so therefore once that part of us dies, we achieve that oneness with our creator, that oneness with Kether, the spiritual white light, with the microcosm, macrocosm, or simply with God. The oneness of all creation occurs when we have no ties which are tying us into this world. And that's not to say, of course, as some in the New Age do, that you should shun physical belongings and physical life, because remember, everything is a duality and a balance. And of course we exist here in this physical world, so let's enjoy it. But this is saying that of course there is that higher level, that oneness which occurs with the death of the ego. The ego can also represent the spiritual orgasm. We're going back to the idea of Osiris's phallus being lost in that story. And so what we have here is like an explosion of light coming through it. You can see all these threads, and these threads connect it to the rest of the card. And so you have within that orgasm being a spiritual experience, it can be the origin of a new type of physical life coming. And so within that type of spirituality brings into it a type of physicality, which in itself is a new incarnation yet again. And so we have there three different sort of types of death, and therefore basically a circle of life. We have that new incarnation, we have its physical form, and we have its spiritual form transcending that of the physical. And so really we have just as much about life in the card as what there is about death, and indeed that's what these bubbles here on the card are symbolic of. They are incarnations of the soul. These bubbles show inside them different ages of life, different forms of life incarnate. And so we have, for example, like an adult, male and female, we have a child, and we even have a sperm, just a single sperm. And the bubbles are actually held together with like a web or threads, and if one is to trace this web down, you can see where it would join into the skeleton. This clearly is the bringing back of the phallus to Osiris. And so we have a wonderful duality here. You can see Osiris as death himself, as this grim reaper holding a scythe, and he appears to be destroying these incarnations with his scythe, and so he's destroying life. And yet his phallus, which comes up through the incarnations, is creating life. And of course that's the very powerful energy of the sexual magic and the transcendence of consciousness and so on. Osiris is depicted as this black skeleton, and the colour black is the colour of Saturn. And Saturn on the Tree of Life is associated with Binar. And Binar is all about form, of course, physical form. And of course physical form, things of beauty do not last forever, they decay. And so even structures that we have built can decay and die, and therefore are a mirror of our transient lives within these human bodies. Saturn is also, of course, Old Father Time. It's the concept of time that we have here in the physical world. The higher creations and the higher vibrations of life have not got this context of time. It's only us with this idea of mortality, of whom have time. And so he here represents death as a tarot card itself, which is not just about death, of course, it's about transformation. It's about the death of one thing and the birth of another. And just to really drive home that on the fourth tarot, this character is Osiris. You can see he has this crown upon his head. He's wearing actually the crown of Upper Egypt, and it has within it the feathers of Mart. Mart, the goddess of whom has her own association with the god of wisdom, Thoth, in ancient Egypt. She is the personification of truth. She is all about cosmic order, justice, and the ways of which the world go together, and that's what we're seeing really on the card. Between the legs of the skeleton underneath, and just as the scythe sweeps in here, you can see death actually occurring. These two figures between the legs here of the skeleton are actually dying, so he's destroying them, and they're going down, of course, to the lower part of the card. And some have suggested that the shape of the legs here of the skeleton can also represent the alchemical glyph of Saturn itself. So, a wonderful little nod to what we've been talking about there as well. The figure on the right-hand side here, its head is going through the scythe, so you could almost suggest that it's being beheaded. The scythe is crossing its neck, and the upper figure, therefore, is coming out, and it's the freeing of his mind. He's been freed from death, and so you can see, to suggest this, that there's a type of light around them in the background. There is a light enveloping them, and so that's the light of which is seen upon death. People suggest that they see this light in a tunnel and so on the near-death experience, where it's the soul being absorbed into spirit. It's the crossing from one frequency of consciousness to another frequency of consciousness. And so to draw this card in your tarot reading needn't instill the fear that it does in a lot of beginners to looking at tarot. It simply means that something in your life is dying, and this can mean a structure that you've created, a habit, a way of which you have looked at the world. It's basically saying not so much about death, but about new beginnings, about a new transformation. And so even, like, for example, if you were to face your fears and come out the other end not frightened of them, you have died to that fear, and so it's really about growth. You must bury the old, and change and transform. Art is a colourful card. It shows an androgynous figure creating something over a cauldron. On the Rider-Waite deck, this card is called Temperance, and although they are different names, they represent much the same thing once one comes to understand them. The word temperance can mean different things. It can mean our actual temper, such as our sense of balance and our sense of control. And it can also mean to create something, to temper something, for example, is to forge and create something. And so really this card, both on the Rider-Waite and on the Thoth Tarot, especially with all these esoteric symbols, is talking about that balance, harmony and duality that we have seen hinted at throughout the entire card. Now, over on the Tree of Life, art is path number 25, which connects Tifereth to Yesod. We can see straight away what we're talking about here. Tifereth is the sun and Yesod is the moon, and so clearly there is that balance and harmony coming through straight away. Yesod is also connected with what could be referred to as a reflection of the subconscious. So imagine that world of dreams and the world of inspiration. Of course, an artist gets inspiration from somewhere outside of themselves. They don't know where it's come from, this creative spark. And so it's saying when we integrate these elements of the universe together, we find our path, our middle way, and we walk on that path and create. Although this is not necessarily about the creation of works of art, but about the art of alchemy. The Hebrew character, which is seen at the bottom of the card, is the letter Samek, and this can be translated to mean a type of prop or a type of crutch that one would lean upon. And so what this is suggesting here is that in order to follow this spiritual path and to practice the art of alchemy, we must give up our fears. We must face those fears, which are often within the subconscious, and work through them. And so we have to give up crutches which we are leaning against, things which are perhaps comfortable lies. They allow us to see the day through, but they block us spiritually from moving along this path because they hold us back. And so Samek, the prop or crutch, which we must give up to move on. The astrological symbol that we can see here at the bottom again is Sagittarius, and here is where we'll start to understand some of the symbols which are going to come up on the actual card. The card is about integrating opposites, which is something, if you've seen the series from the beginning, is seen in every single card, this one more so than quite a lot of them. Now, on the Zodiac, the character of Art is shown opposite the previous card of the Lovers, which was Gemini. And so on the Lovers card, we were speaking about this word solve, so dissolving into the spiritual world. And here on the Art card, we're going to be talking about coagula, which is to put those things back together again. Or in other words, solve is to go from the material into the spiritual, and coagula is to bring from the spiritual back down to the material, to manifest. Of course, when we separate something, and then we clean up and improve each separate part before bringing them back down together, then what we have created is improved. It could even be a new version of something, like if our computer's broken and we pull out all the parts and clean them up and upgrade them and then stick them back together, the computer has been improved. This is the origin of this world of spiritual purity, the idea that the spiritual seeker must purify themselves and that everything must be purified and refined into something new and enlightened, and this is the origin of the art of alchemy. The actual figure that you can see in the art card is again connected with the Lover's card. In fact, it's a fusion, a bringing together of those two Empress and Emperor characters that we actually saw on the Lover's card. In that respect, it's also a bringing together of the Sun and the Moon and the energies of them, which of course are masculine and feminine energies. So if we go back to the Lover's card, which there is a full episode on if you want to have a look at that first, there is bees and serpents shown on their robes. And so these are the Emperor card and the Empress card as well, so every single card links up in that regard. And the bees were a symbol of fertility, and the serpent was a symbol of Ouroboros, or the circles and cycles of life. So the fertility gives rise to the continuing of life's cycles. Coming back to the art card, the two figures have merged to actually become one figure. Because the figure has both masculine and feminine attributes to it, it is an androgynous figure. It's neither masculine nor feminine. It has equal parts of both aspects of sun and moon, if you like. And everything that you can see in this figure has a harmony within it. You can see blonde hair upon the darker skinned side of the androgynous figure, and you can see darker curly hair on the lighter side of the figure. You can see a silver crown and a golden crown and various other symbols like that, which we will come to. Now you can see in a prominent position on either side of the cauldron here the lion and the eagle, and yet eagle-eyed viewers may realise that they have actually swapped colours. And so the lion is now white and the eagle is now red, where they were opposite over on the Lover's fabulous attention to detail. The water of which they stand upon is actually on fire. And so here we have a union of elements, of course, the element of fire and the element of water coming together into that union. And you can see that they are actually placing into the cauldron drops of blood and white tincture, so the red tincture and the white tincture are the masculine and feminine fluids that we have spoken about before. The cauldron itself actually has upon it a sign, a symbol, and this symbol shows a raven perching on top of a skull. This brings us back to the death card, which we had in the previous video, and so one can see straight away that this card is not only speaking about balance in itself, but is a balance of all the previous cards brought together. The cauldron is a purity. It has a wonderful, perfect balance of masculine and feminine energy in its mixture, in its alchemical mixture. They are being mixed up and they are being perfected and refined so that something brand new can be created. And of course, when something brand new is created, as we saw over on the death card, it means the death of the old and the birth of the new. So really the raven and the skull here on there stand for the waste products, if you like, which are, if you create something in a cauldron, there's usually like a bit of sediment or something in the bottom. That's what it means. It's the waste which is thrown out as the new product of your alchemy is born. The cauldron itself is bright yellow, and this brings us back to the Tree of Life again, the 6th Sephiroth, Tifereth, which is ruled by the sun, and therefore yet again representing a balance and harmony. We've got sun and moon and balance, and if you want to look at it in terms of ceremonial magic, the middle pillar, the central pillar of the Tree of Life, and we can see Tifereth prominently there. You can see, if you look carefully, the Tau along the actual rim of the cauldron, the cross of the Tau, which we have seen before, and this here represents new life yet again, such as the symbol of the Ankh. There is a rainbow colour which is coming down throughout the actual dress of the character in art. The rainbow here is the purification process which is occurring within the cauldron. As one can see, it flows down towards it. There is a stream of light flowing and passing up through the figure's forms, all the way through the heart, and almost like bursting out like enlightenment yet again. There is also a larger rainbow crescent which can be seen joining from this at the actual back of the card, and this contains within it a sentence, and the sentence says, Visita rectificando invenius occultum lapidem. And so what this means is, visit the interior parts of the earth. By purification thou shalt find the hidden stone. Now, Crowley goes into this translation within his actual book of Thoth, and in very simple terms it's describing the alchemical process, basically the results of what has happened within that mixture down there in the cauldron, and it's talking about it within ourselves as well as in the universe, as we've seen before. So when we go deep within our heart centre, within ourselves, and we purify everything within us, all our thoughts, all our dreams, our hopes and fears, that purification leads to the discovery of a hidden stone, which is the philosopher's stone essentially, and the hidden stone, in alchemy the turning of a dull stone into gold and so on, is a metaphor for enlightenment, of course, to turn a dull man into a shining man. We've turned something dark into something light, so we have colour and harmony now surrounding us, which is the rainbow symbol. One of the most important elements to actually perform this type of act is one's will, and more importantly one's focused and directed will, which is, of course, the do as thou wilt is the law of Thelema, and we can see this echoed here in this arrow coming up through the rainbow, which is of course the arrow of Sagittarius, but it's also the arrow of one's directed will. So we can see here that the figure is actually pouring into the cauldron both water and fire, and so clearly we have an integration here of the opposites of elements coming together into a unity. We can also see that the figure is wearing a large medallion, or really what is referred to as a lamen, within the region of the heart. Now, this type of pendant is used in ceremonial magic. It covers the heart and therefore is said to infuse the heart with something of the energy of which is within it, and this particular lamen shows 6 spheres. Now, the number 6 is yet again, of course, as we've seen earlier, the 6th Sephiroth Tifereth, the sun, and so the body here may be feminine, but the masculinity is ruling the heart, therefore we have another duality. But perhaps more importantly for the actual symbols, they do look like breasts, and this brings us to the goddess Artemis, who is sometimes known as the goddess with many breasts, and one can see figures like this. And, you know, people may think, well, you know, looks very strange, but of course it's all about fertility, and it's a great reverence of the milk of life, the fertility of life, and the of course child rearing and things like that as well. And so what we can see here, if this is Artemis, is that she is the moon goddess in her feminine form, and the moon goddess Artemis does use a bow, and the bow is essentially a crescent moon, and we can see this at the top of the card. The Artemis issues green, which represents fertility, and Venus, as we've seen on cards before, with the sun encased around the heart, with the masculinity and the femininity coming together. We have the harmony of sexual union and that sexual magic and creation that we have seen before. So much coming together there just in one symbol. You can also see that the arrow that we spoke about before is actually passing through the lamen, so that's actually coming up right through the very middle, which of course yet again is harmony. To draw the art card, it's a very good card in your readings. It can mean that you've learnt to bring about a type of balance and harmony within your life, or it could be asking you to do so. It could be actually urging the querent of the cards to keep calm, to, you know, temper your emotions. Don't let things get out of hand. You know, people can get too angry or too sad and things like that, and it doesn't create that balance which is required. To look at things with perspective and to look at things with harmony is to do them justice. To look at them with just one extreme of emotion is to misinterpret them. The card can also reflect a type of higher learning, a type of higher knowledge, and so says that you are learning a lot upon your journey. We've travelled quite a lot now throughout the tarot journey, and you're bound to have learnt different things, starting off as the Fool, and coming through to this level, the Fool is no longer quite as foolish and stepping out into the world without knowing anything, but has begun to learn that he was within this universe, and this universe is not random, it has order, it has meaning, and he is starting to understand what this meaning is. The Devil, unlike some of the tarot cards in the deck, which speak of a mixing of spiritual and material energy, is really all about that material world and the physical world of which we live in. The Rider-Waite version is quite different to the types of symbols that we're going to see on the Thoth card. This shows a much darker and sinister looking devil, which perhaps has elements of Solve and Coagula to it, as well as those being chained to lower vibrations and so on. And yet here on the Thoth deck we see something which has much more of a rounded imagery and shows some of the lighter side of this energy as well. Over on the Tree of Life, this is the 26th path, which is from Tifereth to Hod. So Tifereth, being the sun or the solar centre of the Tree of Life, represents enlightened consciousness, and therefore is actually the opposite to death, which connected Tifereth to Netzach, and so it's all about life. And this life connects to Hod, Hod being concerned with physical world, the world of form, and that very real sense of form, such as hitting your fist on a table and saying, this is real, it exists, that type of thing. And so down at the bottom of the card we can see our Hebrew character once again, and this time we have the letter Ayin, which can be translated to mean eye. And in fact we can actually see a third eye image in the card on the actual devil. And yet here this can represent looking at things only in one way, such as a type of tunnel vision. And so it's saying that if your attention is only on one particular goal, such as people that are very career-minded, or they're only interested in a specific interest, and of course that specific interest will manifest in their lives. And so what this is saying is that this character, this so-called devil that we have on the card, isn't distracted by all the world going on around him. He's focused on what he wants, and what he sees and what he likes manifested in the physical world, and everything else doesn't bother him. The astrological symbol that we can see also on the bottom of the card is, of course, Capricorn. And in astrology, Capricorn is a very physical sign. It's all about career, worldly success, material wealth, and so on. And people of whom go in for astrological charts and claim that Capricorns are sort of high achievers and hard workers and so on and so forth. Saturn is the planet which rules Capricorn, and therefore we have that symbology connected with the physical world, such as the concept of old father time and being chained to the material possessions in the material world, which is echoed again on the actual Rider-Waite version of the card. In the background of the Thoth Devil card we can see this type of imagery which almost looks to some people like ink blots. Yet what it actually represents is chaos in the universe, and some have actually suggested that the pictures are metaphors for so-called canals upon the surface of Mars. Now, but be that true or not, I do not know, but it represents a chaos in the universe, and so the order and chaos is our duality going on there. This very much is the world of chaos, and the devil figure himself that you can see here is a goat image. And in fact, as we're going to see this, the goat image goes back to Pan, the very fertile and potent and quite wonderful, really, symbol of Pan. The devil, in terms of like a Satan devil, is a Christian invention, and yet a lot of the archetypes for it come from Pan, and even further back to some of the earliest gods that were ever worshipped, such as Cernunnos. And these horned gods are gods of the hunt and gods of the wild, and often of the masculine counterpart of that male and female dichotomy that we have. Pan is associated with physical pleasure, so eat, drink and be merry, food and drink feasts, and in that way he's quite similar to Dionysus, a god of wine. Bacchus, again, a god of wine and intoxication, meaning an intoxication of the spirit with all of the pleasures and wonders of life. And when we celebrate some of these solstices and things, Beltane and Imbolc, and they have feasts, and these feasts go to these fertile gods, because without a fertility in the fields and in the harvest, of course we wouldn't have these things to eat, and we would starve, and we wouldn't have those joys of life. Aleister Crowley states that the card represents appreciation of all physical things that exist in this vibrational realm that we are in, and so he's saying that all things have a wonder in them. So Crowley says, he who just rejoices in the material world without casting moral judgment is this card. So it's finding wonder in things without having a political bias or a religious bias. It's just looking at something almost like through the eyes of a child and saying, isn't that wonderful? Isn't that colourful and beautiful in its own way? The spiral horns, huge horns that we can see actually coming out of the goat, are quite interesting in the way of which they are designed. The spiral, of course, represents the DNA helix, or the actual blueprint of our physical bodies, and why we look what we look like, and our family connections and bloodlines and all that type of thing. And therefore they also, in the macrocosm, because what is in one is in the other, are spirals of galaxies. They are these images, which are of course only artistic impressions of an idea of many different worlds spiraling around a sun, and all of the different seasons and lives and countless billions of years going on in endless circles and so on. And so it's really talking about the creative power of that. And so when we tap into the power of what this devil represents, that physical rejoicement and the party essentially, then we are tapping into the very energy of physical life itself. Now you can see here a large wand in the card in the central position, of course, and this is actually the wand of the chief adept. And this is going back to the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, which of course is very much connected with Aleister Crowley's other writings. And this is right in front of the devil, and this is used in all sorts of rituals. Mostly the Adeptus Minor ritual is where you would see it quite prominently within the Golden Dawn. It contains all sorts of symbols, that some of which we've seen before, and you can see it later on in the tarot deck in the Five of Wands, which represents evoking spirits. The wand, of course, is a type of phallic symbol, and it has upon it two serpents. The serpents, often in Crowley's imagery, representing sperm, masculine sexual energy, and they wear upon their heads the crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt, which we've seen in other cards as well, with the association of Horus and the Aeon of Horus. But here they represent the harmony of opposites and the duality which is in every card. And there is also a caduceus upon the symbol here, and this also appears in other cards. We've seen it in the Fool and we've seen it in the Magus, and it is associated with the creative impulse, the spark that we've spoken about, where the artist or the writer, his story just appears in his mind as it, and where's it come from? Who knows? It's that creative spark, the impulse of creation of something to manifest. In the background of the card you can see the trunk of a tree, and the trunk of the tree comes down into what would be the roots, and yet where the roots are is these spheres. This is another phallic symbol. As you can see, it is of course a phallus and the testes at the bottom where the spheres are. The trunk of the tree is penetrating rings, and the rings are going around the tree at the top of the card. These are the rings of Saturn, such as we've mentioned before, Saturn ruling the astrological symbol of Capricorn, which is seen on the cards. You could also say that the cards could be a symbol of the goddess Nuit, which, as you've seen, is the speaker of the Book of the Law by Aleister Crowley, and Ibinar on the Tree of Life So a great mother figure, a feminine counterpart, which has to show itself somewhere in the card, otherwise of course it wouldn't be complete. And so we have a female energy at the top being penetrated by a male energy, which is an implied sexual act. And of course a sexual act is a creative act because it creates a new life, as we've seen before. There are figures inside the spheres, and these figures represent souls finding an inspiration to be incarnated into the physical world. So these souls are sort of circling around looking for things to inspire them to say, yeah, I want to go and experience that in the physical world. I want to have that wonderful taste, that wonderful feeling and sensation and so on, so I'm going to incarnate to do so. In the left sphere we can see 4 female figures, and in the right sphere we can see 4 male figures, and some of the figures appear to be worshipping the devil or worshipping the physical world in that respect, and other ones appear to be jostling about with each other, or perhaps even being attacked or kept at bay by this other horned looking figure, which some have said is a minotaur, but could also simply be another hern hunter style image. The spheres also contain within them, in the background of them, 10 pairs of chromosomes, and so it's talking about DNA and physical bodies, and the number 10 is the 10 Sephiroth of the Tree of Life, bringing us back to the fact that within one is the other, and so within these chromosomes is not just physical life, but something of the entire universe as well, because the 10 Sephiroth are the entire universe. So what this is really saying is that the physical world, the creation of the physical world, is repeated many times. All these lives are coming back and cycling around because they wish to experience all things within the world, and this is perhaps a little secret of the universe becoming conscious and wanting to experience itself in many regards, to experience all the things of which are possible to actually create. It can also be a bit of a paradox, because we want to enjoy the fruits and pleasures of the physical world, and yet this is also supposed to be a journey of spiritual seeking, and so perhaps the fool on his journey at this point is a little confused, seeing and jostling between the enjoyment of one and the enjoyment of other. But of course, as we know, this story is all about balance. And so really this card, it's nothing evil, it's nothing to worry about, and indeed you can see on the Thoth deck here that the goat figure appears to be smiling. You know, and this is showing that there is a fun side to this card and the energies that it's talking about. After all, we've spoken about life and love and dancing and feasting and music, and these are great things, you know. Let's not deprive ourselves of the wonders of the world. As long as we're not overly attached to the material world and imprisoned by it, as we've seen before, then we can enjoy that stuff, and we can indeed enjoy that sort of contradiction in the spiritual journey, but the physical pleasures. So, you know, if you get this card in your reading, it can mean sort of various things, of course. I mean, at one point it could look at being imprisoned by physical things such as addictions, which may stop you from enjoying that life to the full. It could mean that you need to accept that you do have this side to you, so, you know, enjoy the physical world. Get more stuck into going where you want to go and doing what you want to do. Because at the end of the day, we do live while we inhabit our bodies in the physical world. And our time here is short, going back to Saturn and old Father Time. Let not time run out. You know, let us live each day to the full, seize the day, and enjoy every step of our journey. The Tower is seen by some as a rather fearful card to draw in their readings. It's a card about limitation and also of purification. And on the Rider-Waite deck we can see these figures falling from the tower as the crown is destroyed. Of course, the crown being that spiritual centre that we've spoken about very many times throughout this series. Over on the Thoth deck we have a very powerful looking image, which is one of the most striking cards with its symbology, which is really very much in your face. And on the Tree of Life, the Tower card connects the paths of Hod and Netzach, and therefore it represents energies of emotion and intellect, or left brain and right brain as we've had before, the duality which is present in every single card. At the bottom of the card we can see, as we always do, our Hebrew character, and this time it is the character of Pei. The word Pei in Hebrew means mouth, and we can see that the symbol is shaped like a mouth which is open. This is the mouth of the fire, which can actually be seen in one of the largest symbols upon the card, this gaping mouth of where the fire actually comes out of, which destroys the tower. The mouth of a river, for example, is where the river meets a larger body of water. It's that joining yet again. And the idea of a mouth of fire has many parallels, one of which being in Jeremiah 5:14 in the Bible, where we hear, "I'm putting my words as a fire in your mouth. These people are tinder, and it will consume them." And so there's a great deal of symbolism that you can get from that. The Roman god of Dis, of whom was associated with the underworld. Dis is often represented as a mouth and by his mouth, and yet of course you can also see him as a humanoid character, and therefore some have suggested that the large mouth on the card is actually the god Dis breathing fire, and bringing us back to his association with Hades and the underworld and so on. Also at the bottom of the card we have our astrological symbol, and this time it is Mars. Mars, of course, being very much connected with that warrior battle feeling and symbology, and so it's a warrior planet. And in this card, Mars is in attack. He is attacking to destroy the character. And going back to that Roman religion again, Mars was, of course, the god of war. And so this card, which shows a scene of war and destruction, as well as its colour, is very much going to be symbolic of the energy and attributes of Mars. The tower itself is our identity, and more important than that, it's our identity, our consciousness, trapped in a lower vibrational state. So it's our physical bodies in this lifetime, but of course it's that negative aspect, that lower aspect, such as our ego, our limitations, be they physical limitations or spiritual, psychological limitations. This, of course, in the grand scheme of things, is only a very small part of our true nature as enlightened, conscious beings. And yet people of whom are trapped in this state see that as all they are, and they see this lower vibration as all that exists in the entire universe. And so that limitation, that illusion, needs to be destroyed in order for us to break out of it and break free. And so this is one of the reasons why the tower is being destroyed, in that our limitations need to be smashed down in order to rebuild and in order to escape from the limitations. Crowley actually in the Book of the Law talks about love, and love is the law, love under will. And so the key to actually doing this, and the key to breaking all these things away, is through love. Now, quite interestingly, you can see here two symbols on the card, one of which is a serpent with an interesting sun head halo behind it, and the other is a dove. Now, Crowley speaks about these in the Book of the Law. He says that there are two kinds of love, and that one love associated with the dove, and one love associated with the serpent. This is a symbol which we see throughout other Thelemic works as well. Essentially, the dove is a type of passive love, whereas the serpent is a type of active love. They are, by their very nature, manifestations of the same energy, and yet they talk about different types of experiencing love, and in basically the different ways of which love can show itself in our life. Aleister Crowley described the serpent, or the active love, as Abraxas. Abraxas is a mystical word, possibly of Kabbalistic origins, such as the Tree of Life, and in Gematria it's the number 365, which of course is the year and the cycle, the solar cycle. It's associated with very high Gnostic deities and knowledge, and later on became erroneously suggested to be a demon within occultism. Abraxas represents both life and death at the same time, and so it's talking about being both a destroyer and a builder, both a lover and a killer and all that type of thing, which we've seen before. And so essentially what this is saying when you break it down is that love in its very highest form destroys those illusions. It reconciles these opposites into one, and everything is dissolved, everything is made up with each other, all our troubles are far away, and what was a limitation to us and what was holding us back is broken down and is no longer relevant. And so of course this relates very much to the image which we've seen, the metaphor, which is the destruction of the tower, and life itself is supposed to be this learning process of this reconciliation, this yearning for a unity or a oneness, which can be not really done in the passive way. It has to be done in the active way, and this is why Crowley will state that that type of serpent active love is the best kind. And you can follow that down other routes that if you've watched the series, if you wish, such as the Kundalini, which we've seen before. Staying on that particular theme, we have at the top of the card the eye, and this is actually the eye of Shiva. That's what it actually represents. And essentially when this eye of Shiva is opened, the universe, the world that it sees, is destroyed. And when that world of illusion is destroyed, we gain enlightenment. We break away from the limitation and we rise on high to enlightenment. And so in that way it's saying that in some ways love as a type of destruction could be a good thing. It could unify us and bring us together because it's destroying the bad and the old. And so the eye of Shiva, which is coming down and is destroying the tower, and it's looking upon the tower being destroyed. And the tower here is the old Aeon of Horus, that old age which we read about in Crowley's work. Now, quite interestingly, there are 27 rays emanating from the eye, which is the number of the path on the Tree of Life that the Tower card is actually part of. And of course, being the eye of Shiva, Shiva being a goddess of whom destroys one's karma with fire, we have a wonderful bringing together of those different cultural elements to create this purification through fire, which is what we are actually seeing in the card. Now you can see a lower window on the card down here, which is divided into 10 separate squares via its window panes. These represent, as they always do, the 10th Sephiroth, which is Malkuth, the lower world, of course, the physical world. And so that's really showing what this tower represents. And you can see this again with another window, which is the upper window here, and this has a cross throughout it, which separates it into 4 different quadrants. Therefore the 4 elements: fire, water, air and earth, or in other words, the physical world, the mental, psychological world that our physical bodies are inhabiting. So we are inhabiting the tower as in the world of illusion. And all that world of illusion, that world of what we think is solid but is actually all vibration and frequency and so on, is destroyed as the tower falls down. The lightning flash, which is actually seen bellowing down throughout the actual card there, is the flash of enlightenment, the power of spiritual awakening, which in one moment destroys the ego. It destroys everything that was old to us, and after that flash of lightning has occurred, nothing is the same. And it's a destructive energy. It's therefore ruled by Mars, and one can see that there's 5 points to this bolt of lightning. And on the Tree of Life, the 5th Sephiroth is Geberar, which is connected with Mars. You can see 4 figures falling from the tower, and these figures first of all are black, and therefore that means that they represent the lower vibrations, or in this case the physical earth yet again. And they're also made out of crystals and diamonds, which is a symbol that we've seen many times before, but here it represents letting go of the physical, letting go of our attachments to things in the physical world. And it can also represent that the bodies are made out of these attachments. They're made of the stuff of the physical world, and yet within them is Kether as well. So there's a lot of different symbols we can see there within that. Now there are 9 flames which are coming out of this mouth and destroying the tower. And the 9th Sephiroth is Yesod, which is one we've seen before. And Yesod is the foundation of the Tree of Life, and yet it also has its symbology with the moon. And the moon is all about change and about that, that falling away of illusion and so on, which we're going to come to in more detail with the actual moon card. And as many would also realise, the moon is about cycles, which is something we've seen on this card. And so really it's about change. It's about the fact that once this tower is destroyed, our awareness changes. And so in order for us to grow, as we've seen with the death card, there has to be the death of the old and so on and so forth. And so rather than it being a more passive change, the tower is a forced change. It's that flash of the lightning and right, we're in the tower's coming down, things are changing, structures are falling away, illusions being destroyed, and there we are. It's right in front of us. You have no choice but to change, essentially, when you've got to this point. And so really, if you're to draw this card in your tarot reading, it can mean things like that. It can mean that it is the destruction of the old. So you're going to be basically looking at life in a different way, which means that you've evolved. Because when we look at life in a different way, our perspective changes, and we look back at things that may have frightened us, for example, before, and say, well, why was I scared of that? It's basically giving you an opportunity for growth in that type of way. And yet it can also mean that there may be a time of turmoil or destruction. If you were falling out of the tower, in the actual very moment that you were falling out, it wouldn't be a particularly pleasant time. And yet, but it's asking you to understand that sometimes things have to collapse down in order for us to rebuild them. Sometimes we have to be perhaps even forcefully removed from illusions and limitations in order to get back onto our path. And that indeed is the path that we've been seeing through the tarot, because it's going through that fool's journey. And if we look at the cards as a journey, we can see that the tower is giving the fool here on his journey an opportunity. He can move on to what's going to be the next card, a wonderful card of the star. Or you can fall back and stay in the physical world, go back to the old card of the devil, that world of the continuing cycles of the physical manifestations. And really it is that. This card, although it can be quite frightening, we have to look beyond the fear, which is what it's saying, and once you've looked beyond the fear, there is your opportunity. The Star is a beautiful card. It's one of the most positive cards in the deck, and here on the 4th deck, this speaks to us as well as the standard symbolism as about Crowley's philosophy of every man and every woman is a star, and the goddess knew it, the eternal mother of ancient Egyptian cosmology, a symbol of unity of life, from where all life springs from the stars that are within her. She is everything that can possibly be created, everything that can be, as well as a protective goddess, the firmament of the sky, of which protects us down on the plane of the earth from invaders or from dangers of the darkness beyond. This is very different to the Rider-Waite star card, but even this is such a colourful and beautiful card, and it shows your cup overflowing with the waters of life and all of the stars and the growth and beauty of the natural world here. The star, one of the best cards that you can draw in the deck. On the Tree of Life, the star card connects Tifereth with Shokmar, and therefore she is a gap, a bridge, if you like, between the formless and the form, between the spiritual and the physical. And you can actually see this even on the Rider-Waite deck, where one foot is in the water and the other one is upon the land, the water being the formless world and the land, of course, the earth, being the physical world. At the bottom of the card we can see our Hebrew character, and this time it's the very powerful character of Hay, the word Hay here meaning a window. A window, of course, in our home gives light into our house and also protects us from the elements outside. And we can see that in the goddess knew it, as well as, if you like, a sort of metaphysical musing on your windows, that they are themselves a bridge between the outside world and the inside, and that type of thing. So to look out of a window, of course, is to look across a vista of the created world. And He is also very much connected with the Tetragrammaton. It is a letter which appears twice in the Tetragrammaton, as you can see on the images here. And the first He, which is known as the primal He, represents the Great Mother, which is Nuit if we're looking at it in the Thelemic terms here. And the final He would be the daughter of, so essentially the princess figure that one can see on the star cards. So looking at that, the letter He is a feminine letter, and the energy therefore of He is an energy of the divine feminine. And you can see this echoed yet again in the astrological association, which here on the bottom of the card yet again we can see that the star is ruled by Aquarius. And many images of Aquarius have this idea of one's cup overflowing and show this divine feminine goddess, which is echoed on the actual design that you can see on the card. Aquarius is a wonderful element in astrology. It's about the uniqueness of life and the humanitarianism, and you've seen Aquarius in the New Age and the Age of Aquarius, for example, and things such as that. The star card therefore shares that energy and those qualities of the Aquarian age and the Aquarian symbology. And so she's basically saying here there is a divinity and a unique nature, a unique spirit within all of us, and she's encouraging us to be as she is, a bridge between those two worlds, and to manifest our highest good, our true will, be the best version of ourselves, essentially. It's very powerful and very life-affirming. The actual figure that you can see on the fourth star card is the goddess Nuit, as one may have guessed, and so it's actually the manifested form of Nuit, and this comes back in a later card, the card of the Aeon, and we will discuss it more there. Now you can see a golden cup here on the card. Now the gold, of course, is the sun, and the sun is symbolic of life and the giver and bringer of life. So in religious terms it would be God as the Father, and she's pouring out of this cup this substance, and this substance is the potential of that God. So it's the potential of creation itself, and she's basically bathing in this potential. She's pouring it out onto herself, and therefore she is taking that energy into herself, and she becomes a conduit for it, because she would use that energy to manifest. So essentially, in simple terms, it's the water of life. And this is in the Bible what would be called the Word. In the beginning was the Word. It's the oneness that we've spoken about in other things. It's the singularity in scientific terms, that massive potential and light. It's inner light, kundalini, it's all of those things, the waters of life, the purity and wonder of everything put together. And you can see a blue star, a seven-pointed star, which is the star of Venus, and this is twisting round here and sort of coming around and through the cup, and this therefore is showing that the universe, which is behind, and therefore behind everything, the universe is comprised out of love. The number 7 with the point of the star is Venus, and the 7th Sephiroth, Netzach, on the Tree of Life, is ruled by Venus, so we always have that connection coming through there. There's also a silver cup in her other hand, as a duality symbol, of course. If the golden cup is the sun, then the silver cup is going to be the moon, and so here she's holding illusion in this hand. So as the spiritual waters of life become manifested into the world, the wonder and beauty of it becomes lost as it turns into the world of illusion, because the physical world, even though it has all these fantastic things to do and to experience, is a world of which it's comprised out of illusion, and the lower the energy becomes, the further away it gets from that light, which is its source. However, this is shown within Aleister Crowley's work, at least as he says in the Book of Thoth, that there is the blood of the Holy Grail, which, as you may know, Crowley regards to be a sexual unity. and that it happens in the physical world, and therefore is poured out of the cup onto the physical plane beneath her, and so it's showing that the birth of new life and things like that is happening there. And Crowley points out as well in the Book of Thoth that this silver cup and the energy within it isn't spiral like the rest of the card. So the rest of the card has this kind of very spiral theme to it, where this one isn't. It's slightly more linear, it's more comprised out of straight lines. And he suggests that this is because the mind of man is obsessed with the physical world, the men of science, and let's try and make mathematical lines and shapes and equations for everything. And this very solid and physical world becomes a block to the more amorphous, the more subtle world of the spirit, hence the spirals for the world of the spirit and the straight lines for the world of the physical. We also have another star up in the top left corner of the card. This is another 7-pointed star, but this time it's the star of Babylon, the goddess Babylon, which we saw over on the Lust card. And Crowley says that Babylon itself is actually like a secret or forbidden name. And the reason that this is here is it unites everything in the card, so you can see the spiral rays that are coming out of it. They touch everything, so they're touching all of creation. They're also kind of pyramidal in shape in a way, because Babylon is connected with the city of pyramids, and so this is a complement to the duality of existence that we've had before. So she is essentially the light of God, the inspiration of the universe. So when we get ourselves into a bad state and we need to build ourselves back up, we have to reach out for a better feeling thought. And then when you've found the better feeling thought, reach for another better feeling thought, and so on, until you discover your inspiration laying dormant within you. So this symbol is showing that there is endless possibilities out there in the universe, comprised out of this divine spark, this artistic sort of channeling that comes into us, and we don't know where it's come from, and it inspires us to action, to love, to create, and so on and so forth. There's this large sphere or globe which is shown in the card, and this isn't actually the Earth, it's instead the universe itself, of which the Earth is only a small part of. So the star of Venus, which spirals out, fills that whole globe, showing once more that that energy, which is comprised at its highest form of the universal love, is present in everything in the universe. The Earth is shown on the card at the bottom of the card, and it's crystalline. These are things that we've seen on this deck before. There's actually 20 here, 7-sided solid objects representing the physical world, and these are symbolic of matter, the world of matter, and therefore they're separate from the spiritual realms. They are, if you like, the world of things that have been made manifest, so the things around us, like our furniture and so on, which has began life as a thought, but has then been crafted into a geometric shape within the world of matter. The 20 shapes as well can also refer themselves to the character Yod, and therefore going back to the Hermit card, which is the potential to manifest all possibilities in life. So, as I was saying there before, the world of thought, where these things begin, is infinite. The amount of different things that can be built and experienced and seen in the world is created out of infinite possibilities. Over in the top right hand corner of the card, you can actually see, very, very difficult for a lot of people to see, but there are butterflies here, and there are actually 5 butterflies. And these are souls that are free from matter. So they've sprung up from the world of matter, and they've freed themselves from it. They've gone back into the universe. 5 is the 5th element, it's spirit. So they're the element which is separate from the 4 elements, which are matter. So these have experienced all that matter and all the things of the earth, and they've risen above it. They've risen and evolved into a higher form of understanding. Beneath the butterflies are some roses that you can see here. There's actually 3 red roses. These are another fertility symbol, and the colour red and the rose, as you may know, is a symbol of love in popular culture as well, so it's showing a type of true love and not purely a sexual love. It's that the pure love yet again. The actual background itself, which is quite obscured, is a sea. It's the formless sea, what some would call primordial soup, if you like, if you want to look at it scientifically. But basically that's the formless world. That is the infinite possibilities that the universe comes into manifestation from. And in the background you can see at the bottom the pyramid city. So it looks like Egypt, of course, but that is the world that it's taking place in, and these are the home of the souls. So these are the home of the enlightened ones in Thelema, which of course is where the Book of the Law was actually written, in the pyramids of Egypt. And so this card is a fantastic one to turn over in your tarot readings. It's inspiring you to be inspired by life itself. It's basically saying to you, put the tarot deck down and go out and follow your dreams. You know, go and do exactly what you want to do. Find that spark within you and direct your energy into it, and express everything that it means to you, and good things will happen. Because when you focus on these better feeling thoughts, as we say, it builds you up and evolves you to higher levels, just as those butterflies are evolving out of the lower worlds and going up to the top. So this card is a card of huge encouragement, both physically and spiritually. It's saying, you know, it could be saying to you, you've had bad times and now you're going to be moving on. The time's come, you've learnt your lesson from whatever that was going to teach you, and it's inspired you, and now you can express something more in that wonderful way. It's a beautiful card, and on the journey of the tarot, this really represents something which has been yearned towards throughout many of the other cards. And so it's joy, it's been open to love, and it's trusting that formlessness. It's trusting the universe to bring experiences and thoughts and intuitions into you, and you should trust them and follow them. The moon is one of the more dreaded tarot cards to draw, and not necessarily without good reason. This card, unlike other cards in the deck which show the more positive aspects of the moon, speaks here about a fear of the unknown, a world of illusion and a mirror which shows us things that we don't really want to see. Even over on the Rider-Waite deck, we can see a very melancholic card, a card drenched in sadness and madness, with the dogs baying at this rather wistful looking inverted moon face. On the Tree of Life, the moon joins Netzach with Malkuth, which takes us down to the very bottom of the Tree of Life, and so it's taking the Seeker of Truth as far away as they can get from Kether, that spiritual light and love at the top of the tree. It's showing a facing of reality, a facing of things that we've found hard to accept. And yet, because Netzach is associated with victory, there is a get out in this. It's showing that we can still take victory and rise above these things at the same time. On the bottom of the card, our Hebrew character is the letter of Koth, and this word translated to English means the back of one's head, and that's what the character is actually supposed to represent in its pictorial form. And so this is showing, if we look at a spliced image of the side of one's head, it's that area right at the back of the brain, of which some speak about as being associated with pleasure responses and fear responses. And it's also, because it's right at the very far back of the head and the brain, is a symbol here of things that we don't see. So in other words, the subconscious mind. And of course the subconscious mind is something which is said to be working all the time in the background and influences the world of the conscious. And the astrological symbol, which we can also see at the bottom, is Pisces. Pisces is absolutely associated with that subconscious mind, and so you have a connection between them there. Pisces is, of course, an astrology sign which is very psychic and intuitive. Pisceans are said to be into spirituality and artistry and so on and so forth. Pisces is ruled by the planet Neptune, which is a god of the sea. The sea is ruled by the moon, and the sea and the moon have a relationship with each other on the physical plane, of course, as well as in the worlds of the spiritual and the mystic. Neptune's qualities in mythology are about visions and dreams and these watery depths and all the myths associated with it, which are in themselves as well qualities of the moon. And in that respect, there can be the positive aspects of the moon, and there can also be the more challenging aspects of the moon as well: obstacles, illusion, deception, and so on. And so when we look at the actual symbols on the card here, let's have a look at the lower half of the card first. And you can see here a beetle in the lower half of the card holding onto a solar disc. This is the Kefra, and this means, if you translate it, he who is coming into being. And so it represents a sun god, of course, in ancient Egyptian mythology. The solar disc here, therefore, is the sun, or in other words, the conscious mind. And the conscious mind is that in this symbology which would descend down into the subconscious mind in order to confront our fears, in order to look at the things that we don't want to see, and to come to terms with them and understand that those things are holding us back and we have to confront them in order to move on. The scarab is one of the most powerful symbols in ancient Egyptian beliefs, and if you're going to study ancient Egyptian cosmology, you're going to come across these images of scarabs, and you're going to see them as symbols of the sun, as well as potent symbols of resurrection, transformation, and even of a protective god, such as what we had with the goddess Nuit before. You may see a scarab beetle known as a dung beetle, and this is because it rolled balls of dung along the ground, and this is actually what it would use to eat. This is its food. However, this has given way to an entire belief that the god Kefra, the god that this is based on, rolls the sun across the sky. And it's a type of microcosm and macrocosm thing, the very small beetle rolling its dung, imposed upon the macrocosm of the god rolling the sun. And therefore it relates to when the sun first rises, or in the ancient Egyptian belief, rising from the underworld, and therefore a resurrection, a new birth of the day, a transformation of the darkness of the night into the new day coming at the dawn. You can also see here some red waves and some blue waves, and they're actually creating huge, great big wave-like patterns all along the bottom of the card. These are symbols of the sea and the influence of the moon upon the sea. And yet here we can actually see a difference between the Thoth and the Rider-Waite decks. If we look at the Rider-Waite, the water appears to be relatively still, and we have a crab coming out of it. The crab talking about something coming out of the subconscious mind, so the crab is the subconscious rising from the depths of the seas below it. Where here on the Thoth deck, the water is moving, it's going up and down, and it's multiple waves, suggesting more of a cyclical nature to things. And as well as just one symbol of the subconscious, we have the god Kefra here rolling the sun, and so it's giving you the opportunity of the transformation, the opportunity of the resurrection there as well. So it's giving like a little bit of hope to the constant movements of the tides and the illusions of it all. We can also see on the top of the card, of course, here the very prominent symbols, and the most prominent symbols on the moon card being Anubis. Anubis being a very popular god in ancient Egypt, and he is one of those types of gods of whom is a guider of souls. Anubis's responsibility is to be a ferryman, if you like, a guider of newly dead souls, of newly released souls into that new realm of consciousness from the realm of earth that they experience throughout their lives into the new realm, the realm of the afterlife. And all of the images of Anubis show this type of guidance and of preparation of the dead. He's also associated with embalming, and many images of Anubis also show the god Thoth. The god Thoth taking down notes, recording the wisdom and the lessons learned and all this type of thing. And so on the Thoth card, Anubis here is that guider of the souls in the darkness, in the illusion, as they pass out of the conscious world, life, and into the subconscious world of death or resurrection and so on. And you can see that Anubis is holding the Ankh, in his hand. And here the Ankh, as well as that symbol of the continuity of life, is an astrological symbol, because this Ankh is made out of a conglomerate of the symbols of Neptune and the symbols of Venus. And Neptune rules Pisces, the sea and the fish, as we've seen, and Venus is exalted within Pisces, and so that's what that is going at there. The figure, however, on the left-hand side is not Anubis. This is the god of Set, and so here we have I know they look very similar to those of whom don't study hieroglyphs, but Set's characteristics are quite different. He has a narrower nose or snout, he has a relatively longer neck, he has longer and bigger ears, and his Ankh is different, quite important. His Ankh is made out of the symbol of Mercury, which is a planet which is an opposite to the detriment of Pisces, and so Mercury here is the physical mind. It's on the left, of course, the left brain, the right brain that we had before. It's the world of rational thinking, scientific thinking, which of course isn't very good to help you understand the subconscious mind, which is more amorphous and more subtle, and therefore difficult to understand with equations and logical thought. Set is a god associated with war in ancient Egypt, and therefore chaos and destruction. He's also a type of trickster. God is not to be trusted, and so he's involved in illusion and deception, which are those aspects of the moon that we're going to there as well, those more negative aspects of the moon. The subconscious mind inside of us is also like that sometimes. Some people describe their subconscious minds as chaos and being full of deception and illusion. People talk about facing their personal demons, for example, when people say, I feel like I'm at war with myself. And so that's really what this is suggesting here. This can be like what comes through in the world of dreams, or more necessarily the world of nightmares, where we are faced with things that we don't want necessarily to be faced with. The wand, which is held by Set and Anubis, they're both holding these wands and facing each other. This is the wand of the phoenix, and it's a symbol of resurrection, of course, the phoenix, but it always only happens after the demons have been conquered, after the illusion has been seen through. You can't have the resurrection of the phoenix without the fire. You can't. It's a cleansing, and yet you have to pass through something in order to be cleansed. You have to understand, essentially, and move on to a different perspective. And these ones are seen again later on in the Thoth deck in the Minor Arcana, and you're going to see them all over the House of the Wands cards, of course. You can see these jackals at the base of Anubis and Set. These are the animal soul, which can be associated with the survival instinct, the fight and flight response, and the urge to procreate. And yet, in spiritual and mystical terms, these jackals are devourers. They are the destroyers of those of whom ignore the warnings of the subconscious, or Anubis on the card. And so yet again they have their association with the back of the head, that is which is not seen, the subconscious mind. And basically they are here as, in many regards, if you can see it like that, a warning. Now, a symbol here in the centre of the card, which is also seen on the Rider-Waite image, is this strange dripping symbols, and these are the symbols of Yod. And so essentially here we have 9 dripping Yods. And the 9th Sephiroth on the Tree of Life is ruled by the element of the moon, and so that's why we have that here. And they're also in the form, if one traces around them, of the glyph of Neptune. The way in which this symbol is arranged suggests that it represents a potential of life that has not yet been traced around, so has not yet been manifested. And here they actually represent the symbols being inside a womb. And so they are essentially a type of blood inside the womb, so they are a potential of life, which has not been born, which has not been fertilised, and so is in many ways a potential which will not see manifestation. At the top of the card we can see a waning moon, which is in a position of a partial eclipse, and so the blue part underneath here is symbolic of the earth. Now, of particular interest here, there is a symbol in red which is actually coming through this symbol, and this is another Hebrew character. It's the character of Kaf. And we've actually seen this character before on the series and on the Thoth deck. In fact, it was the Hebrew character which showed up on the Wheel of Fortune card and had its association with Jupiter. And so here we have a symbol which seems almost out of place. It's about good fortune. It's about being optimistic. It's a card of wisdom and of travelling on the road and going all for manifestation. And so why is this here? Well, the letter Kaf here is upon the sphere eclipsing the moon. And so it is that positive influence. This is the thing that you have to reach for. And the reason that this is over the top of this image means that the energy of the moon has been overcome by you setting upon this path to manifest, setting the wheel in motion back onto the Wheel of Fortune. And so essentially you've gone into that subconscious mind. You've faced those demons, those illusions, those things that you didn't want to see, and you've put those wheels in motion to overcome them. You are over the moon, and you have got on with the manifestation that otherwise would have been here in the womb, unfertilised, unmanifested, and never to see the light of day. And so when you draw the moon, it is a very strange card, and it can be suggesting that something in your life is a deception. Something isn't what it appears to be or isn't what it's supposed to be, and so it could be asking you to change something fundamentally within your life, or it could be saying the path you're going on isn't right here. You feel unsure about something, you don't know which path to take, which is going back to what we had on the Wheel of Fortune before. You may feel lost and you don't know where to go. More than ever though, this is talking about our shadow, our subconscious, those inner demons, these things inside of that we may not even be fully aware of, and yet we have an instinctive distrust of. It's a type of destructive energy, and yet what's quite interesting with the Thoth deck is that these symbols of the god rolling the sun to represent a rebirth and a new birth, which actually, if you look at the sun, comes up to pierce that womb. So it's saying that these things can be manifested. You know, you can overcome this energy. And the symbol of Kaf, the Wheel of Fortune, being imprinted over the top of the moon, suggesting that these things can be overcome. And so there is a positive aspect to the moon here on the Thoth deck, but it needs you to act. It needs you to be prepared to go into that subconscious mind and to not be afraid of what you find there. The Sun is a fantastic card. This is a really positive energy. It's speaking about success and freedom and all of the wonderful things that so many of us want to bring into our lives. This card is saying you can have it. Even on the Rider-Waite deck, we can see this very colourful image where the character is almost springing forth outwards towards you in the card. Their arms are open to suggest an embracing and a trusting energy of the freedom of which this card is suggesting a lighting of the world. On the Tree of Life, this card connects Hod with Yesod, which implies that we've been using all throughout the deck our will to create the world. So we've been putting our thoughts into things, and finally these things are starting to manifest. So we can see as the sun comes up and lights the day, we can see that the day is taking the shape of the things of which we have thought about, the things of which we've concentrated on, and therefore manifested. And down at the bottom of the card we can see our Hebrew character, and it's the character of Reish. This means simply the head, and unlike the character before, which was the back of the head and the subconscious mind, here it's talking about higher consciousness, the crown chakra, so the idea of samadhi, of enlightenment, which is often described with the Kundalini awakening as the inner sun or the 1,000-petaled lotus and things such as that. It's displayed as a type of sun image. And so really what this is suggesting is the inner light. The spiritual path that we've been working towards is showing itself. We have an inner sun which gives way to an outer sun, and so the light that we put out makes the world light. Essentially, what you put out you get back, so make sure that you're putting out some energy of light and love, otherwise that's not what you're going to manifest. We can also see the astrological symbol, which here, of course, is the sun yet again. And this is a mandala style symbol which can represent a type of focus, so we can hone in on that centre and then evolve outwards towards it, or it can mean the bringing in of consciousness to manifest within that singular dot as well. If we simply look at it in terms of the actual card, this symbol can mean the outer sun, and the previous Reish symbol can represent the inner sun, that within us, within the head. And so here we have the dualism of the inner sun and the outer sun, and the connection between them of the light inside giving birth to the light outside, and vice versa. We can see the solar disk upon the actual card, as well as the sun. This is an Egyptian symbol of the god Horus, and so within the centre of this you can see a red rose, and this is the rosy cross which is shown on the back of the actual Thoth tarot cards. This rose cross symbolises what we've been speaking about throughout the entire series, which is the union of matter and of spirit, or of the outer world and the inner world. Aleister Crowley in the Book of Thoth actually describes the Egyptian god Horus, who this symbolises as the Lord of Light, light, liberty and love. And so the solar disk, as well as the physical sun, is that pure energy that we've been speaking about there. The twins upon the card also represent Horus, and remembering within Thelema there is this talk of the new Aeon of Horus, which we're going to come to. And there is a composite deity within the religion of Thelema known as Heru Ra Ha, which is composed out of two elements, or two deities, being Hua Pa Krat and Ra Hua Kuit. Now what we have here is the two characters together shown in the twins image. The first one can be associated with silence and secrets, or Hua Pa Krat in the Thelemic deities, and therefore can have his similarities with Harpocrates within the ancient Egyptian Ptolemaic Alexandria religions, and so it's a god of silence, confidentiality and secrets, hence the showing of the sign of silence here on many of his statues. And the second twin, being Rahu Kuit, is the god of vengeance, war and chaos yet again, and so this is the lord over that new Aeon that you will encounter if you read Aleister Crowley's work. On the Tree of Life, this would be Geberar, so it's Mars, the god of war like we've seen before, but because he's a lord of a new Aeon, he can also be associated with Tifereth, so the higher consciousness, and so there's a bit of chivalry, there's a bit of honour going on there with them as well. The actual Ra, as in the Egyptian god of the sun, which is the ruler of Tifereth, is shown on the card as well. So we've got a lot of Egyptian sun mythology shown here on the Thoth sun card. Now you can see that the actual male twin, it has red wings, which are of course symbolic of the element of fire, and the female twin has yellow wings and therefore is suggestive of the element of air. Together, these represent freedom. They represent that flying upwards of the soul, and in fact the wings themselves here are a symbol of freedom. When the butterfly is finally born from its various stages that it's gone through to get to this form, it's free. It sets forth into the world, and it may only live a short time, but within that time it is free. And so, as you can see, these twins are springing upwards and springing forwards into the wonder of the light of the day, and they represent freedom. And in that respect, it's not only the freedom of the body, but the freedom of the spirit and the soul to go towards its true will. Now, it's quite interesting that they have their arms and their legs in this position. If you think back to the Hanged Man card, he also had his legs crossed and his arms out, and yet here his arms and legs were stuck to the back of the card, so he was imprisoned, he was unable to actually move. Where here on the Sun card, it's a similar type of position that they're in, but their arms and legs are free, and so they've evolved basically. This is what it's suggesting. It's saying that they have moved on from the things that were imprisoning them to the physical world, the restrictions and so on, and they're flying forth, they're free. Can you imagine how it must feel to be imprisoned down physically with nails in one's hands, and to be let go and able to experience that freedom once again. They're essentially dancing in the light of the sun. And so this is suggesting when we really do the meditational practices and we experience that spiritual ecstasy, we become like these twins. And these twins are children, and so they have none of the nonsense of restriction that would bring them down like many others do. They're the natural magicians of the world. We become reborn like them when we experience these higher realms of consciousness and freedom. The discs that they dance upon have upon them the Tao, the cross of the Tao, and here it's a symbol of the old Aeon, so it's suggesting old religions and old beliefs which we saw earlier had been trampled upon, and so it's suggesting that we have to move on from that old type of thing which may keep us imprisoned, back to the hanged man. In order to find that freedom, we have to rise up above that type of thing. There is a red and a yellow wall as well, which you can see, which is actually around the mound here, and this again is all about harmony. It's about these two twins being joined together into a spirit of harmony, suggesting again the red and the yellow as well, the fire and the air. There's 12 rays coming out of the sun, or the solar disk, and these 12 rays are the zodiac signs, of course, the 12 main zodiac signs, and therefore it represents the infinity of everything in the universe. There are even the zodiac signs themselves actually shown around the edges of the card, and the rays of light are piercing into them. If one looks very carefully, you can even see that the way that these zodiac signs are displayed and the colours behind them form an image which is the goddess Nuit, and we will see this manifested more upon the next card. And so we have the goddess Nuit of Thelema, the protective mother goddess of the firmament, who gives birth to all, the goddess with stars in her hair, and of course the stars here being the stars of the zodiac, represented here around the edge of the card. Of course, there's a rainbow effect that one can sense on this card as well, especially around the zodiac, and this is when we have that type of refraction on these symbols, can represent spectrums and different spectrums of reality, and yet it can also represent the presence of water upon the physical plane. And in Greek mythology, water is a raising of consciousness. It's connected with a cleanliness, of course, and a raising of consciousness, and therefore a transformation. John the Baptist dunked people under the water and they came out as reborn, and so there are great esoteric meanings of baptism as well, which would have to be done in a separate video, but water here is a transformational aspect. The green mound is the fertility sign in this. Yet again, all of the cards have that kind of fertility, which here is about growth and abundance. Not necessarily fertility meaning physical sexual contact, but growth and abundance in all things, of course, because if the universe is coming conscious of itself and wanting to experience all things, then that love extends to all things, and all things must be fertile and grow and come to an understanding. And so essentially, when one gets into a heightened spiritual state and experiences things with ecstasy and wonder, then we're really doing the real work of life, which of course is living. These twins that are on the card are something which, if you've watched the series from the beginning, you'll have actually seen multiple times. They showed up as babies with the Fool card, the very first card. They were these little babies at the beginning, and then we saw them again on the Lovers card, and finally here they are. And so these babies have evolved and actually grown physically as well throughout the journey of the tarot. It's like they have been coming along on this Fool's journey, and so this Fool's journey is not just a physical journey, it's a spiritual journey of an evolution of the soul, and the soul is evolving to understand its true purpose, which is to go to this light and to enjoy that ecstasy of the spirit. And so the card is a relatively simple card in many ways. It's talking about that pure conscious awareness of the spirit, the detachment from that which has held us back and imprisoned us, and the freedom that we are coming upon of. The actual sun on the card is the dominating symbol, and it's a more powerful symbol than what we've seen with planets and things on some of the other cards, and so it's really saying that we've moved much further on now from those cards which were holding us back, and we really are, if you like, seeing the light, to use that expression. And so, you know, if you're to draw this card, it's a brilliant one. It's showing the source of life. It's saying success is here, go for it, you know, abundance will flow. This is a brilliant time. It's the present time that you are in when you see this card should be celebrated. And, you know, the sun is illuminating your path, so you can see a long way down your path, and you know that that path is clear. And so what's holding you back? Embrace your dreams, give it everything you've got, you know. It's brilliant. There is a simplicity to the card. It's because these are children, like we've said. They are seeing things in a real way without anything to hold them back and any chains to imprison them. And so the card is essentially saying, embrace that energy within your own soul and see where it takes you. The Aeon is a card rich in thelemic symbology. It's very, very different from the card known as Judgment here on the Rider-Waite deck, which shows a Christianized image of salvation, a very positive looking card, a very dreamlike image, where here on the Thoth deck we indeed have the Aeon representing the three Aeons which we've spoken about before, and laced in the imagery of Aleister Crowley's Thelema. Over on the Tree of Life, this card would occupy a path between Hod and Malkuth, and so Hod is said to be where our intelligence as humans is located, is basically the seat of our consciousness. And so this is like our willpower. This is the origin of our willpower, and Malkuth is the lower physical world. And so it's connecting the energies that we've spoken about all throughout the deck. So by understanding and evolving within the nature of the physical world, the universe sees that there is a oneness behind creation, and all perspectives are done away with, and so on, just as we've been seeing throughout all of the deck up to this point. We can see the Hebrew character at the bottom of the card, and this is the Hebrew character of Shin. Shin is an interesting symbol because literally translated it means tooth, and yet it's also one of the characters, the originator character of the Hebrew word, the letter of fire, and we're actually going to come back to that later on, so just bear that one in mind. But here we can see the letter Shin with three characters actually kneeling inside the characters which are Yod characters at the top of the letter, and so the Yods are fire, as we've been saying, and so the kneeling figures inside are they're in the heart of fire, within the heart of flame. And if you want to look at them, you can bring them from right to left as a father and a mother, and then in the centre would be a child, the child being very slightly brighter than the other two if you look carefully, and that is the child Horus, the Aeon, the new Aeon of Horus. The astrological connection is that of Libra, and indeed you can see the sigil of Libra displayed in this archway which goes behind the card. If we look back at the Thoth deck, we've had another card which was associated with Libra, and this one was the card of adjustment, and so this was a symbol of course, justice, law and order, and of course an order to the universe as well, and so this energy is within this card. The actual arches of blue and of green are the colours of Libra, and therefore were the colours of the adjustment card as well, so this is really driving home that energy is in there. And there's also the orange and red sort of coloured arch, which is yet again the element of fire, the sort of line, supposedly the jagged lines representing a burning fire, and therefore going back to the phoenix, the rebirth out of fire, symbolic of an energy of change and renewal. You can even see the elemental symbol of fire here in the bottom of the card, which is again a purification of, so the old is burnt away and out of what is left grows the new. And so if you were looking at tarot cards as a form of divination, this could mean a change coming, for example, as well as a more standardized symbol of spiritual paths and spiritual transformations. So even John the Baptist says that you should be baptized with the Holy Ghost and with fire, and so there is this symbol of fire as a rebirth coming up in all different spiritual practices. One of the most prominent symbols on this card is the goddess Nuit, and here the goddess Nuit is very much coloured in. In some of the cards previously we had a sort of ghostly image of Nuit, where here we have a vibrant goddess Nuit forming an archway, a firmament, and this is actually into the shape of the letter Omega, the last letter of the Hebrew alphabet. And of course we've heard of Omega in the book of Revelations, I am the Alpha and Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end, and so on. So there's a great mystical interpretation of that straight away. And so the goddess Nuit is seen in this upper part of the card. And you can see on this image of Nuit a type of spiralling of universes. These are clearly images of galaxies and of universes, planets and stars being born and dying, and of course the symbology of the goddess Nuit as this mother goddess, she who gives birth to the stars and is also a protective goddess and so on. And she has a belt on her, and upon this belt are again circles or spheres, and these actually represent the symbols of the zodiac, the planet symbology of the zodiac. And so Nuit here is of course the speaker of the Book of the Law by Aleister Crowley, one of the core books of Thelema, and so it's no doubt that Nuit is going to take up this very prominent and colourful position on this card. She is also wearing bracelets or anklets, and there's two different patterns upon these. The ones upon the left, which are a spiked image, represent the universe of matter, the formed universe, and it's said that the symbol here is supposed to represent that of a heartbeat, and therefore the very power of what allows us to persist in this physical world is that of the beating of our heart. And so here we have a symbol of physical life and the continuation of physical life because of the beating heart. And the anklet on the right hand side, which has wavy lines, is the universe at large, the macrocosm, so the great formlessness of the universe, all the different vibrations and frequencies of life represented with the wavy lines. And so putting those two together, we have of course the aim of Hermeticism, the as above and so below, which is seen in pretty much every card. In between the goddess Nuit and in this central position is this symbol which represents Hajit. And so again, talking purely Thelemic imagery here, so this is this winged globe of fire is Hajit, and there are images of Hajit representing Kether, the top crown on the tree of life, yet again. And so Hajit is a masculine energy and therefore has a phallic form to it. And so really we have here a symbol of a type of sexual magic or sexual alchemy. It shows a sexual unity between Hajit and of Nuit, and so he is activating within her dormant potential. He is winged, the image is winged, and so it's phallic, it's rising upwards, so to speak, and it's representing a type of motion, and therefore can be the Kundalini awakening and the quest, if you like, for infinite enlightenment and knowledge and the infinite potential of the universe. And so this rising up from the bottom upwards here to show and to reach into the infinite. Horus is the image which is shown in the front of the card, and as you can see he's transparent. It looks almost as if he's ghost-like. He's also naked, and this is purely a symbol of his innocence. He's a child. He's the new Aeon of Horus. It purely represents being unclothed by the madness of the world, if you like, the horrors of the world. He is a complete innocent child here, and that's what that represents. The symbol that he's making with his hand on his lip again looks like Harpocrates, as we've seen before, the god of silence and the god of therefore keeping secrets. But Horus is also the product of Hajit and Nuit. It's the child that has been manifested through that union. And in Thelema there is a special name for this child, this Aeon of Horus, which is Heru Ra-Ha. And we had this before, of course. There's two different sides to this. There is the passive side of Hua Pa Krat, and the active side, which is Ra Hua Kuit. We saw that back in the Sun card as well. To get more information on that, you're going to have to look more into Aleister Crowley's work, because it would take a long time to explain on the actual video. But indeed, we have this sign of silence being shown here, and the Greek version of Horus is indeed shown as Harpocrates, as we can see in these type of images, and so everything links up. There's a golden light, of course, central in the card. This is another solar symbol, and so it's showing Horus actually surrounded in the sun, or in this golden light. And the card, it can be the sun, but it can also simply be fire. It can be showing a new birth coming out of fire. So whatever is behind the card, if you think about it three-dimensionally, has been burnt by this fire, and out of the flame comes this new life, this new Aeon of Horus. Now you can see 3 serpentine images here. One of them is coiled around the area here of his head, which would be known as the third eye area, and therefore that's suggesting that there is illumination and spiritual growth to come. It's the potential of this enlightenment and this path that this child is setting upon. Remember that he's only innocent, he's only young, and yet here we have straight away the enlightenment that is coming out of him. He's also wearing a headdress which has 2 horned images projecting out of it sideways here. These are similar to Egyptian crowns that you may have seen, such as that were created out of clay, and been the clay taken from the banks of the Nile and actually formed into these wonderful headdresses, and so it's really showing that Egyptian connection of Horus on him there. And you've also got a curly hair. If you look carefully, it has like a curled lock of hair. This is supposed to represent youth, of course. The youth often has like that little curl of hair, and so again it's showing the youth, the youngness, and therefore the new beginning of the whole thing. Ra-Hoor-Khuit, the active side of the god Horus, is shown here on the card as an entity or a deity which is actually sitting on a throne behind the new Aeon. And in his right hand he is holding the wand of the phoenix. This is a very powerful symbol, and yet his left hand is empty and held outwards like this, and so it's saying that there is nothing remains from the left hand. And so this is an implication of the ending of one era and the rebirth and renewal of another era, and that is really what this entire card represents. It's showing that a child is born, and the child is the Aeon of Horus. He's a solar deity, and that's why we have this sun, this solar energy surrounding him. And therefore that light, of course, dispels the darkness, dispels the night, which is the goddess Nuit, and therefore it represents a cycling of time and of seasons and of life and death and so on. And so that's why you have both night and day represented within the card, and they're being ruled by these Egyptian gods because they're therefore linked to the meaning of the Aeon, which is cycles, beginnings, endings. And of course these can be any different thing, which it can be a cycle within our daily life. We get up in the morning and we go to bed at night, for example, and if you look at that on a larger level, we are born at one end and die at the other, and that's just within our physical lives. In our spiritual lives there are many cycles and beginnings and endings as well. And so if you pick this card up in your reading, it can be saying that, it can say that, you know, your life is changing and different experiences may be showing you new paths. They may have big impacts on your life which are forcing a change, dispelling that darkness, and so it could be saying it's time to move on from a particular situation because you've seen it in a new perspective now, and you've seen endings, you've seen beginnings, and it's time to review things in your life, if you like, and see how you've grown, review the bigger picture and look back and say, wow, you know, I've really moved on from that. It's a period of growth and a period of deep understanding. It's a very lovely card, and it's one of the cards on the Thoth deck which is very different in its symbology from that of which we've seen on previous decks. The universe is a symbol of both the birth and death, and therefore rebirth of everything in existence, and therefore this, the last card in the major arcana, is the completion of the aim of Hermeticism, the completion of that great work of bringing the soul back to God, the completion of our journey of consciousness. On the Rider-Waite tarot deck, this card is called The World, and of course shows a great number of esoteric symbols, some of which similar to what we're going to see, and some of which different. Of course, the Thoth card is not just the world, but the entire universe. We've expanded our horizons simply by looking at things outside of just our existence, but the existence of everything. On the Tree of Life, this card connects Yesod to Malkuth, and Yesod is associated with the moon, and Malkuth, of course, as we've seen before, is the earth, the lower vibration. What's particularly interesting about this is that it is located on the middle pillar of the Tree of Life, so it represents perfect balance. The middle pillar is associated with things such as the Holy Trinity and all of these principles which speak about a union and a oneness, such as Father, Son and Holy Spirit, and all of that type of thing. And it's also got a fertility to it, which most of these things do, such as the breath of life being put into Malkuth, so the physical world being imbued with life which becomes conscious and sets out on that fool's journey, like where we started from. At the bottom of the card we can see our Hebrew character, and as is fitting for the final card, this is the letter Tau. The Tau, of course, being hugely in depth, and it means basically cross in Hebrew. It's related to the number 4, so again matter, the physical world, and of course of the fourfold nature of man and the 4 aspects of the Tetragrammaton and various other things. So this card really is the end of the tarot. So the Fool will be Alpha and the universe would be Omega. This is the end point, and therefore the springing board to be the beginning point yet again as these cycles continue. The astrological association is Saturn and Earth, which is relatively interesting. Saturn being the dull father time point on the astrological scale, so physical structure, perhaps stagnation, death, all that type of thing like we had before, and yet also Earth. And so Saturn on the Tree of Life would be Binah, the third Sephiroth, which is part of the supernal triangle. So we have Saturn linking basically that it's basically saying the highest and the lowest together. It's an equilibrium. It's one of those things you can delve really far into if you would like to. In the centre of the card is the Maiden, and if you look at her, she's actually sitting or laying in the same pose as the twins did over on the Sun card. So she has her legs crossed in this reversed position, which is the opposite, of course, to the Hanged Man, and therefore indicates freedom rather than restriction. And so, just as we've been seeing throughout the journey, which is getting more and more free, here we have a position which symbolises freedom absolutely. And just as we've seen Tau as the Hebrew character, which means cross, her legs are crossed in this formation, and they are directed towards the 4 characters in the corners of the card. These creatures represent the zodiac. They are what you would call cherubim images. And so this represents mastering the 4 elements, because they're also elemental characters, and elemental characters represent the physical world. So the cross here is the microcosm, and the zodiac, the characters around the edge, are the macrocosm. And therefore we have the mastery and oneness of all showing up in the card. Now there is a square behind her which is made out of a white bright light, so this actually appears to be radiating out of the back of her, and this is a representation of the inner light, such as we've been seeing in the Kundalini, the inner fire. So it's enlightenment within her, granting her freedom from matter. So the square world representing the physical world, and yet it's now filled with light, and she's outside of the box, so she is being granted freedom. She's filled with the light of the universe, the light of God. This is further seen in the colour, so she's coloured in gold, representing the sun, or Tifereth, or the light that she has been illuminated by. The energies within the middle pillar that we were speaking about have all been brought together, and enlightenment has resulted from that. And so while Earth is usually shown as black on these trees of life and these symbols, here we have it gold, light sun, just as a sunny day in the very physical and basic term grants us a more wonderful feeling than a dark and miserable day. The sun inside grants this enlightened experience, so the entire universe is filled with this sun, this wonderful energy of the light of God. The serpent, which is the other prominent symbol on the card, has both light and dark colours upon it, and so this, of course, as all of the cards are, is your duality symbol. And so this is the blind force of creation. This is the idea that these powers of creation, these acts of will and intent and so on, can be used for good or bad, and they can have both good or bad consequences for doing them. Basically, creation as a blind force will show itself in both good ways and in bad ways, and that's just going to be the nature of the beast, so to speak. This serpent is coming across the maiden, and it actually surrounds where about the second chakra would be if we were to look at the 7 main chakras. That second chakra is talking about the sexual organs, and is therefore a sexual rising of energy. The serpent, the Kundalini serpent, so of course this is a symbol of the Kundalini awakening, as we've just seen. Another way of looking at this is if we look at the eye, this beam of light is coming out of it and almost giving birth to the serpent, and so it could therefore represent a type of sperm, the life force, ejaculated from the eye, and so it's the seed of creation. The sperm on these things always represents the seed, the origin of something. And so our bondage in physical world, our imprisonment in the physical world, is actually that of what she has conquered. She's conquered the reoccurring cycles and the physical entrapment of the spirit. Her foot is actually upon the head of the serpent, which is implying what we've just spoken about, that she's conquered it. She's conquered the universe, she's walked that spiritual path, the fool's journey, and now she's completely free of matter. She is basically Eve. She's been tempted by this serpent, which apparently leads to the fall of man, and people knowing that they're naked and all this type of thing. And so she's walking on top of it. She's enlightened. She has, the symbol of her walking on top of it is showing that she has risen above it. She has risen above that imprisonment to the physical world with the enlightenment of which is shining within her. Crowley, as well, in the Book of Thoth, describes this serpent as Heru Ra-Ha, which is something we saw over on the Sun cards, and is one of the present aeons, and this connects to Crowley's whole idea of the new aeon of Horus, which we would have to go into in another video due to its deep detail. The actual Eye of Horus itself, which is on here and is next to the cherubs at the top, has its own association with Aquarius, the Eye of Horus, and so essentially this is occurring at the same time as the new aeon of Horus would be born, and so when that enlightenment occurs, your new aeon is born, so it's got that thalamic symbol coming on there as well. Now there's 10 rays actually emanating from this eye, and they are coloured in, if you look carefully on them, with blue, and yet also of red, and mostly of yellow. These are elemental, of course, water, fire and air, and they can be quite hard to actually see in the card, and yet it's said that there is a beam in the centre is Kether, and so Kether, the illumination, which is giving birth to that serpent, is separate from and above the 4 elements of the physical world. There's also a circle of stars, and this again is the body of the goddess Nuit, and so here the goddess Nuit, as her protective firmament image of which she is surrounding the maiden and the serpent, so Nuit is encompassing everything in the universe there. The actual thing, if we count it, is 3 units deep, and there's actually 72 emanations of like feathery looking designs coming off it. Now 3 times 72 is 216. The Shemham Forash, which rule the 36 deacons of the zodiac, so this is going into the minor arcana of the tarot, which we may cover at a later date or may not. Basically there's 2 of these for each deacon, so you would have 72 cards in total. If you have 6 times 6 times 6, 666, you come again with that number 216. Essentially the 216 means the material world, the physical world. And so that's why we have that there, and that's a little glimpse into the occult symbologies of these numbers and numerologies. The green disc is the Earth, and so the Earth again is no longer dark. It's not shown like as it was in previous cards, like in a browny colour. It's full of wonder and budding blooms, and it's green. It's a green and pleasant land, and this is in correlation with the Fool's enlightenment. So he's started off seeing the Earth in that brown way, and now he's seeing it in bloom, which is another symbol of enlightenment. The rather interesting sort of whirling vortex type shape in the centre of the card is actually thought to conceal within it an invisible tree of life. Obviously we can't see that, and so essentially it should have the elements and the planets, which are the different Sephiroth of the tree of life inside there. The shape of it is a Mobius strip, so one would start at one end and finish at the other. It's an equilibrium, and the table of chemical elements is shown behind the serpent and the maiden as well. So we're looking really at the physical world. These are the building blocks of the world. Everything that we see is built out of various elements of the universe, and it's thought that everything in the universe is built out of the same building blocks, and the fact that she is, here in the centre of it is showing that she's conquering all of it via this illumination. So she knows, she understands that her true will, her true nature, is outside of the physical world, outside of her physical form, and the physical form of all of these planets and existences. You can also see a pyramid within this table of elements, and that pyramid again is creation, physical world, building things. The eagle in the top left corner here has 13 feathers, and that links it with the death card, and also that of Scorpio, so this is the symbol of water. The man here has the numbers 1 to 7 on his ears, which is extremely hard to see, but they are there, and so that adds up to the star card, and therefore is the element of Aquarius and air. The lion has 11 locks of hair, which brings it to the lust card, number 11, and the element of fire, or Leo. And the bull has 5 locks of hair, which links it to the Hierophant card, which is Taurus and the element of earth. We can also see hidden in these symbols the life cycle of a man. So the lion is lust. This lust has occurred to give him his conception, and he's been born. The bull, which is the Hierophant, it says that he's been born into this world all full of mysteries, and that he looks up and has this sense of wonder and wonders what life's all about, and goes through life experiencing and becoming conscious. We then have the death card, which is to do with the eagle, and therefore he's died. It's actually his physical death. And then finally we come to the man, which is the star, and he's transmuted from this. He's risen up from it. His soul is free, and he can be rebirthed, so he can go through the conception process again and be reborn. So it's the cycle of life, and it's closed the circle. It has finished the journey. And so that's really what this card means. If you draw it, it means your project, your story is complete. All the effort you've put into something is going to actually start finally to show itself. Your journey's coming to an end. You have reached your destination, as your sat-nav would say in a modern world. It can also be reminding you to finish what you've started, because you've put all this spiritual energy into something, and it's laying there dormant, waiting for you to take mastery over it, put the power of will into it, and therefore get results out of it. Really, it is enlightenment, and if you look into enlightenment, it's talking about there's no self, there's no light or colour, there's no sound, and you think, well, that doesn't sound like something that we could actually describe. And so really this is why all throughout this, and all throughout these different symbols, the only real way of explaining enlightenment is love. And this is not earthly love, physical and sexual love, but is a completely unconditional love. It is the essence of life itself, and some would suggest the essence of the entire universe.